Chapter 1160, Crumbling of the Temple. Chapter 968, Crumbling of the Temple. Cocoon, the Alliance. Yu Zhong told Annie, take a step back. Annie retreated silently. Yu Zhong sighed a while, thinking deeply before inserting the key warily. As the crystal key went into the hole, there was a bright, resplendent gold radiance that shone out of the altar, as the gold-grade battle armor began to exude a terrifying aura, before shooting and latching onto Yu Zhong. Amidst the radiance, Yu Zhong's body was covered with that gold-grade battle armor. At the same time, a powerful aura began to emit from him. His eyes closed and he did not move. A powerful will imprint then went into his mind, forming into the true God expert with golden eyes. After the true God expert formed, Yu Zhong's sea of consciousness trembled. He could only quickly summon his avatar within his consciousness. The true God expert gazed at Yu Zhong with a look of disdain, as though he was viewing an ant, and barked out, "Pathetic life form, I'm the great true God Wade. Stop resisting and surrender your body to me. I will grant you eternal life and endless glory." Inside his consciousness, Yu Zhong looked at the true God Wade's avatar, and his eyes were filled with battle intent. Another lingering will? I've already destroyed you once before, this time, it's not going to be any different. Lingering will? No, within this gold battle armor, it is not just a lingering will, it is an undying strand of my soul. You think that you could obtain the temple key so easily, enter my temple and obtain my treasure just because of your luck? No, it was all within my calculations. Throughout the ages, among those who had obtained the key and entered this temple, only your body can handle my soul imprint, and allow me to revive. This avatar of mine is an undying soul strand, and even a true God expert would find it hard to remove. Just based on you, a mere Type 8 powerhouse, and you want to defeat me? Just hand your body over and be a good slave. Once I stand at the peak once more, I will help you reform another body, and give you eternal life and endless glory. I'm invincible and undefeatable. Wade glared at Yu Zhong coolly as though he was an ant, trying to beat down Yu Zhong's sense of self-confidence. Inside this consciousness, where strength depended on the will and confidence of the expert, if Yu Zhong was to lose hope, Wade would gain an advantage. He might look arrogant and unbridled, but it was all part of his ploy. What a joke! If you were really invincible, how come there's only a strand of soul left? Just scram back to your grave. Yu Zhong's mental fortitude was too strong, and he shot forward and fired out a cosmic finger, pressing down on Wade. Wade laughed coldly when he saw that, directly obliterating it. The cosmic finger is my secret technique, you've barely gotten a grasp on it. Break for me. After destroying the image of the universe, Wade's palm slapped out, causing an encompassing figure that blotted out the sky to slap down viciously, destroying Yu Zhong's avatar as pain coursed throughout his body. In just a second, Yu Zhong's avatar had reformed, and he looked at Wade with a hint of trepidation. Strong. This soul strand is definitely more than 10 times stronger than the previous lingering will. After reforming, Yu Zhong continued to launch attacks upon Wade. He had to destroy this soul strand, otherwise, death was all that awaited him. At the same time, in the temple, the moment Yu Zhong donned on the gold battle armor, there was a surge of strength that emitted out. The aura of a Type 9 powerhouse. That's a Type 9 strength. The other experts who were searching for treasures turned around, noticing Yu Zhong who had the armor, and their eyes were full of shock and envy. Chen Chongqing stared at Yu Zhong, his eyes filled with undisguised jealousy. How did he do it? Hien also stomped his foot, his eyes filled with envy. Damn it! Why isn't it me? Why didn't the armor choose me? Hong, hong, hong. When the gold battle armor landed on Yu Zhong's body, the entire temple began to tremble as it started to fall apart. At the areas where the temple started to disintegrate, spatial tears appear in those places, looking extremely threatening. One particular holy sun stood at the edge of the temple, and when the temple started falling apart, he was caught in the sudden spatial tear. He only had time to scream out, "Save me! Save me!" Chen Chongqing swept a glance at the still Yu Zhong before shouting out, "Run!" At that instant, he threw down everything and took the opportunity of the momentarily calm to flee outside. The rest of the holy sons and daughters also fought to follow after. Yu Zhong was still immobile, standing near the altar. Within the human faction, only Annie rushed up to Yu Zhong, grabbing him while he was still exuding a Type 9 aura. Annie's right hand had just touched the gold radiance, when many golden lights suddenly shot out and sliced her hands, causing blood to flow. She bore the pain as she roared out, "Yu Zhong! Run! The place is going to collapse." However, no matter how she screamed and shouted, Yu Zhong was immobile as though he was already dead. "Damn it, Heaven Silk Domain!" She had a resolute look as she waved her hands, as countless silk shot out and formed a domain wrapping around them. With a wave of her hands, the Heaven Silk Domain shrunk and formed 10 main beams, wrapping around Yu Zhong. As the silk touched the gold battle armor, they were pierced by the golden beams, constantly being worn down. However, with the support of the domain, the silk continued to repair while securing Yu Zhong's figure. The moment she secured Yu Zhong with the Heaven Silk Domain, she tapped her foot and shot outside. However, right at that moment, the path ahead collapsed as a huge spatial tear appeared, swallowing both Annie and Yu Zhong. As they were being swallowed up by the spatial tear, Annie's face turned pale, and her heart was filled with despair. Oh no! Even a Type 9 powerhouse with spatial laws would not dare to spend too long in a spatial tear. Without any protection, a half-step Type 9 powerhouse would be torn apart in an instant, wiped out from this world. Only a person with good enough fortune would be able to pass through the spatial tear and reappear somewhere else. As Annie was despairing, Yu Zhong, who had been immobile and his eyes shut, suddenly opened his eyes, his hand reaching out to pull Annie into the area of defense provided by the gold battle armor, and the both of them fell deeper into the abyss, disappearing within the chaotic space. Falling into space, Yu Zhong was still engaged in battle with the soul strand of Wade within his consciousness. Both parties continued to slaughter each other, or rather, Yu Zhong was being obliterated over and over again. Wade's soul strand was incredibly powerful. Even after fighting within Yu Zhong's consciousness for so many days, his energy had only been depleted by a mere fraction, and yet Yu Zhong's avatar had already crumbled tens of thousands of times. In the process, Yu Zhong's will became weaker, but at the same time, it was being ground and tempered. Wade stared at the reformed avatar of Yu Zhong, each time his face pale as he frowned and barked, "Give up, human. You can never best me. Before I finish expending my energy, your will would have collapsed. No one would be able to help you resurrect then." Yu Zhong then retorted, "No. I might not be able to defeat you now, but it doesn't mean I don't have a way to deal with you. Seal." Immediately, the radiant battleship hidden within the void glowed, and the Type 9 mutant beast nuclei within began to ignite, allowing the numerous cannons to light up and blast out a hole in the chaotic space, before shooting Yu Zhong and sending his spiraling body out of the space. At the same time, a powerful sealing power was shot out of the radiant battleship, entering Yu Zhong's consciousness, forming a cage that sealed Wade's soul strand within. Chapter 1161. Sealing Wade. True God Wade began roaring madly within the cage, blasting out his numerous techniques, causing the cage to tremble continuously. "Damn it! Break!" The soul strand of a true God expert was incredibly powerful. However, the radiant battleship was a treasure capable of tackling God, and even if Yu Zhong could not exhibit the fullest potential of the battleship, utilizing a Type 9 mutant beast nuclei was able to form a seal to trap Wade's soul strand. The radiant battleship was Yu Zhong's strongest trump card. As long as he had enough Type 9 mutant beast nuclei, he could display a terrifying might. This was why he dared to enter the temple in the first place. As True God Wade continued to roar, he was forced to a corner within Yu Zhong's consciousness. Once that was done, he heaved a sigh of relief. The terror of a true God expert was beyond his imagination, and he had originally assumed that since he could surpass a Type 9 powerhouse's will, he would be able to deal with a soul strand from a true God. However, he had to rely on the radiant battleship in the end to seal Wade. These true God's powerhouses are truly frightening. Even a soul strand is so hard to deal with. If I have to deal with them next time, I had better be prepared. However, this time I've gained some insights on a soul strand, allowing my own willpower and soul to be refined and tempered further. It would prove beneficial in my breakthrough next time. After going through the countless battles against a true God expert within his mind, although he had been defeated each time in the process, he had gained some insights to the usage of a soul strand and his will. It would bring about benefits in the future. Yu Zhong could obtain such comprehension mainly because he had taken on the lingering will before, and his spirit and willpower had been tempered before. The will was only accessible when one reached the Type 9 realm. Without any tempering, Yu Zhong would only be able to use the radiant battleship to seal the true God Wade, and not obtain any understandings. Suddenly Yu Zhong felt like his head cooled with water. He mustered his strength to open his eyes, discovering that he had appeared within a cave. Annie was currently using a white towel that was soaked to help him wipe his forehead, her eyes full of concern. While he was unconscious and protected by the gold battle armor, Annie had been unable to pry his mouth open to feed him any medicine, thus she could only rely on such an old-fashioned method to care for him. The moment she saw him open his eyes, she took her hand away quietly, sitting beside him with a cool expression, not saying of concern. From young, she had been aloof. Even when she cared for someone, she did not know how to express herself. Yuzhong twisted his body and he suddenly realized he could not control his body, even moving a single finger was extremely difficult. Damn it, I can't move. Shit. He frowned, apparently while his willpower and soul had been tempered, it had suffered greatly. Thus, he was currently extremely weak and could not coordinate with his physical body. Had he not utilized the radiant battleship at the critical moment, it was likely that his soul would have been ground away by Wade, and his body possessed by him. Yuzhong asked, "Where is this place?" Annie replied, "I'm not too sure myself. It should be another world. There isn't a trace of the strong energy from the great god world here." Yuzhong asked without batting an eyelid, "Other than the great god world, are there other worlds?" Annie continued, "Yes, other than the great god world there are 800 other worlds. Our great god world is at the apex, a world where true god warriors lived in ancient times. Although those true gods had disappeared for some unknown reason, our great god world still remains as the strongest in the universe, till this date. I don't know much about the other worlds, however one thing's for sure, the human race is constantly being oppressed everywhere else." Yuzhong spoke softly, "These few days I might be unable to move. I'll have to trouble you." Although Yuzhong had suffered greatly from the constant destruction and resurrection of his avatar, he had gained insights into the willpower of a true god. Furthermore, with his powerful god-devil physique, as long as he rested, he would recover fully. And suddenly, Annie felt her heart race as she stood up, looking out with a sharp gaze as she muttered coldly, "There are 3 people. From their aura, it seems they're just ordinary folk at the Type 2 realm." Yuzhong sighed, "No, it's all right. Let them come over." If it were an enemy, Yuzhong would not hesitate to kill without mercy. However, if it was not an enemy, then he would not go on a rampage as well. Annie's countenance flashed with a look of bewilderment, as she sat quietly beside Yuzhong. "Plucking the black snow grass here is the best. If we can hand in this amount, our lives would be better." Following some sounds of discussion, 3 young girls wearing clothes made out of leaves came across this cave. The moment they entered the cave, the 3 of them immediately saw Yuzhong and Annie and were taken aback. The one in lead, whose skin was tanned and barefoot, her eyes gleaming with an intelligent light, asked curiously, "Big sister, who are you guys?" Annie took a look at Yuzhong, not knowing what to say. She had not been one to tell fibs. Yuzhong felt helpless as he mustered his energy to reply, "I'm Yuzhong, she's Annie. We're world travelers, and after coming to this world there was some accident, thus I can only stay here." The lead girl, who had blue hair, chuckled, "I'm Lan Lan. This is Ching Ching, and the one over there is Sanya. You're injured, why not come to our village to recuperate? My father is a renowned doctor, he can definitely treat you." "Okay." Yuzhong chuckled. He did not think that a small village could produce a doctor capable of helping him. However, he did not reject the kind-hearted actions of others. Annie then reached out to carry Yuzhong as though he was a princess as she walked out. Yuzhong felt a little helpless and embarrassed in her arms. However, he quickly closed his eyes and took in her scent at such close proximity. At the same time, he could feel the soft yet tender peaks of hers. Hee, they're so close. Sister Annie is so beautiful, if only I can grow up to be like her. Sister Annie is so pretty, but her man is slightly lacking. Yuzhong is not fit or strong nor handsome, why would Sister Annie be with him? The 3 lasses had never seen many outsiders before, thus they just let their guards down, and continued to talk about them in full sight and hearing. Annie was a holy daughter from the holy heavens after all. Although she did not speak well, her looks were exceptional and her charms apparent. As for Yuzhong, he was heavily injured and looked weak, plus, his ordinary looks really did put him at a disparity when compared with her. Hearing their words, even the cool expression of Annie broke a little, revealing a beautiful, amused look. The place where the 3 of them stayed was a small village at the bottom of a valley, where about 50 households lived. In this village, there had never been a woman as pretty as Annie before, thus as she carried Yuzhong in, there was a bustling of discussion as many people gathered round to gawk. Even so, they were mindful enough not to get too close, just discussing among themselves. Many men stared at Yuzhong, their gazes filled with envy, wishing that it was them instead. Lan Lan rushed into a wooden hut, speaking to a middle-aged man whose upper torso was naked, and his pants made of fox fur, saying, "Father, I'm back, there's a man who's injured. Come and take a look." The middle-aged man, whose hair was bright blue just like Lan Lan, turned around and was momentarily stunned. Evidently he was also enraptured by Annie. However, he quickly adjusted his gaze towards Yuzhong, and smiled while pointing to the bed. "I'm called Ida, the doctor of this village. Friend, are you injured? Please lay down here and let me take a look." Annie quickly placed Yuzhong down before standing by his side quietly. Ida walked up to him, reaching out to measure his pulse like a Chinese doctor utilizing traditional Chinese medicine. He then pressed a little on Yuzhong's bones before frowning. "Yuzhong, from your physique, you seem extremely healthy and full of vitality without any signs of problems. It seems like your injury is spirit-related?" Yuzhong replied, "That's right, I came across a strange beast with 3 eyes, and when the eye of the forehead shone on me, I became like this." Chapter 1162, Annie's Charms. Ida had an apologetic expression. "Medicine for spirit-related injuries are incredibly precious, and I don't have any here. It might only be available in the Jiao Beast City. However, us humans cannot enter there. I'm truly sorry, there's nothing I can do for you." Yuzhong's perception was strong. He could sense when Ida talked about the Jiao Beast City. Lan Lan's body went taut for a second, and her eyes flashed with fear. He did not pursue the matter. Instead, he closed his eyes and began focusing on the Star Luo technique he had learned, and fell asleep. The Star Luo truths had been written by a Type 9 powerhouse, and one of the chapters was about training and cultivating the soul. However, it was not useful to powerhouses below the peak Type 8 realm. Other than that, only a few special cases could actually cultivate it. To Yuzhong, it was the thing he needed right now. The atmosphere of the village was relaxing, and the villagers were warm and nice, excepting Yuzhong and Annie. The both of them thus stayed in the village. As Type 8 powerhouses, their physiques were incredible. Even if they did not eat or drink for 30 years, they could survive on absorbing the atmospheric energy. However, their bodies would still be weak. In order to make herself useful, Annie joined the hunting team, employing a few skills and easily convinced the rest of the hunters, becoming their leader. With her terrifying strength, the mutant beasts and wild beasts within the mountains all perished under her lead. The hunting party managed to hunt a staggering amount of meat with 0 casualties ever since, bringing in an abundant harvest. Annie had thus become a goddess in many of the villagers' eyes. On this day, both Yuzhong and Annie were in a wooden hut. As Yuzhong laid quietly on the bed, Annie hoisted him up, and began to feed him a bowl of meat soup tenderly. She would blow gently on the spoon before feeding it to Yuzhong. Watching him swallow the soup, there was a gentle look in Annie's eyes. These few days, she had already transformed from a lady who did not know how to serve others, into the epitome of a housewife taking care of her sick husband. It was not a tough thing. As long as one was willing, most could pick it up. Annie was talented and resolute. Furthermore, her state of mind was usually calm and steady. Thus, these small things did not bog her down. Lan Lan came bouncing over, looking at Annie, her eyes radiating with idolization as she reached out. "Sister Annie, let me help you. You should go take a rest, you're just back from hunting, it's been tough on you." Annie's performance had totally won over all the young men and women of the village. Not only was she adept at hunting, but she also picked things up first and excelled in them. She cared for Yuzhong meticulously, not leaving his side unless she had to carry out tasks. The entire village was jealous of this Yuzhong, who was bedridden. Currently, outside the wooden hut, there were piles and piles of meat, and in the corner of the garden, there were all sorts of fur, leather, and bones from the hunting. Annie frowned and patted Lan Lan's hands away. "No, I'll do it myself." After these few days of interaction, Lan Lan knew that Annie was cold externally but warm inside. She was not angry, just staring at Yuzhong in envy. Yuzhong, I wonder how your ancestors are blessing you to be able to find such a good woman. Your luck is truly too wondrous, I envy you so much." Yuzhong laid on the bed and chuckled when he heard those slightly innocent words, but did not say much. At this time, 3 youths wearing tiger hides and carrying bows on their backs came into the room, their muscled bodies rippling. The leader was a handsome youth with long hair, his eyes gazing at Annie with deep infatuation as he kneeled on one knee, declaring, "Sister Annie, I like you. No, I love you. I love you more than my life. Please be my woman, I will bring you happiness. Annie looked at the kneeling youth and frowned, declaring indifferently, I don't like you. Go out. The youth showed a stunned look as he got up and retreated bitterly. Another of the youths, Ada, came forward and kneeled, looking at Annie, his eyes also filled with love and passion. Sister Annie, I like you, marry me. For you, I can give up everything else. As long as you marry me, I will help you look after Yuzhong till the day he dies. Lan Lan saw Ada professing his love and was taken aback. He was the top youth highly sought after by most girls in the village and was proud by nature. To think that he would actually kneel because of Annie, and was even willing to help Annie look after Yuzhong. Annie's next sentence knocked him out. I don't like you. Go out. Ada chuckled bitterly and stood up solemnly. He asked loudly with unwillingness in his heart, Why? Sister Annie, how am I not comparable to this fellow here? Why won't you choose me instead? You would rather spend your life with this crippled trash. If you were to follow me, I will give you happiness. Annie frowned and her finger flicked out, causing an energy bolt to slam into Ada's chest, sending him flying out a few meters as he sprawled to the ground. He's not a crippled trash. The three of you get out of my sight. Seeing that she was finally pissed, there was a look of fear in their eyes, as they gritted their teeth and headed out. They did not dare antagonize her further and could sense a terrifying might beneath her fury. Lan Lan came up to Annie carefully and tried to speak on their behalf. Sister Annie, don't be angry, they're just in love with you. They did not mean any harm. And? She replied casually as she continued feeding Yuzhong while blowing on the soup gently, as though nothing was more important than this. Seeing him take in the soup, the corners of her mouth lifted in a smile, revealing a satisfied expression, as though she was the most fortunate and blissful woman in the world. Lan Lan stared in bewilderment, not knowing what in the world was going on. What's so good about this guy? How is Sister Annie so enamored with him? Unbelievable. At this moment, Sanya ran in with an ashen face, her voice low and urgent. Lan Lan, not good, the nobles of the Jiao Beast City are here. What? They're here? Lan Lan's face turned pale as her body trembled. She turned to Annie and urged, Sister Annie, quick, hide. The nobles of the Jiao Beast City are here, those people come here to take our food and women. With your looks they will not let you off. Annie placed the spoon down, her perception sweeping out as she asked Yuzhong coldly, 23 of them, 21 type 3, 1 type 4, 1 type 2. Take them out? Yuzhong sighed and shook his head, take me out for a look. Annie reached out to carry him like a princess once more. Yuzhong chuckled helplessly, can you switch up the way you carry me? Annie grinned, a crafty smile on her face, nope, I like this very much. Seeing that smile, Yuzhong could not help but be stunned, captivated by her radiant smile. With Yuzhong's current willpower, even the charm techniques of a Type 9 powerhouse was no use to him. Only Annie, without any tricks, her smile full of her feelings, was enough to send Yuzhong into a daze. His willpower was strong against other spirit techniques, but not a person's heart. Being stared at by Yuzhong, Annie was flushed slightly as well. She did not dare to look at him and quickly changed to a piggyback style as she stepped out. At the entrance of the village, there were a few soldiers in black armor, their figures exuding a cold killing intent, guarding a middle-aged man dressed lavishly while riding a white horse, and another young man dressed in black robes riding a black horse. The households in the village poured out, bringing out their best food, placing them at the side while kneeling. Their faces were pale and their bodies trembling. The middle-aged man on the white horse shot the villagers a look and wrinkled his nose, waving his hands, damn it. This rundown place is truly too pathetic. There's nothing good here. Forget it, you go grab 20 kids, we need to complete Sir Zuiyi's orders. One soldier rushed out and quickly rounded up the kids of the village, throwing them into cages. The villagers began to bawl and sob. The village head trembled, his face full of fear as he stepped up and asked, Esteemed Lord Ives, we had just given the blood sacrifice 3 months ago? Isn't the next time not for another 5 years? Why have you come to take our kids this time? Ives shot him a glare as he roared out savagely, Lowly commoner, do I need you to teach me how to do my job? Kneel, otherwise I'll chop you up. Chapter 1163. 180 degrees change in attitude. The expression of the village head turned incredibly pale, as he kneeled on the floor hurriedly and kowtowed. Supported by Annie, Yuzhong walked out from the wooden hut and immediately saw a number of children aged 5 to 10 being rounded up and thrown into a cage, crying and wailing. The villagers who lost their kids were also crying uncontrollably, kneeling on the floor, not daring to move. Even the 3 youths who had barged into Yuzhong's hut earlier were on the ground, their bodies trembling and their faces ashen. Seeing this, Yuzhong frowned and a hint of killing intent erupted. Those kids were obviously intended to be used for demonic practices. Otherwise there would be no need to cage them. Ives saw Annie, and his eyes immediately lit up with lust and greed, ordering loudly, "What a beautiful chick! To think that there would such a high-quality good here. Men, go catch her for me." Hearing his orders, 6 soldiers quickly charged towards Annie. Annie hoisted Yuzhong with one hand, pulling out a bat with the other, and sent 6 shadows slamming into the bodies of the 6 soldiers. In that instant, the 6 Type 3 soldiers were sent flying back, as they doubled over on the floor and trembling with incredible agony. Under Yuzhong's instructions, she had already shown mercy, otherwise with her Type 8 strength, just blowing at them would cause them to disintegrate. Ives saw how strong she was and was not upset, instead looking extremely excited as he asked, "Great! What an incredible specimen. I like her. Baru, who is she?" Village head Baru trembled as he replied, "Sir Ives, she's called Annie, and she is a wandering hunter that had just joined us not long ago." Ives had an evil look in his eyes as he laughed savagely, threatening, "Annie, kneel down and submit to me. I can make the decision and spare this village from the blood sacrifice. Otherwise I will kill all these kids and raze the entire village to the ground. If you don't want to be the cause of their slaughter, surrender now. Become my woman. You only have 30 seconds to consider. By the end, if you cannot answer, I will kill everyone here." When he waved his hands, his personal guards had already raised their weapons at the children within the cage. Ives then swept the villagers a gaze and laughed cruelly, "You people, if you want to leave, go beg her to save you. Annie, please surrender. My son is in their hands. Please. Surrender to Ives, he will provide for you. Annie, please, on account that we had sheltered you these few days, please save us." The villagers began to kneel, crawling towards Annie as they begged pitifully. Even the village head Baru came up to Annie, kowtowing profusely as blood appeared. "Miss Annie, I'm begging you. On behalf of our village, please, please save us. Please." Ives was extremely cunning and knew how to pit others against one another. If Annie did not submit, he would really commit genocide. That was why Baru and the rest could only plead and beg for Annie to sacrifice herself. Yuzhong frowned when he saw the sight and he spoke indifferently, "Kill all of them, leave only 6. Separate that Marquis and the black-robed guy beside him." "Got it?" Annie replied, and with a wave of her hands, a number of transparent silk shot out, instantly slaughtering all of Ives' men. In an instant, most of the soldiers were sliced up into fine pieces, fresh blood splattering everywhere. It was a gruesome sight. Before Ives could even express his shock, he, the black-robed man beside him, as well as 4 others were all tied up by the silk and dragged before Yuzhong. "What? Dead? What did she do?" "She actually slaughtered all the soldiers and even captured Ives. That was too terrifying." Seeing how Annie actually slaughtered the soldiers under Ives, the villagers were all full of shock. Ives was a noble of the Jiao city and had a huge background. If he were to be injured slightly, the entire village would be wiped out by the forces sent by the city. Compared to Jiao city, this village was nothing much. In these years, many other villages had been wiped out due to the slightest offense of any noble within the city. The moment they realized the guards of a member of nobility had died in their village, Baru and the rest felt an intense sense of fear and helplessness. At that instant, the black robes fluttered, revealing a strange monster with the head of a Wyrm, his body covered entirely in gray scales, while wearing a casual outfit over his human-like body. This Wyrm head spoke in a growl, "Release me, you damn human scum. Do you know who I am? I'm a member of the Grey Wyrms, and if you lowly humans dare touch a single hair of mine, the entire Grey Wyrm clan would not let you off. You guys have offended me, I will definitely tear you limb from limb and cook you alive." Ives was also struggling as he roared out, "This is Sir Sanford, one of the nobles of the Grey Wyrm clan among the holy race. If you guys dare hurt him, the entire village would suffer the wrath of the holy race. Your plight would be worse than death. Release us this instant and offer your sacrifices. There is still a chance to appease Sir Sanford." "What? Holy race? He is actually from the holy race. Shit, it's over, we actually offended a noble from the holy race. The moment they heard the term holy race, everyone's countenance changed, and they were filled with despair. Baru began kowtowing once more, pleading profusely, "Annie, please release Sir Sanford, he's from the holy race. If we were to hurt him even after we die, we will not be let off lightly. The holy race would not let us off, and they would round us all up and eat us alive. Release him. Annie, release him." The villagers clamored to persuade her. They were extremely afraid of the holy race, as it would mean the demise of their entire village. Facing the begging of the villages, Annie did not do anything. Instead, she turned to Yuzhong and asked, "What do we do? Kill them?" Her personality was like that, cool and unfeeling. Other than those she cared about, she would not frown even if more died in front of her. In fact, most of the holy sons and daughters of the holy heavens were like that. Only such characters could trudge through the countless challenges and rise to become an overlord. If she had to change her mind because of unrelated people or threats, Annie would have died umpteen times over. Hearing those cold words, the entire village felt a chill, their eyes turning towards Yuzhong. This seemingly crippled man was the one who decided their fate. Baru pleaded, "Yuzhong, please release the two sirs. I'm begging you." Sanford continued to struggle wildly as he threatened viciously, "Release me and give me 10 children to feed on. I will spare you guys this once. Otherwise, if you lowly humans dare to hurt me, I will get the holy army to round you all up and cook you guys to eat." Cries and screams began to ring out, and the entire field turned extremely chaotic. The moment they heard that Sanford wanted to eat 10 children, many of the villagers trembled, crying out, not knowing what to do. Yuzhong frowned and ordered, "Knock them out." Annie shot out a finger and she manipulated the atmospheric energy to strike the heads of Ives and his men, knocking them out. With a wave of Yuzhong's hands, a number of puppet runes entered the brains of Ives and his men. Yuzhong then ordered, "Release their bindings." Annie waved her hands, and the silk strands tying up the bunch disappeared without a trace. Sanford woke up immediately, crawling in front of Yuzhong and spoke, "Your lowly servant Sanford greets Master. I had offended Master previously, and I seek Master's mercy and grace." Ives also woke up just then, crawling in front of Yuzhong as though he was a loyal dog. "Your shameful servant Ives greets Master. I deserve death for my earlier offenses, and seek Master's instructions on how this servant can atone." Chapter 1164, Jiao Beast City. When the villagers saw this scene, they were all shocked beyond words. They had never expected the arrogant Ives who had just been throwing his weight around and threatening them together with Sanford, to actually crawl in front of Yuzhong, seeking forgiveness. It was simply unbelievable. How the hell? Who in the world is he? He could actually get 2 nobles to plead for forgiveness. The strongest youth of the village, Ada, saw the 2 kneeling man, and his eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. He was just a small fry in front of Ives and Sanford, and could only kneel on the ground without even the courage to look at them. However, the 2 of them were actually kneeling in front of Yuzhong, who he had looked upon with disdain. The gap was simply too huge. The peace and bliss that he had promised Annie was like a joke. The youth looked at Yuzhong, his fist clenched while his expression pale, thinking with some unwillingness, "Sister Annie's eye for men is truly exceptional. I can't compare to Yuzhong." Lan Lan saw the scene from the room as well, and her heart was also filled with shock. Those are 2 nobles. They're actually kneeling in front of him to be his slave. He has some capabilities, no wonder Sister Annie is so enamored with him. I can't discern as well as Sister Annie. This Yuzhong is truly some character. Inside this village, all those who had thought Yuzhong was simply a toad trying to eat swan meat, or the pile of dung beneath the rose, were forced to rethink. Now they suddenly felt it appropriate for Annie to like Yuzhong. The numerous young ladies were also eyeing Yuzhong with strange gazes. In this world, these humans within the village lived no different from animals. If the nobles wanted to kill them, there was nothing they could do. As long as Ives opened his mouth, none of the women could reject him. Yet, this Yuzhong was seemingly even more powerful than Ives. The hearts of the numerous women were obviously stirred. If it was not for Annie still standing beside Yuzhong, many of them would have run over to profess their love. Ives then asked Yuzhong respectfully, "Master, would you like to go to the Jiao Biasi city? This slave has some businesses and properties there. The environment is a whole lot better than here." Yuzhong asked, "Did you bring money?" Ives pulled out a bag of gold and handed it over. This slave has a 100 gold coins. Yuzhong chuckled, tossing the bag to Lan Lan. This is for you. Thanks for taking care of us these few days. After a few days of cultivation, although Yuzhong was not yet at his peak, he could already control some parts of his body. The villagers stared at the bag with jealousy. They knew that with this gold, Lan Lan's family would become the wealthiest in the village. When Lan Lan received the bag, she was filled with joy. At the same time, there was a sense of loss and sadness. She knew that Yuzhong and Annie were about to leave. This small village could not contain these two. Let's go. With an order, Ives and the rest turned around, leading them out of the village. The moment Yuzhong and Annie got on a horse, Yuzhong asked, "Why did you guys capture the kids in the village?" Ives explained, "Master, the mayor of Jiao City, Marquis Valentine, wants to organize a banquet and is lacking some blood food. With the orders from the higher-ups, this slave has no choice but to come out to get more for Marquis Valentine." Yuzhong frowned and felt a sense of unease, continuing his line of questioning, "Blood food? What's blood food?" Ives then proceeded to say what he knew. The world, or rather the planet they were on, was called Great Dragon Planet, and the rulers were the Great Holy Race. They were made up of creatures like Sanford, the Grey Wyrms, the Lightning Wyrms, and many other species. Humans were considered the lower class on this planet. Each and every one of the holy race was esteemed and placed above the lower class. At the same time, there were tiers to their classes, namely the nobles, citizens, commoners, and slaves. Ives was one of the nobles of the human race. Most of the humans within the Jiao city were ordinary citizens, whereas commoners lived in the mountainsides and countries, like Lan Lan and the rest. Slaves were the lowest caste. In this cruel world, the holy race was at the top, controlling the fate of the world. Humans were their food and could be killed or slaughtered anytime they liked. Even someone like Ives could be killed if he did not have a strong backing. As for the human nobles, they were usually partners and assistants to the holy race, helping them manage affairs, hunt, and suppress their own kind, catching commoners as blood food for the holy race. Blood food referred to the food of these holy race members. It was like the second world, where the saint race treated the humans as food, and in fact humans formed a huge part of their diets. Of course, likewise in this world, there were many human heroes who sought to retaliate. However, in these thousands of years, all human resistance would be quickly put down before they could grow large enough. Furthermore, there was a separation in thinking of the humans. The nobles sought to ally themselves with the holy race, suppressing and hunting their fellow humans. The holy race might be cruel and savage, but there was a limit to their viciousness. As long as they had enough blood food, they would not consume wantonly. At the same time, there was still law and order. Hence, fewer humans stood out to resist the holy race, instead becoming a sort of livestock for them. The holy race were the rules on this planet, forming the Great Dragon Kingdom with over 58,000 cities. There were 48 kingdoms, each of them overseeing 1,000 cities, while the main empire was in control of 10,000. Each city would harbor a large number of humans and holy race members, while on the outskirts were numerous commoners. The Great Dragon Empire had their own experts as well, with each king being a Type 8 expert. The emperor was rumored to be a Type 9 powerhouse. Each city was managed by a Type 7 mayor, and their own subordinates were also powerful warriors. Under that sort of suppression, although there were easily 20 times humans to the holy race, they could only continue to serve. The Jiao city was a large city, prosperous and bustling. All around the city, the walls were at least 50 m high and there was a moat of about 40 m wide surrounding the city. Only the 4 main gates in the north, south, east, and west directions allowed in and outflow. This huge city wall and moat were enough to keep people in and out of the city. The difference between Great Dragon Planet and Earth was that the gravity here was at least 10 times stronger. Even a Type 3 powerhouse could only leap about 5 m high. In order to jump into the city, one had to be at least at the Type 5 realm. Due to the strength of the holy race, other than a few humans who submitted and acted as the fangs and claws of the holy race, the rest of the human race was largely below the Type 5 realm. Even the weakest Type 4 holy race member could defeat the strongest human. On the city wall, there were 1,000 human soldiers and 100 green Wyrm warriors patrolling. The equipment of the two races were extremely clear. The humans only wore ordinary cotton armor and wielded wooden spears, while the experts of the green Wyrm race held large cannons, and were covered with enhanced armors powered by mutant beasts. They even each had an alloy blade at their waist. The vast difference between the two sides were at least 100 years worth of technology. One single green Wyrm expert in the enhanced armor could fight a Type 5 powerhouse, and wipe out 100 human soldiers easily. There were many laser cannons, machine guns, ray guns, and other advanced weaponry atop the wall. However, they were all controlled by the green Wyrm experts. The holy race was guarded even against the humans serving them, only allowing their own people the best of equipment to use. Humans could only utilize melee weapons, and like this, the humans were even more at a disadvantage and could not rise against the holy race by using those weapons. As Yu Zhong and his group came to the south gate, they saw a cart with a cage loaded on top. Within it, numerous kids were locked. The children were crying out uncontrollably, and yet, the humans in front of the carriage were smiling and discussing their haul. Yu Zhong looked at those humans serving the holy race willingly and felt an unbridled fury arose, as his killing intent burst forth. Damn bastards, they're actually capturing their own kind for the pleasure of the holy race. Shameless. They deserve to die. Annie frowned, her eyes also filled with killing intent. Shall we act? Chapter 1165. Capturing the Mayor Manor. Annie had a cold personality to the point of being unfeeling sometimes. However, seeing these humans capturing the children of their fellow humans to present them as food for the holy race, this sort of behavior had really crossed her line as well, causing her to emit a killing intent. Yu Zhong suppressed his own anger and spoke solemnly, "No need, head to the mayor's manor directly." Under his orders, the group of people quickly headed towards the gate. Outside the gate, there were 16 human soldiers maintaining order. The moment they caught sight of the Grey Wyrm noble among Yu Zhong's group, their expressions changed and they quickly darted to the sides, not daring to block their way. The rest of the humans entering also quickly stepped aside, not daring to get in their way. Although the humans in the city were of a higher caste than those commoners outside as well as slaves, in front of the holy race, they were still ants and could be beaten to death for no reason at all. The structure and layout of the Jiao Beast city were modern, with high-rise buildings touching the skies, made out of unknown metal alloys. There were roads along the ground and even in the air as vehicles traveled about with anti-gravity capabilities. Most of these occupants were the Grey Wyrms or Green Wyrms. No human could own such transportation means. On the ground, other than the main roads, there were markings for carriages and pathways for walking as well. Those were mainly for the humans to use. The nobles of the human race rode horses, while the citizens walked on the pathways. Along those roads, there were a few holy races with savage expressions walking about as well. The moment they appeared, the nobles would quickly get off their horses while the citizens had to kneel on the ground while trembling from fear. Inside the city, most of the nobles had some form of backing, thus, the holy race would not be too unbridled. However, against the citizens, if they were hungry, they could just pluck their heads off and eat them. Of course, it would be an offense to slaughter a citizen in public, but it was a fine at most, and there was little done to the holy race member. On the path, from time to time, one could see some holy race members just devouring humans in broad daylight. Hence, as long as humans caught sight of them, they would evade as far as they could. If they could not, they would just kneel and tremble, praying that the holy race members had eaten their fill and not devour them. Along the way with Sanford, a true holy race member leading the way, most humans would quickly get out of Yu Zhong's path. If they could not get away in time, they would get down onto the ground and tremble. He ignored them, heading straight for the direction of the mayor's manor. Soon he came to a huge castle that was about 1,000 hectares. "Halt, this is the mayor's manor. Get down, we're conducting a search." The moment they stepped into the gates, 4 green Wyrms rushed out, barking at the party. Yu Zhong spoke indifferently, "Get rid of them, knock them out." With a wave of Annie's hands, a number of silk strands directly pierced through their head, sending a spirit jolt, and knocked out the 4 green Wyrm warriors. Yu Zhong waved his hands, sending a number of puppet runes into their heads. The moment the runes branded onto the souls, those green Wyrm soldiers had already become his puppets. The group continued on towards the inner part of the manor. The defenses were tight inside the manor, with numerous scanners and surveillance cameras. On top of that, there were sentries everywhere like it was a heavily guarded castle. If anyone wanted to barge into this place, they would have to pay a terrible price. Except for Yu Zhong the moment he entered the Super AI. Bai Yi had already infiltrated the systems within the manor easily, handing control over to Yu Zhong. Unless it was an empire where there was a Super AI. defending the fort like in the Mech kingdom, otherwise most systems could not even put any resistance when Bai Yi came into play. Through Bai Yi, Yuzhong easily gained control over the surveillance within the Manor, while Annie's silk seemed to have a life of its own, easily traveling through the Manor, and knocking out those holy race's warriors who were hiding in the dark. In front of a Type 8 powerhouse like her, whose perception was so strong, those holy race warriors were as weak as ants, and no one could defend themselves. With a thought, the Type 7 mech that could change shapes appeared and covered his body, forming a silver-gold frame. He then controlled it with his will to move. Yuzhong stored many mechs within his storage ring. Even without Annie, he was able to make use of them to move. When Annie saw that, there was a slight sense of loss in her eyes. The manor was constructed beautifully, and with a complicated design. If an ordinary person were to come in, it was likely they would be lost. However, since Bai Yi had control over the main frame of the building, the structure was basically in her hands. She guided Yuzhong smoothly towards the palace where the Mayor Marquis Valentine was staying in. The moment Yuzhong entered Valentine's residence, he immediately saw a number of children of age 5 to 12, every one of them naked and trapped in cages, placed atop a long dining table. Seated at the tables were a number of 3M tall holy race members with Wyrm heads and vicious gazes. The children within the cages were wailing and sobbing, their eyes filled with despair. Valentine himself sat at the head seat. In front of him, there was a large basin filled with cream and two silver-haired girls with lithe bodies. Their eyes were filled with despair. Seeing Yuzhong appear suddenly, Valentine was taken aback before his gaze turned cold and he laughed savagely. Capture that human alive. I want to question him, just how a lowly human can actually enter our palace. Those stupid human guards must have a spy within them. I will sniff him out and roast him alive. Hearing Marquis Valentine's order, two Type 6 green Wyrm soldiers exploded forth, charging towards Yuzhong with a burst of light. Valentine watched them act, his eyes filled with a vicious glint. Those two Type 6 green Wyrm warriors had torn numerous humans apart and were the cruelest of his subordinates. Yuzhong's gaze was cold as he barked out icily, "Damn beasts. Today will be your death day. I will let you guys know that humans are not your food." Annie waved her hands and numerous silks shot out to restrain the two green Wyrm warriors, and in a flash they were sliced up by the silk, blood and body parts splattering on the floor. Seeing how Annie took care of those two easily, the rest of the holy race experts were filled with trepidation as they stared at Annie. Type 7? No. You're a Type 8 powerhouse. There's actually someone like you on Great Dragon Planet. I must definitely report this to the Emperor. All of you charge forth and kill these two with all your might. Valentine saw how Annie easily sliced the two green Wyrm apart, and his face fell. He gave this order before the dragon wings on his back unfolded and flapped powerfully, soaring into the sky. Under Valentine's orders, the holy race soldiers on either side of the table stood up, prepared to fight Annie to the death. Every single one of these green Wyrm members was ferocious and loved to battle. As long as there was an order, they would go all the way. Even if they were not a match for their opponent, they would never retreat. As the experts from the green Wyrm moved, the silk strands would pierce through their heads, controlling their bodies. Valentine had just flown out when the silk strands already burst forth and wrapped around him. At the same time, one of the silk shot towards the back of Valentine's head. As everything happened at once, Valentine flipped his hands, and a mechanical plate containing a Type 8 nucleus appeared. A transparent shield immediately enveloped him, blocking the silk strand. The mechanical was a C3 grade protection treasure. It was even able to defend against Type 8 powerhouses. Every city mayor had a C3 grade defense treasure, and it was their life-saving item. At the same time, Valentine waved his hands, causing numerous beams of light to shoot towards the sky. Annie frowned and sent out more silk strands coiling around the light beams. The over 200 beams were mostly destroyed, but there was a dozen that managed to shoot away at 50 times the speed of sound, disappearing from the location. Chapter 1166, Shock. Valentine sneered within the protection of the C3 grade shield. Haha humans, I have already sent out information on the two of you. Not long after, the Great Dragon Empire will know of your existence. If you surrender now, I can still spare you and give you a way out. I can even confer upon you a noble status. Otherwise, you and the 300,000 humans in this Jiao beast city will be wiped out. The defense of the C3 grade treasure was incredibly shocking. As long as the Type 8 mutant beast nucleus was not expended fully, within a short time, Annie would not be able to break through it. The silk strands of Annie were useful in many areas. They could be used to assassinate, control, bind, defend, and even stealth, but they were not particularly strong in offense. If it were Yu Zhong at his peak, he could definitely destroy the shield with a punch. You're spouting too much bullshit. Just sleep already. Yu Zhong swept Valentine a look, his eyes flashing with a cold gaze, and a powerful intent that surpassed even a Type 9 powerhouse blasted towards him. Your Majesty. Struck by that intent, Valentine felt as though Yu Zhong had transformed into the great dragon emperor who he feared and respected, reaching out to grab his head. Under that terrifying spirit attack, Valentine's will was crushed, and his body crumpled to the ground, while the mechanical plate controlling the C3 grade treasure fell onto the ground, and the shield disappeared. Yu Zhong simply shook his finger, and sent a Type 7 puppet rune into Valentine's head, turning him into a puppet. Annie stood quietly, and while she seemed calm on the surface, her heart was full of shock. That was formidable. His will and intent already surpassed most Type 9 powerhouses. The usage of intent or willpower as well as spatial laws were the largest barriers for many Type 8 powerhouses to break through to the Type 9 realm. Many half-step Type 9 powerhouses would be stuck at the bottleneck for many years, before heading to various secret battlefields to temper themselves. However, most of them would only be able to train their will to be on the same realm as their strength. Few could possess a will stronger than a Type 9 powerhouse at the Type 8 realm. Valentine quickly came to, and he immediately came up to Yu Zhong, speaking respectfully. Your slave Valentine greets master. Yu Zhong asked, how many holy race members are there in the Jiao Beast City? Valentine quickly replied, there are 35,434 holy race members, 476 Type 6 powerhouses, 11,123 Type 5 powerhouses, and the rest Type 4. With a wave of his hands, Yu Zhong sent a puppet rune into Valentine's hands. These are 40,000 puppet runes. Go turn all of them into puppets that you can control. There was no thickness to the puppet rune. There was no difference between 40,000 of them and one of them. Yes, master. Valentine received the 40,000 runes and quickly led his subordinates out. Annie swept a look over the children on the dining table, her brows furrowing slightly. What do we about these little kids? Don't kill me. Big brother, big sister, please don't kill me. I know how to do things, I'm willing to help you. Please don't kill me. When the kids on the table heard Yu Zhong and Annie's conversation, they were filled with fear as they began to plead. They had seen how the two of them had slaughtered the green Wyrm easily and were obviously more terrifying than the holy race. That was why they began to plead. In fact, within the great dragon planet, humans were even more vicious than the holy race. Yu Zhong looked at the wailing children and frowned. He emitted a powerful aura but was not fierce as he barked, keep quiet. The kids were all frightened by Yu Zhong's intimidation as they fell silent, staring at him with fear. Yu Zhong spoke softly, when I'm done handling things here, I will let you out. For now just keep calm. Hearing that, these kids finally managed to quieten down peacefully. Annie frowned, are you intending to defend the city? We're not a match for the entire Great Dragon Empire. If it were up to her, they had to leave here immediately. The Great Dragon Empire was the overlord of this world and had over 48 Type 8 powerhouses, 1 Type 9 powerhouse and numerous Type 7 and Type 6 experts. Such a force was enough to crush Annie and Yu Zhong. Annie was a human holy daughter, and against 100 Type 7 powerhouses she could wipe them out. However, against 500 Type 7 powerhouses she would have to retreat. If 1,000 Type 7 experts joined forces they could kill her. Furthermore, Yu Zhong was still heavily injured. Annie did not wish to go against the Great Dragon Empire at this point in time. Yu Zhong chuckled confidently, relax, I know what I'm doing. Annie saw that and replied with a nod, N. Valentine was the mayor of the Jiao Beast City, and as he led his troops towards the rest of the holy race, he swiftly converted them all into Yu Zhong's puppets. Noon, in the center of the city, the 300,000 humans were already gathered. All of them had been summoned by the holy race and eyed the warriors with fear, afraid of their lives being claimed. One human noble in a suit, Ran Jiang, looked towards another noble, Huate, and asked in a low voice, Old Hua, what's going on? Why did the city mayor gather all of us here? Is he going to kill all of us? Horde had a look of alarm as he began to tremble, replying with a voice lacking in confidence, "I hope not. We already did so much for them, they should eat the rest instead of us, right?" Inside the Jiao city, all humans were mere food for the holy races. Every year, many noble sons and daughters would also be captured. However, there had never been a massacre before. After all, if the holy race were to just slaughter wantonly, all humans would be wiped out, then the holy race would experience food shortage. As the humans present began to speculate and guess, a human beauty dressed in silver armor came walking out, guarded by a number of ferocious-looking holy race warriors, as she came up to the podium. Horde gazed at Yuan and Annie and could not help but exclaim, "Look! Those are humans." Jiang had a look of disbelief. How could humans be walking together with the city mayor? Seeing Yuan and Annie, the humans below began to break out in a discussion. Yuan frowned and emitted a powerful pressure, "Quiet." Immediately, everyone quietened down. Yuan then explained, "I am Yuan, a human. From today onwards, I'm the new mayor of the Jiao city, you all are my citizens. My aim is to destroy the Great Dragon Empire and release all humans, instating humans as the rulers of this planet. I order you all to follow me and fight for the freedom and rights of your fellow human beings as well as your lives." When those words fell, it was as though everyone became ants thrown in a boiling pot of water. Most of them did not celebrate, instead they were filled with fear and terror. After such a long period of time, the humans had no lack of any passionate young heroes to go against the Great Dragon Empire. However, their plights had always been miserable. All those who joined them had always been caught and eaten as well. Under the threat of the Great Dragon Empire's might, no one here wanted to fight against the holy race. "Regardless of what you think, I don't care. What I need is your absolute obedience. Those who resist will die. My first order is that, from now on, no one is to hunt other humans, to hand any of your fellow human beings to the holy race. Those who disobey will end up like these guys." Yuan waved his hands as 30 human soldiers turned puppets escorted 200 human nobles, as well as numerous others, out like dogs, shoving them towards the platform. One of the captured nobles had a savage look as he roared out, "Release me! Yuan, you damn traitor! You dare go against the Great Dragon Empire. The Empire would not let you off. You will be punished and cooked by the Empire." Another noble also screamed, "You dare to capture me? My backer is Marquis Sarati. If you dare to touch me, you will definitely die." The captured nobles were all screaming and venting their fury. Yuan waved his hands and declared coldly, "Kill." In that instant, the 30 Type 5 human soldiers wielded large blades and charged through the captives, before turning to their hunting squads as well. Their blades swished through the air, acting like grinders. The podium then became like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The nobles and their hunting squads were all sliced up into headless or dismembered corpses, crumpling to the ground. In an instant there were over 4,000 dead bodies. When the spectators saw this, all of them turned pale, and many vomited from the gruesome nature of the massacre. They were filled with fear towards Yuan as though he was a devil king. To these humans who had been treated like slaves, Yuan just needed them to fear him and obey him, only then would he throw them into battle. Chapter 1167, Attack. Seeing Yuan slaughter those hunting parties without mercy, the spectating humans were all filled with terror. Yuan shot them all a glance and declared solemnly, "From now on, all of you will become warriors, until we have fully obliterated the Great Dragon Emperor. Now we will begin registration." After establishing his dominance, the numerous human soldiers turned puppets quickly came forward, beginning the forceful recruitment of soldiers, registering everyone present as a soldier. When Annie saw how Yuan forced these humans to be soldiers, her brows arched as she spoke, "Yuan, even if these people became soldiers, their hearts are not with you, there's no point. These humans had been domesticated entirely by the Great Dragon Empire over thousands of years, their behavior and attitude were too servile. They had no intentions of resisting the Great Dragon Empire. Even if Yuan were to conscript them, they would not become a strong force. Even if they took a step back and these people were willing to go against the Great Dragon Empire, in front of such might, they were not even capable of being cannon fodder." Thus, Annie could not understand why Yuan would want to waste the time and energy. Yuan looked out at those numb and desensitized people and spoke, "I know. However, Annie, in order to truly change a race from being slaves to the rulers, it is not possible to rely on just a few people. They need to learn to stand up and fight for their own. Only then would there be a bright future. These people will be the future of the human race here on Great Dragon Planet. To leave the future of the race to the decisions of a few top humans would not be enough. Otherwise, if there were no strong contenders in future generations, the race would still fall to ruins. Yuzhong chose to force the people within the Jiao Beast City to become soldiers in order to raise their combat will, the intention to resist, as well as the honor and glory of ages past. As for their combat strength, Yuzhong did not really give a hoot about it. Eyeing the people below, Yuzhong took a piece of fruit that seemed to be burning like a flame and took a huge bite. As the fruit entered his abdomen, a pure energy coursed through to his soul, replenishing the damage he sustained. This scarlet-red fruit was called the Blazing Flame Fruit, a special product of the Great Dragon Planet. When consumed, it can benefit a person's spirit and soul. After he took over Jiao Beast City, Yuzhong discovered many of such fruits within the manor, and they were the best medicine to treat his injuries. About 5,000 kilometers west of the city, there was a huge and grand city covering a large area, with numerous floating islands above, as well as a huge 1 m tall city wall covering it. The city was called the Green Wyrm King City, the capital home of the Green Wyrm Kingdom. Within the city there was a beautiful and lavish palace. There was a beautiful green lake located inside, and in the pavilion overlooking the lake, 2 Wyrm head creatures were relaxing, their bodies naked and covered with green scales. Inside the lake itself, a number of red-scaled mermaids with exceptional looks and alluring figures were frolicking around. One of the 2 green Wyrms, who emitted a peak type 8 strength, reached out, grabbed a fresh and bloody human heart, taking a bite out of it as he laughed cruelly. Valentine had just a call for aid. There's some type 8 female human that had breached the Jiao Beast City. What do you think, Aisedo? Aisedo's brows arched as he replied, Your Majesty, defeating a type 8 human powerhouse is easy, but it would be tough to kill them. Considering the strength of our Green Wyrm Kingdom, it would be difficult to kill that human. I think we should request for the other kingdoms for aid. Every type 8 powerhouse had their capabilities, and unless one had absolute strength to overwhelm the opponent, most of the time, a clash would only result in a win or lose. Very seldom would one be able to kill the enemy. It was especially so for human type 8 powerhouses. Their combat strength might not be comparable to other races of the same realm, but in terms of life preservation, most human experts were more capable than foreign races. If a type 8 expert wanted to leave, even an expert of a stronger realm might not be able to catch them. The Green Wyrm King downed a cup of virgin's blood, laughing lightly. True, with our present strength, it would be easy to defeat her, but to kill her, it would be difficult. I've already reached out to the Grey Wyrm Kingdom, the Scarlet Wyrm Kingdom, the Blue Wyrm Kingdom, and the Silver Wyrm Kingdom to request for help. The 4 kingdoms had already entered a state of vigilance, selecting their experts to organize a net around the Jiao Beast City. With a wave of his hands, a holographic image appeared, revealing the scene in the Jiao Beast City. That type 8 powerhouse is truly a fool. If she had fled the moment she revealed herself, it would be a headache for us to deal with her. We would need to invite the 8 great Saint Kings, or even the great Emperor to act personally. However, she is actually trying to organize a human army to resist our holy race. What ignorance! Once we are done gathering our troops, it would be hard for her to flee. At that time, if we can capture her alive, I will toy with her to my heart's content before eating her. A human type 8 powerhouse, just thinking about it is enough to make me salivate. On the display, Annie was standing in front of some human troops being trained, her gaze cold, her demeanor valiant. Beside her, there were 20 others learning to lead as well. The technology on Great Dragon Planet was incredibly advanced as well, with satellites to provide feed. The moment Jiao Beast City had fallen, a dozen satellites were in place to conduct surveillance around the clock, sending the image back to the Green Wyrm Kingdom. Aisedo looked at Annie with a hint of contempt in his eyes. What a big-breasted bimbo. She actually reckons that she could make use of the humans in Jiao Beast City to go against our holy race. It is truly foolish. Your Majesty, I will surely capture this woman alive for you to enjoy. There was a cruel smile on the face of the Green Wyrm King. 3 days later, all troops will gather at the point. At that time, Aisedo, it will be up to you. Aisedo replied respectfully, Yes, Your Majesty. 3 days later, outside the Jiao Beast City, A large number of troops gathered in all four directions about 100 kilometers away from the city. The Holy Race army numbered about 8 intending to surround the city. Within these forces, there were all sorts of strange equipment and preparations, including powerful and advanced cannons, as well as mechanical devices meant to capture. A huge 10,000 long battleship soared above in the skies, and in a flash of light 12 Holy Race experts were sent down. The 12 Holy Race warriors did not look too different, but they had scales of 4 different colors, and there were 3 experts of each color. The green Wyrm king looked at the 12 warriors, his face smiling as he walked up and greeted them enthusiastically. Gray Wyrm king, scarlet Wyrm king, blue Wyrm king, silver Wyrm king, glad you all could make it. This time the Type 8 human expert would find it hard to flee. The silver Wyrm king licked his lips. Green Wyrm king, we can help you capture that female Type 8 powerhouse, but we all want to have a go at her too. When you decide to consume her, we want a part of flesh as well. We have not eaten a Type 8 powerhouse's flesh for a long time. These Holy Race warriors of the Wyrm race were all lustful creatures, and they loved mating with the females of other races. At the same time, they enjoyed slaughter and loved to consume human flesh the most. This time, the 4 kings came from their own kingdoms, interested in consuming Annie. The green Wyrm king laughed out loud. No problem. We will all play and eat together. The silver Wyrm king had a vicious glint in his eyes. In that case, since we're all prepared, let's move out. Of the 5 Wyrm kingdoms, the silver Wyrm race was the strongest and had the most warriors. Even on the green Wyrm king's territory, he had the most authority. With that order, all the Holy Race warriors raised their weapons, decked in their enhanced equipment, and began to soar into the air, heading towards the Jiao beast city. With this, over 1 million warriors flew through the air. It was a terrifying scene to see a seemingly endless number of soldiers blocking out the skies. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! When the Holy Race launched their attack, the soldiers in Beast Jiao City discovered them pretty fast, and the whole city began to sound out the alarm. Hearing the alarm, many of the soldiers who had been training began to find cover as per their training. However, there were those who stared at the sky with ashen expressions, their bodies trembling. Chapter 1168, Silk Domain. The vanguard wave of the Holy Race had numbers exceeding the imagination of the people in the city, causing them to be filled with despair. It's over, we cannot win. We're doomed. We're going to be killed. It's over. We're so dead this time, we're going to become food for the Holy Race. The soldiers looked to the sky in horror, seeing the dense numbers of flying soldiers. Their expressions turned ashen, their bodies trembling uncontrollably and were filled with terror. Many of them had just been trained for a short time, and their fighting morale was not high. Faced with such a scenario, they fell into despair easily. Standing atop the wall, Annie looked at the number of soldiers covering the skies, her brows furrowed. There are too many enemies. It'll be difficult for me to deal with all of them. If Annie were to go all out and utilize her domain, it would be possible for her to kill tens of thousands of enemies. However, to fend off 1 million soldiers, it was too much to ask. Don't worry, watch me. Yuan laughed and waved his hands. Do it. Blast them out of the skies. Yes. With a single order, all throughout Jiao Beast City, cannons appeared, pointed to the skies and adjusted their aim swiftly. At that instant, they all fired out mercilessly, forming a rain of bullets that blasted at the skies. Under the barrage of attacks, many flying Holy Race soldiers were instantly obliterated, their bodies ripped and shredded. Was Yuan's treasure, thus the enemy she hunted was considered Yuan's, and a huge amount of life force was absorbed by him, quickly healing his wounds. Life force was the simplest and purest of energy in a biological life form, with the ability to strengthen the physique, heal the soul, and nourish the spirit. Because of this, it was able to help a person evolve continuously, finally achieving the God-Devil physique. There were so many cannons within the city, and under Baiyi's control, they were able to exhibit 200% of their power. Anything beyond the 3 kilometers area of the city was directly buffeted by the attacks, causing the Holy Race soldiers to turn into mists of blood. What? So many Holy Races are being killed. So many are being killed. This Yuan is killing so many Holy Race warriors. Too formidable. They can't even get close. Maybe, we might be able to win by following him. Maybe we can truly wipe out the holy races. As they watched the countless soldiers being slaughtered in the skies, not able to get close to the city, many despairing soldiers suddenly felt that there was hope. The soldiers who had already been turned into puppets began hollering at the rest of the human soldiers, "Attack! Wipe out those stinky worms. Attack now and victory will belong to us, humans. By killing them we will have a chance at survival. Otherwise we will all be killed without a burial ground. Kill. 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 We're invincible." Under the barking of those puppets, the rest of the human soldiers finally managed to muster some courage and will to fight. They raised their weapons and began to act according to their training, getting behind cover and firing at the soldiers in the skies. With Bai Yi's incredible aim, the humans were able to exhibit a decent result, hitting each and every holy race soldier who burst apart. This raised their confidence and morale. Slowly, the rest of the human soldiers began to join the battle, attacking the soaring holy race soldiers. They no longer felt like domesticated livestock, instead they began to feel like soldiers subconsciously. As for the holy races, they were not trashed either, but savage creatures. Even with so many of their comrades being killed, they did not seem to have any fear, instead readying their own particle rifles to fire back at the city. A number of the beams blasted upon the city wall, punching many holes into it, and a few human soldiers and equipment atop the walls were also destroyed as a result. The city wall was meant to keep out humans, thus, while it was effective against human experts, to the weapons of the holy race, it was not much. Countless beams fired out continuously at each side, and both sides began to suffer more casualties. However, as the human soldiers had cover while the holy race soldiers were flying in the skies, they were the best for target practice. Hence, the holy race was suffering more without achieving much. Amidst the cruel and intense battle, the holy race soldiers had no choice but to land on the ground and spread out, in order to minimize casualties. Annie stood beside Yuan, seeing that he had not yet acted personally but had already caused so much damage to the enemies, and her eyes were filled with respect. As expected, he is something else in terms of combat and warfare. Furthermore, through this battle, while the soldiers in Beast Jiao City could not be considered elites, they would have gained the confidence and will to fight the holy race. They were no longer trash and domesticated livestock, but a strength that could be utilized. At the center of the 5 armies, the silver Wyrm king looked at the Jiao Beast City, his eyes flashing with a look of greed. "Strong. I thought that woman was just a big-breasted no-brain beauty, but who knew she could train trash to such standards? I really want to eat her now." The scarlet Wyrm king piped in, "The probing has ended, let's do it for real." The first 1,000,000 holy race soldiers were just sent to probe the city. They wanted to see just how strong Annie was. In their estimations, such a number should have been sufficient to force Annie to act. Then they could assess her strength and act against her to capture her alive. They were not naive to think that 1,000,000 soldiers would be enough to defeat her. The silver Wyrm king nodded in agreement. "Sure. She's out. The Type 8 human powerhouse is out." Just as the silver Wyrm king was about to give the order, all of a sudden Annie, who had been staying still atop the city center, flew out and charged into the midst of the holy race warriors. Annie raised her hands and numerous transparent silk strands shot out to pierce the heads of those holy race soldiers, directly killing them. The silk strands were like Annie's clones. As long as anything was in her range of perception, the silk strands could easily penetrate the enemies and kill them. With her full strength on display, it was like a sweeper clearing waves after waves of holy race soldiers. Huge numbers of the Type 5 soldiers were slaughtered like ants, without any means to resist. All Type 8 powerhouses had the terrifying ability to manipulate atmospheric energy, and against lower-ranked opponents, it was a huge advantage. As long as Annie had enough time, she could easily wipe out this 1,000,000-strong army. The silver Wyrm king watched Annie slaughtering those low-leveled holy race soldiers, and was not furious. Instead he felt excited, ordering, "Very good. Very good. She's finally made her move. Her strength is at the high Type 8 realm, which is commendable for a human. However, she's not our match. Everyone attack. Catch her alive." As long as they could get her, even if they had to lose 8,000,000 holy race soldiers, they would not frown. After all, a Type 8 human expert could cause the Great Dragon Empire a headache if she chose to hide and use guerrilla tactics. If it came to that, only the Type 9 emperor could deal with her. If the Type 8 powerhouse was well versed in stealth and did not act, instead just hiding for long without any signs, then even a Type 9 powerhouse would be powerless. After all, a Type 9 powerhouse was only halfway to the true god stage and not yet invincible. Good. Move out. The moment the Silver Wyrm King spoke, the 3 million holy race soldiers immediately soared out towards the city. The 5 kings brought their strongest subordinates and turned into 14 beams that hid their aura and wore ordinary equipment, hiding among the soldiers as they headed towards Annie's location. Not long after, the 3 million strong army surged towards Annie. Silk Domain. Facing that endless waves of soldiers, Annie's gaze turned chilly and activated her domain. At that instant, countless transparent silk shot out from her body, containing principles and laws as they shot out, capable of slicing even the fleshy body of a Type 9 powerhouse. The silk strands reached out to about 3 kilometers around her, slicing and cutting constantly, with her at the center, and any unfortunate holy race soldier that got close enough would be chopped up into fine pieces. In just a single second, over 90,000 holy race soldiers had been sliced apart. Chapter 1169. Defeating the Holy Race. After Annie activated her domain, the strength of her silk increased exponentially, as countless silk strands shot through the skies, slicing the numerous holy race soldiers into pieces of meat. Every second, over thousands were being wiped out. As she floated in midair, she was like a killing goddess, slaughtering tens of thousands of holy race soldiers. This was the true terror of a Type 8 powerhouse who comprehended a domain, with the ability to take out an entire country. Domain? Not bad, she's high quality. However, break for me. The Silver Wyrm King, who was hiding within his troops, cackled, before suddenly exploding forth with full strength. His claw came slashing as his silver dragon domain burst out, and images of silver dragons roaring encompassed the area, rushing at Annie's silk domain. As the silver dragon domain slammed in the silk domain, the countless silver dragons roared out and ravaged, tearing apart most of the silk strands, causing even the principles and laws within to disintegrate, and they could not maintain their form. Annie's comprehension into the law could not compare to the Silver Wyrm King's, thus, when both clashed, her domain was at a disadvantage. The Green Wyrm King took the chance to activate his speed domain. With a terrifying acceleration that tore apart space, he appeared behind Annie mysteriously, his expression an evil grin as he grabbed at Annie's head. The rest of the kings also encroached on Annie's location from 3 different directions, sealing any possible escape. The 5 kings who were at the half-step Type 8 realm, all shot through the skies, each of them wielding a silver spatial plate, channeling their power to activate a spatial barrier that sealed everything within a 10 kilometers radius. This spatial barrier would take 2 punches from a peak Type 8 powerhouse to break through. As long as they could hold her for that extra moment, it would be enough to injure her or to capture her alive. The lion does not hold back while hunting the rabbit. Likewise, even if the Scarlet Wyrm King and the rest looked down on a human powerhouse when they made their move, it was all in, not giving Annie a chance. The threat of a Type 8 powerhouse was too huge, and their ability to flee was extremely high as well. If not careful, they could cause a disaster. The kings did not want to leave it to fate. Seeing that Annie was about to be captured by the Green Wyrm King, all of a sudden, there was an area behind Annie that was filled with devil chi, as a powerful devil domain burst forth, instantly enveloping everything within a 30 kilometers radius. The claws of the Green Wyrm King closed on thin air. Numerous devils suddenly appeared, pouncing on the holy race warriors and turning them into emaciated corpses that fell out of the sky. It seemed as though the sky was pouring dead bodies all of a sudden, and it was a shocking sight. The terrifying devil chi within the devil domain was not easy to resist, as even the 9 half-Type 8 powerhouses following their kings were affected, their faces turning pale before they were all reduced to corpses. The spatial barrier also disappeared immediately. Dumb fools, since you've sent yourself up, that's great, you can all go to hell. Yuan walked out from the midst of the devil chi, appearing mysteriously behind the Green Wyrm King, and with a single slap, he turned the Type 8 Green Wyrm King into a bloody mess, while the life force was absorbed by him. When he was done absorbing that life force as well as the numerous life force energy of the soldiers, flowed into Yuan's soul. Adding on to the blazing flame fruit, he quickly recovered. After he had killed the Green Wyrm King in a single hit, Yuan's eyes narrowed as he eyed the rest of the holy race kings, and with a thought, he threw himself right smack in the middle of them. At that instant, the insidious devil chi began to surge around the remaining 4 Wyrm kings like snakes. The 3 weaker Wyrm kings were immediately turned to emaciated corpses as their blood essences were absorbed cleanly, their dead bodies floating around in the domain. As for the silver Wyrm king, he was still trying his best to pit his silver dragon domain against the devil domain, forcefully holding the devil chi at bay. Since Yu Zhong was still evolving constantly, the might of his god-devil domain grew alongside him. Just the devil domain was able to slaughter those without domains currently. Break for me. Inside the devil domain, the silver Wyrm king roared out savagely, as his entire body transformed into a silver dragon that charged towards the skies, his right claw flashing about and tearing many of the devilish manifestations apart. He then charged towards the edge of the domain. Currently he no longer had thoughts of capturing Annie, he just wanted to flee and survive this ordeal. You want to flee? Yu Zhong laughed coldly and with a thought, he appeared in front of the silver Wyrm king. His terrifying will then burst forth, enveloping the silver Wyrm king as he roared out, "Kneel!" Under the assault of the terrifying intent, the body of the silver Wyrm king shuddered, and in his mind he seemed to see Yu Zhong transform into a might giant that had no limits to his size, stretching out a massive hand intending to flatten him. The moment his consciousness was grabbed, the silver Wyrm king screamed out miserably and fainted. With a finger pointed out, Yu Zhong sent a Type 8 puppet rune into the head of the silver Wyrm king, turning him into his puppet. After he had taken care of those Type 8 Wyrms easily, Yu Zhong expanded the devil domain, as wave after wave of devil chi enveloped the countless holy race soldiers below. As the devil clouds passed, many of the soldiers were turned into dried corpses as they fell out of the sky. By the time over 1 million holy race soldiers were wiped out by Yu Zhong, the remaining ones started to feel a sense of terror. They dispersed, pulling out their particle cannons in a bid to fire at the devil clouds. However, the clouds seemed to consume everything. Even when the beam struck the cloud, there was no reaction. At the same time, most of the automatic weapons that were brought by the Wyrms outside the city began to adjust their aim, and began firing wildly at the remaining holy race soldiers. The weapons meant to prevent Annie from escaping had suddenly turned on their masters, causing catastrophic damage to the holy race army, as many of the soldiers were punctured full of holes. The entire region outside the city had turned into a hell of blood and beams, with increasing holy race casualties, their blood seeping into the ground. At every second there were thousands and dozens of soldiers being killed. On the road leading to Jiao city, there were countless mangled corpses of the holy race soldiers. After the intense battle continued for a while, the millions of soldiers under the holy race banner who had lost their leaders and comrades began to turn tail and scrambled to flee. These holy race soldiers were beings with intelligence. If they had a leader under absolute orders, even if faced with death, they would fight till the end. However, since 4 of the kings had been killed and the remaining's fate was unknown, adding on to the intense firepower from Jiao city, Yu Zhong as well as the automatic weapons they brought, they could no longer hold out and started to crumble. We won. We actually won. It was a huge victory. Our victory. Seeing the fleeing holy race soldiers in the skies and on the ground, the human soldiers in Jiao city were filled with disbelief and overwhelming joy. They began to erupt in cheers and roars. They had originally assumed that only death awaited them for their rebellion. However, they had actually survived and achieved a great victory, killing over 3 million holy race soldiers, defeating the 8 million strong army. Such a battle result was simply unimaginable. An order was then passed: attack. Sir Yu Zhong has given the order, we will attack Green Tooth City. Attack. Wipe out those damn creatures. Attack. Having received that order, the excited soldiers finally mustered their courage, as they began boarding the numerous anti-gravity vehicles and made for the direction of Green Tooth City. With Yu Zhong's ability to deal with 1 million soldiers easily, the human soldiers were filled with bravado and excitement. Under Annie's lead, all the soldiers poured out of the city, heading towards Green Tooth City. Most of the forces within Green Tooth City had already been activated by the Green Wyrm King, thus they were easily routed and brought down by the human army, while the surviving 5,000 holy race members in the city were slaughtered mercilessly. After dealing with Green Tooth City, the human forces' morale was greatly boosted. Furthermore, they obtained even more advanced weaponry and equipment, thus raising their confidence and capabilities. The 500,000 humans within Green Tooth City were also conscripted into the forces, reorganized into the growing human army. During the reorganization and training, the forces of Jiao Beast City began to take out the surrounding cities around the region, freeing those under the Green Wrm King, while bolstering their forces and further training the new recruits. With the death of the Green Wrm King, the forces of the Green Wrm race had been broken, and no one could stop the expansion of Annie's forces. Chapter 1170, Killing a Holy King. Other than the Emperor of the Great Dragon Empire, there were 8 Holy Kings, each of them was a half-step Type 9 powerhouse, and were the pillars of the empire, helping to deal with countless foreign races and powerhouses. The Gold Wrm Kingdom was one of the 8 Holy Kingdoms, their king was the Gold Wrm King, one of the 8 Holy Kings. One peak Type 8 powerhouse came running into the palace of the Gold Wrm King, letting out a miserable roar, "Gold Wrm Holy King! It's bad. Something's terrible happened." The powerful voice reverberated throughout the kingdom, and hearing that voice and message, everyone in the kingdom had a huge change in expression. Following that shocking voice, a flash of silver light charged into the palace of the Golden Wrm King. Along the way there was no one who came forward to stop the silver light, allowing it to rush straight into the palace, revealing the face of the shocked Silver Wrm King. A beautiful lady in white, with long black hair, came up to the Silver Wrm King and bowed, saying, "Your Majesty Silver Wrm King, I'm called Kai Wei, the great Gold Wrm Holy King has instructions for me to welcome you, please come with me." The Silver Wrm King had a fierce glint in his eyes as he roared out impatiently, "Bring me over quickly. Otherwise I'll eat you in one bite." Kai Wei's body trembled slightly, as a look of fear flashed across her eyes. She replied quickly, "Yes." She was an absolute beauty and had some position within the Gold Wrm Kingdom. However, at the end of the day she was still a prey, and if the Silver Wrm King were to really eat her, the Gold Wrm Holy King would just watch on and laugh. Kai Wei brought the Silver Wrm King through a few corridors, before arriving at a garden that was filled with mist, countless fragrant flowers, and numerous beautiful ladies. It looked like a garden out of paradise. Inside the pavilion of the garden, there were 4 beings resembling each other. To the human eyes, it would be hard to distinguish them, these were all Wrm head beings of the holy race. Only the different colored scales showed a clear distinction between their races. The moment she entered the pavilion, Kai Wei's face turned horrified as she became pale. She saw a beautiful corpse on the pavilion, and the lady had been sliced up in countless pieces, placed in front of the 4 Wrms. Seeing that beautiful corpse, there was a look of sorrow and anguish in Kai Wei's eyes. That lady was her closest friend and sister, and she had been one who received the love of the Gold Wrm Holy King. To think that she would still meet with such an end. The golden-scaled Gold Wrm Holy King saw the Silver Wrm King coming in and smiled, extending a plate that had the bloodied head of the woman towards him. "What's the matter, Silver Wrm King? Why are you so anxious? Come and taste the rare 9 body of a young woman." "Greetings Gold Wrm Holy King, Silver Wrm Holy King, Grey Wrm Holy King, and Green Wrm Holy King, I have an important matter to report." The Silver Wrm King greeted them solemnly. "I had gone out on an expedition earlier to hunt a Type 8 human expert, and from her hands I've gained a precious map, which reveals the location of a gold-grade treasure." "What? A gold-grade treasure map?" Hearing those words, the casual and relaxed expressions of the 4 Holy Kings immediately changed. A gold-grade treasure was something not any expert in the world could create. A Type 8 powerhouse possessing a gold-grade treasure could easily decimate a Type 9 powerhouse. Thus, the news of such a treasure caused shock to the 4 Holy Kings, each of them feeling a rising greed. "Gold Wrm Holy King, look, this is the map." The Silver Wrm King took out a silver cloth as he walked towards the Gold Wrm Holy King, as he spoke loudly, "The Green Wrm King also knows of this map, and they had already reported to the Flame Wrm Holy King. From what I know, they have already begun to move out." When the Gold Wrm Holy King heard this, his gaze narrowed as he grabbed the treasure map hastily and exclaimed, "What? The Flame Wrm Holy King has already made his move? Damn it. We need to hurry as well." Within the Great Dragon Empire, there was likewise internal strife for rankings and positions. The Gold Wrm Holy King and the Flame Wrm Holy King had bad blood between them. If it was not for the Type 9 Emperor pressuring them, they would definitely engage in a vicious clash. The remaining 3 Holy Kings also paid attention to the map. After all, not everyone could resist the allure of a gold-grade treasure. Right at that instant, Yu Zhong, who had been in stealth the entire time behind the Silver Wyrm King, executed his will attack that was capable of dominating even Type 9 powerhouses. In the consciousness of the 4 Holy Kings, Yu Zhong's intent transformed into a true god existence, pointing out with a finger capable of suppressing them. The 4 of them were more powerful than the Silver Wyrm King. However, since they were caught off guard, they lost their senses for that very short moment. Yu Zhong took the chance to explode out with his strength, sending 4 powerful fists at the 4 Holy Kings. There were automatic defenses within the possessions of the 4 Holy Kings, each of them activated and blocking in front of Yu Zhong. These were extraordinary treasures. Even with the full might of a Type 8 powerhouse, it was hard to break them. However, Yu Zhong's god-devil physique was truly tyrannical. With a single fist, it caused the defenses to break apart, and the boundless strength struck the heads of the 4 Holy Kings, instantly bursting them. In an instant, Yu Zhong's sneak attack had successfully killed the 4 half-step Type 9 Holy Kings. If it were a frontal clash, Yu Zhong would have to execute all his trump cards in order to defeat these 4 Holy Kings. Furthermore, it might not be a successful endeavor to kill them. However, because he sneaked up on them, he had succeeded and was able to absorb their pure and abundant life force. Upon absorbing the life force of these 4 Holy Kings, Yu Zhong's soul finally recovered fully and was able to evolve further. Kai Wei stared and watched all these in stunned silence, her face turning pale, and her body trembling uncontrollably. Yu Zhong did not bother about her reaction. Instead, he turned to Silver Wyrm King and asked, "Silver Wyrm King, are you able to gather all the holy race members in this Gold Wyrm Kingdom?" With Yu Zhong's present strength, it was not an issue to eliminate all the holy race members in the city. The only problem was that the scope of the mission was too large. If Yu Zhong were to go on a massacre, it would alert the rest and allow them to flee. It would waste time and energy just to kill a few thousand, unlike the battle at Jiao City, where he had just slaughtered as he pleased. The Silver Wyrm King responded in respect, "Master, I don't have that ability. I can't order the subordinates of the Gold Wyrm Holy King. They would not obey my instructions as well since I'm an outsider. I don't have that kind of authority here." Yu Zhong frowned. "Since that is the case, forget it. You can go and kill the holy race members as much as possible. I will go and take a walk in the treasury." The Gold Wyrm King City also used technology and humans for defense. Through the surveillance cameras and computers, Yu Zhong had already obtained the location of the treasury with Bai Yi's help. "Wait, sir." At this time, Kai Wei's voice sounded. She walked over bravely and bowed, "Sir, I know how to gather all the holy race members in the city. If I can help you complete this objective, I hope that sir will grant me a wish." Yu Zhong frowned and swept her a look. "What is that? Tell me about it first." Wiping out the holy race members in the Gold Wyrm King City was just an idea that Yu Zhong had. If the condition of Kai Wei was too high, he would not be willing to waste time or energy on her. She kneeled on the ground, begging Yu Zhong with an earnest expression, "Please allow this lowly one to serve you, master. I am trained in the art of tending to my owner and am considered an exemplary maidservant. I'm well versed in all sorts of daily chores, tending to management and paperwork, culinary skills, poetry, painting, dance, singing and all sorts of entertainment skills. If you want it, I can even warm your bed for you. Please take me away and let me serve you. I will be loyal to you forever. I'm begging you, please take me away." Humans were lowly on this great dragon planet and danger was rife. Without any backers, one would not know when they could be eaten. Kai Wei had led such a life for so long, and she hoped to rely on another human. Yu Zhong looked at her and spoke blandly, "All right. If you can accomplish this for me, I will promise to take you as my maid. Get up." "Thank you, master." Kai Wei got up and quickly went over to the waist of the dead Gold Wyrm Holy King, pulling out a small gold plate. She then handed it to Yu Zhong. "This is the summoning tool of the Gold Wyrm Holy King. Once activated, all of the subordinates of the Gold Wyrm Holy King would gather here." Chapter 1171. Evolve, Half-Step Type 9 Realm. Yu Zhong took up the golden plate and with a thought, a bout of energy was sent into it. The plate then lit up and a strange energy wave stretched outwards in all directions. Dang! Dang. Dang. His Majesty summons? Immediately, everywhere within the gold Wyrm King City, alarms rang out, and the commanders of the army were shocked, and quickly gathered their forces, soaring off towards the palace. The gold Wyrm King City was the capital of the gold Wyrm Kingdom, and its surface area was much larger than China. The total number of holy race members here numbered over 40 million, and the humans were over 500 million. Just the forces alone inside the capital numbered 2 million. The moment they received the summons, the 2 million-strong army immediately soared towards the palace. Huge armies arrived and descended from the skies, landing in the vast palace courtyard in an orderly fashion. There was not a single hint of chaos. These were elite troops that had been trained for a long time and knew their positions. At the same time, a number of huge battleships arrived and awaited orders from the gold Wyrm Holy King. Inside the palace, Kai Wei stood behind Yu Zhong, eyeing the incoming troops, and her eyes were filled with fear. The pressure of these millions of holy race members was too overwhelming. However, when she saw how incomparably calm and steady Yu Zhong was, her emotions started to quieten, and it felt like even if the sky came falling down, he would be able to shoulder it. All she had to do was to trust him. Yu Zhong was also looking at the number of troops and laughed lightly. Very good, seems like the majority is here. Time to collect some lives. In an instant, the vast devil domain appeared and spread out, enveloping the entire gold Wyrm army. It reached over 50 kilometers, easily bringing all the soldiers within. Within the domain, countless devilish manifestations appeared and pounced on the soldiers of the gold Wyrm king, tearing them apart and sucking their blood essence, turning them into dried corpses. In the skies, the battleships were also invaded by the devil chi, as the manifestations appeared and pounced on the warriors within, devouring them. In just a few breaths, the 2 million-strong gold Wyrm king's army had been devoured by the devil domain, left with emaciated corpses. All the emptied battleships were then kept into Yu Zhong's universe ring. After a large portion of the army was wiped out, the devil chi within the domain gathered together to form a huge devil of over 60 kilometers in height. The devil then opened its huge mouth and sucked in deeply, affecting all the other gold Wyrm King City soldiers that were still en route, as a terrifying whirlpool appeared in mid-air, sucking all the soldiers in. The terrifying devil exerted that suction once, and over thousands of the gold Wyrm city soldiers were turned into emaciated corpses that dropped out of the sky. The entire city erupted in chaos upon seeing that massacre of soldiers, as countless humans started to flee out of the city. Kai Wei stood one side, staring with shock at the rate of how Yu Zhong was slaughtering the holy race soldiers. Strong. He is really so strong. I've managed to follow the right person. After evolving to the peak type 8 realm, Yu Zhong's strength had undergone another earth-shaking change. As long as he went all out, just him alone could easily wipe out an entire race that was weaker than him. He was truly nearing the peak of strength. Once he had wiped out over 2 million elites, Yu Zhong could sense the inner energy circulating within him increasing once more. Adding on to the life force he obtained from killing the 4 holy kings, he was already near the bottleneck. Time to go. Yu Zhong turned around and headed further into the palace. Along the way there were many remaining experts of the gold Wyrm king. However, before they had the chance to act, Yu Zhong would raise his hand casually and destroy their brains with energy, their life force surging into him. Under Bai Yi's instructions, Yu Zhong passed through numerous alleys and came in front of the secret treasury. In front of the treasury, there were 2 half-step type 8 gold Wyrm experts. As Yu Zhong arrived, they opened their eyes and stared at Yu Zhong and barked out, "Who are you people?" Yu Zhong had no intentions to waste his breath on them, directly pointing with his finger, and 2 energy blades sliced their heads off. Die! Facing the defense-packed door, Yu Zhong just punched out at it and the explosive strength from his god-devil physique burst out, directly causing the door to crumple. He then stepped into the treasury. Within the treasury belonging to the gold Wyrm Holy King, there were many precious stones, mutant beast nuclei, heavenly treasures, and all sorts of advanced warfare equipment. It was truly abundant. Yu Zhong swept them all a glance without much interest. They were of use to him, but not personally, as his strength would not suddenly increase by utilizing all of these. While the treasures were abundant, it could not compare to the one in the Mech Empire. After all, one was a true Type 9 expert storage, while this was just a half-step Type 9 powerhouse. Yu Zhong's gaze swept past the treasures when all of a sudden, he was attracted to one particular object. In the midst of all the treasures, there was a small spring of clear water. At the center, there was a plant that had 7 rainbow-colored leaves with 3 rainbow-colored fruits. When Yu Zhong saw the fruits, his eyes lit up. That's the rainbow dragon blood fruit. The legends say that it could only grow in the blood of a dragon true god powerhouse, and it would only produce a rare fruit every 10,000 years. There have been records in the great god world, but none has ever been seen. If a Type 9 powerhouse were to consume one, it would nourish the body. Who would have thought that I could come across such a fruit here? Yu Zhong waved his hands and the energy surrounding him grabbed out at all the treasures, sweeping them all into his universe ring, emptying the entire treasury. It's missing one, seems like the gold Wyrm Holy King consumed one. Yu Zhong walked up to the rainbow dragon blood fruit, only to discover one obvious hole. Evidently one of the fruits had been taken. Yu Zhong reached out and plucked all 3 before throwing them into his mouth. He chewed a while and swallowed it. The moment those 3 fruits entered his abdomen, they turned into a number of rainbow-colored dragon-shaped energy beams that rushed through his body. There was a loud crack, and his body almost split apart as gold blood started to flow out of him, turning him entire golden. The medicinal properties of the rainbow dragon blood fruit were extremely strong. Even the gold Wyrm Holy King needed a long time to fully digest and refine a single fruit. If an ordinary person were to consume one, he or she would be burnt alive by the power of the fruit. The energy from the 3 fruits continued to surge through his body, breaking it apart and nourishing it further, making him even stronger. The accumulated life force within him was also ignited by the commotion, and charged right through his consciousness, turned into golden Yuan Qi by his god devil nucleus, merging with the energy of the rainbow dragon blood fruit, entering his bones. Under the assault of the Yuan Qi, Yu Zhong's bones were continuously evolving, turning into indestructible godlike bones. The process took an entire day and night. I finally reached the half-step Type 9 realm. Yu Zhong opened his eyes as 2 sacred lights shot out. He could sense that his body had been strengthened more than dozens of times. He had finally broken through to the half-step Type 9 stage. As long as he comprehended spatial laws and accumulated enough strength, he would be able to reach the Type 9 stage, lording over those of the same class, and becoming a true peak expert. Yu Zhong turned to look and saw Kai Wei kneeling beside him, holding a wet towel and wiping his face for him. Chapter 1172, Controlling the Gold Wyrm King City. Kai Wei saw Yu Zhong open his eyes and could not help but exclaim with joy, "Master, you're awake. That's great." Yu Zhong was her current backer. If he were to die, her future would be bleak. That was why when she saw Yu Zhong's body suddenly breaking down, and golden blood flowing everywhere, she had been terrified. During his coma, Kai Wei had been taking care of him. After reaching the peak Type 8 realm, his god devil physique was incredibly tough. Few could actually hurt him. Furthermore, there was the loyal puppet Silver Wyrm King watching over him. Even if Kai Wei with her Type 2 realm wanted to hurt him, she would definitely die horribly. Furthermore, due to her weak strength, even if Yu Zhong were to let her hack him, she would not succeed. "You're decent. Kai Wei, I will give you control over a unit. You take them and go wipe out all the holy race members in the city while maintaining peace and order for the humans." With a wave of his hands, an entire fleet of mechs appeared, filling up the armory. When Kai Wei heard those words, she panicked and hastily declined, "Master, I can't. I don't have that sort of experience." Yu Zhong's gaze narrowed as he stared at her and spoke, "No. If I say you can, you can. I'm handing you control over these mechs to kill those holy race warriors. All you have to do is to give the command. Maintain order and eliminate anyone who disobeys or go against us. I have things to do. When I'm done, I will come back for you. This unit is enough to ensure your safety." The main force of the gold Wyrm Holy King had already been slaughtered by Yu Zhong. Although there were a number of remaining gold Wyrms, they were not gathered or orderly, thus 200,000 mechs were enough to wipe them out. The number of mutant beast nuclei he obtained from this city was also enough to sustain such an operation. Kai Wei felt the resoluteness of Yu Zhong, and took a look at the awe-inspiring mechs, thus gritting her teeth to reply, "Yes." Yu Zhong ordered coldly, "I hope that when I'm back, all those who had hunted humans would be turned into corpses as well." When Kai Wei heard that, she exclaimed out of shock, "Master, if that's the case, there would be at least 10 million guilty humans." "Are you sure?" The Gold Wyrm King City was the imperial city of the Gold Wyrm King. Thus, most of the humans here were loyal dogs, and had participated in the hunting and capturing of their own kind. If Yu Zhong insisted on punishing them, over 10 million people would be put to death. Yu Zhong's gaze narrowed. Those inhumane bastards do not deserve to live. Carry out my order. Kai Wei could only nod and reply respectfully, yes. After handing the city to Kai Wei and the 200,000 mechs, Yu Zhong disappeared from the spot. The moment he disappeared, the mechs immediately launched into combat, forming various units and slaughtered their way through the city, eliminating any Gold Wyrm on sight. Many of the holy races were heavily injured and killed without mercy, while their friends tried to flee. Inside a small alleyway, a dozen particle cannon-wielding mechs were patrolling. Suddenly they adjusted their aims and fired at a small house. A number of beams blasted into the room, and the 6 Gold Wyrm experts who were laying in the ambush were instantly punctured full of holes. The sentient mechs were equipped with the latest biological scanners, and no matter where the Gold Wyrms hid, they would be taken out easily. There were a number of brave and courageous Gold Wyrm warriors who tried to attack the mech army head-on. However, before they could even turn around or raise their weapons, they would be struck dead. Compared to biological life forms, these sentient mechs had an advantage in the sense that as long as there was enough power from the mutant beast nuclei, they could fight forever without getting tired, and were truly formidable soldiers. Of the 200,000-strong army, every 500 mechs would form one unit, dispersing in 400 different directions, and slaughtering the holy race members inside the Gold Wyrm King City. Every second, the death toll was rising as screams and roars of misery and anguish rang throughout the city. Sector C-765 has been cleared. The 345th unit is heading towards Sector C-767, estimated time for clearing, 30 minutes. Sector C-723 has been cleared. 312th unit is heading towards Sector C-728, estimated time for clearing, 30 minutes. Kai Wei sat in a makeshift command post as a huge display screen was in front of her, giving her full view of the 400 units massacring the holy race members, advancing through the city. She thought excitedly, so strong. This army is really invincible. The holy race cannot even fight back. Unbelievable. It seems like it's not impossible to wipe out all the holy race members from the Gold Wyrm King City. Initially, Kai Wei was worried that she had no experience in commanding. Even if she was given a huge army she would not be able to utilize, but now her worries were all gone. A large human unit appeared in Sector B436, their commander is Marquis Jia. These are the hunting party members. 211th unit will proceed to wipe them out. Please authorize mission. Right at this time, there was a notification from the communicator. Hearing this, Kai Wei finally understood why Yu Zhong handed her such authority. It was for her to determine if the humans should be killed or spared. Yu Zhong was not too sure about the situation here, thus, he could only rely on Kai Wei's discernment and judgment. Kai Wei's thoughts flashed to this point, and she gritted her teeth to pass the command, mission authorized, clean them up. Marquis Jia was one of the most loyal dogs of the holy race within the Gold Wyrm King City, and the number of fellow humans that had died at his hands numbered over thousands. Even Kai Wei's family had been broken apart due to him, and she was rounded up and presented to the Gold Wyrm Holy King. After receiving Kai Wei's order, 5,000 mechs immediately adjusted their directions and headed towards a particularly lavish mansion to attack it. Under the numerous beams, the manor of Marquis Jia was torn apart, and the 1,000 people inside were shredded apart. With the frenzied assault of the mechs, the Gold Wyrm race, as well as their human hunting parties, were all cleansed. The entire city was thrown into panic and fear, while Kai Wei took the chance to announce the fall of the Gold Wyrm King rule, and establish the new human government. Together with the might of the 200,000 mechs, the rest of the humans maintained their silence and watched as Kai Wei pushed on ahead. The new human government did not see many newcomers interested in joining. Many were still fearful that the moment they joined when the rest of the holy race were to get wind, they would be punished alongside. However, there were many humans who had deep hatred against the holy race as well, many of them living in fear of being food for the holy race, or watched their loved ones being captured to be devoured. These people joined and swiftly helped build up the new government, controlling and maintaining peace and order. The Great Dragon Holy Land was the imperial capital of the Great Dragon Empire and their core strength. It occupied a huge area and was even larger than Russia on Earth. There were many floating mechanical fortresses in the skies above the Holy Land. 30 battleships continued to orbit and patrol around the Great Dragon Holy Land. Within the Holy Land, all the elites of the Great Dragon Empire were gathered. The numbers of the Type 7 powerhouses alone numbered more than 1 million. At the same time, other than the Holy Race, there were a few other races including humans, and of these foreign races the males were handsome, the ladies beautiful. Those who were ugly or ordinary would have been put to death or devoured by the Holy Race. As for the good-looking ones, they were the toys of the Holy Race. The Wyrm race were incredibly lustful in nature. Even the females had droves of good-looking males serving them. After they were done, they would then rip the throats of the human males apart and devour them. It was extremely gruesome. At the center of the Holy Land, there was a huge crystal island of 900 square kilometers, and beneath it, one could see many spiritual dragon veins. The amount of energy accumulated around those veins could surpass even the mutating Earth. As these dragon veins supported the palace, the amount of energy was simply too abundant, as all sorts of strange and rare flowers and plants grew. It was a cultivation heaven for anyone. At the center of the floating crystal island was a scarlet crystal palace of about 100 m in height. This belonged to the foremost expert of the Great Dragon Empire, which was the Type 9 Emperor. Only he had the qualifications to reside over such a lavish and spiritual resource. Chapter 1173, Half-God Aji Hong. A silver beam of light descended from the skies, flying towards the floating island. Following two shouts, two half-step Type 8 gold Wyrm powerhouses stepped forward with their spears pointed at the incoming target. Halt! A few half-step Type 8 auras burst forth from various parts of the floating island, no lesser than 1,000. When the silver light rescinded, the silhouette of the silver Wyrm king was revealed. I'm the silver Wyrm king. I have an important matter to report to His Majesty Aji Hong. One of the gold Wyrm powerhouses spoke solemnly. Wait a moment, we will go relay the message. The other gold Wyrm expert immediately soared into the Scarlet Crystal Palace, and did not take long before flying out. Silver Wyrm king, His Majesty will see you, come with me. Under the lead of the gold Wyrm expert, the silver Wyrm king entered the palace. Inside the Crystal Palace, there were many experts. The weakest servant was still at least a Type 7 powerhouse. Outside, any one of them could be a city lord, but here they were just mere guards. After passing through the long corridors, the guard led the silver Wyrm king into the deepest parts of the palace. Inside the deepest part of the palace, where there were many rune engravings of mystical dragons, drakes and Wyrms all over the palace, sat a powerful being with a true dragon head. His upper body was naked, and two beautiful busta ladies sat beside him, while he exuded a powerful aura, his pupils sharp as they stared coldly at the silver Wyrm king who had entered. This was the strongest expert of the entire Great Dragon Empire, who had true dragon veins, half-god Aji Hong. When the silver Wyrm king saw Aji Hong, he immediately kneeled and exclaimed, "Your subject greets your majesty. May your majesty last beyond eternity." Aji Hong's gaze was cold as he shot the silver Wyrm king a condescending gaze, without calling for him to stand, instead commanded coolly, "What's the matter, speak." The silver Wyrm king continued to kneel while reporting, "Your majesty, the gold Wyrm holy king had been killed, and my silver Wyrm kingdom had also been destroyed." When Aji Hong heard this, his gaze narrowed as his tone turned frosty. Who was it? The moment his killing intent billowed out, the two busty beauties beside him felt short of breath, their bodies turning clammy as though they were about to die, and their expressions ashen. Type 9 powerhouses were close to the god realm, they could easily slaughter a person with thought alone. The silver Wyrm king opened his right hand, and sent a crystal imaging sphere towards Aji Hong. "Your majesty, your subject has managed to record everything, please accept this. There's also the secret of a gold-grade treasure within, please look at it privately." The action of the silver Wyrm king was a little overboard, and there was a look of unhappiness in Aji Hong's eyes, but the moment he heard that there was a secret about a gold-grade treasure, he could not help but be moved and ignored the action. Secret of a gold-grade treasure. A gold-grade treasure could only be created by a true god expert, and each of them was extremely precious. Many Type 9 powerhouses did not even possess one. At the moment the crystal sphere flew towards Ajihong, Yuzhong, who had been in stealth, punched out with a mighty fist, bringing a destructive strength aimed at the Type 9 being. Yuzhong's speed was terrifying, and Ajihong did not have the chance to react when Yuzhong's fist already slammed into his chest. Ajihong spat out a mouthful of golden blood, his body soaring back swiftly as he slammed into the palace behind him, causing many fractures of the structure. The body of a half-god was incredibly resilient. If it had been any other half-step Type 9 powerhouse, that blow of Yuzhong was enough to crush their being. However, Ajihong just spat out a mouth of blood, without a single bone broken. The two beauties beside Ajihong disintegrated from the resulting shockwave. Yuzhong's eyes turned cold as he continued to shoot towards Ajihong. Damn you! You dare hurt me? Impertinent! I will roast you alive and eat you! There was a furious glint in Ajihong's eyes as he roared and slashed out in front of him, creating a spatial rift. The moment the rift appeared, a strong suction force began to exert outwards, enveloping Yuzhong and pulling him towards it. All Type 9 powerhouses could control space as they willed it, and they could open portal gates, using them for offense and defense, and it was the main advantage they had over Type 8 powerhouses. With a thought, the radiant battleship in the void shot out a beam to negate the spatial rift, and he passed through it to appear in front of Ajihong, punching out once more. Scram! Ajihong was, after all, a true Type 9 powerhouse. Roaring in rage, his right claw slashed out, containing draconic laws, slamming into Yuzhong's right hand. With a loud boom, Yuzhong was sent flying back a few hundred meters, slamming into countless crystals. The intent within Ajihong's attack also slammed into his consciousness. However, his will was much stronger after the baptism and refining, exceeded even that of Ajihong's. Thus, the intent was instantly shredded apart. On the other side, Ajihong had been sent back a few hundred meters from the impact as well. He spat out a mouthful of gold blood, his eyes full of shock. Your physique is able to contend against mine? Extraordinary. In this world, only those who had gone through the baptism of the system could gain such a body. You must be Earth's first oracle, Yuzhong. As a half-god existence, his thought process had long surpassed computers. In a flash, he had guessed Yuzhong's background. Yuzhong's eyes flashed coldly as he slapped out at two approaching half-step Type 8 powerhouses, turning them into minced meat. You know too much. Seems like your great dragon empire has already infiltrated Earth. That's right. Yuzhong, your balls are sure big. You think that your god-devil physique is so great? If you had reached the Type 9 realm, I would have fled the moment I saw you. However, you're not there yet and you dare antagonize me? You're just in time for me to consume, and after a long period of secluded cultivation, I will have a chance to reach the Type 10 realm. Go to hell. True dragon descends upon the world. Ajihong glanced at Yuzhong with a look of greed, as he spat out a mouthful of turbid air, and immediately began casting his strongest art. Ajihong quickly transformed into a terrifying dragon, emitting a powerful pressure. He was easily over 100 meters long, each of his scale containing a hint of a true dragon's image. With a loud howl, he descended towards Yuzhong, intending to grab at him. This true dragon descent was a skill that Ajihong had discovered within this planet upon reaching the Type 9 realm. It was formidable and could defeat those of the same realm. Each time he raged, he could easily cause mountains to topple and the earth to split. When he struck, the entire floating island began to shudder, as a number of rocks and stones dislodged, dropping toward the ground beneath. Facing that hit, Yuzhong could sense clearly the surrounding space had been sealed by Ajihong. Everything seemed against him and he could only face the attack head-on. Ajihong. If you want to kill me, you're still not qualified. Become my evolving nutrients. There was a cold look in Yuzhong's eyes as he channeled his universe ring. An entire galaxy appeared in front of him as he sent it out to the sky. What an amazing secret technique. However, you have revealed yourself even before comprehending a domain. You don't deserve to utilize such a move. The move was exquisite but the user is trash. Just die. Ajihong laughed coldly, his dragon form reaching out to grab, as countless true dragon images continued to follow and attack anyone along the way, forcefully dissipating the galaxy that appeared. A Type 9 powerhouse could bring laws directly into their domain, and their own bodies were their own domains. Thus, when Yuzhong had just attacked Ajihong, it was no wonder he escaped. Aji Hong had a vicious glint, trying to destroy the universe ring. His true dragon images suppressed Yu Zhong. Type 9 powerhouse truly extraordinary. However, today you will still lose at my hands. Armor. Facing that seemingly impossible attack, Yu Zhong's eyes turned cold as he barked out and a radiant armor appeared on him. After donning the Type 9 gold battle armor, the Type 9 nucleus and 36 Type 8 nuclei all lit up, as a powerful strength surged into Yu Zhong's body, forcefully pushing his strength to the Type 9 realm. Aji Hong just die. With the help of the gold battle armor, Yu Zhong faced Aji Hong, and in an instant he exploded out with thousands of punches, as though beams of gold were pummeling at the dragon that was Aji Hong. Chapter 1174. Eliminating a half-god. Honk, 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 honk. Following a few earth-shaking explosions, the entire floating island started to crumble under the intensity of the battle, as pieces and shards started to descend from the sky. Yu Zhong had already launched more than 12,000 punches at Aji Hong, who was forced back hundreds of meters as he spat out golden blood. Aji Hong stared at the gold battle armor, his eyes flashed with disbelief and he roared with discontentment, "You're wearing a gold-grade treasure. How? How could you have 2 gold-grade treasures?" One single piece was incredibly precious. Each time one appeared, there would be an intense bloodbath. Furthermore, most of the current known gold-grade treasures were in the hands of Type 9 powerhouses. If a single Type 9 powerhouse was known to possess one, it would be incredible. Yet, Yu Zhong actually possessed 2 of such treasures. Aji Hong was naturally aggrieved. As the island started to break apart, the changes in the atmosphere and energy also aroused the shock of the elite troops within the Great Dragon Empire. Many of the elites began to soar over, most of them at the Type 7 realm. However, there were at least 20 Type 8 powerhouses among them as well. The Great Dragon Holy Land was the core of the empire, and it was natural for many experts to be stationed here. "You have too many loyal dogs right on time, I need some nourishment." Yu Zhong swept out his perception sense and picked up on the numerous experts gathered. With a thought, the devil domain surged, extending over 100 kilometers, and the devilish manifestations began to pounce towards the elites of the Great Dragon Empire. In an instant, many of these core experts were swarmed by assault. Under the enhancement of the gold battle armor, Yu Zhong possessed a Type 9 fighting strength, and his devil domain had similarly become more terrifying. The moment those Type 7 powerhouses entered the domain, they became emaciated corpses, while the 28 Type 8 powerhouses were also torn apart by the devils. As Yu Zhong slaughtered wantonly, he could sense countless strands of life force surging into his body, accumulating within him. "No! You damn bastard! I will eat you up!" As Aji Hong watched his elites being consumed by Yu Zhong, his eyes were filled with a savage glint. He roared out in fury and rage. These were the experts his empire had poured in large amount of resources to nurture. To think that they would be killed by Yu Zhong so easily, this caused a huge blow to the empire. In his fury, he channeled out countless true dragon images, each of them containing principles as they slammed towards Yu Zhong. After becoming a true dragon, his body was his strongest weapon, and unless there was a gold-grade weapon, other weapons would not be able to deal damage to it. The 2 Type 9 monsters continued to battle it out in a maddened frenzy. Aji Hong was a true Type 9 powerhouse and was familiar with the control of spatial laws, more so than Yu Zhong. However, no matter what it did, most of its strength and attack would be negated by 90% when they struck Yu Zhong. The remaining 10% was not particularly hurtful to Yu Zhong either. Yu Zhong continued to give it his all, learning how to control and get used to his current strength. As the 2 parties fought harshly and intensely, as though it was a sparring match so that a half-god could give Yu Zhong some pointers. Yu Zhong was steadily getting stronger and improving during the exchange. The fight continued to ignite huge amounts of atmospheric energy all around, causing terrifying hurricanes and shockwaves to blast outwards. Under the intense blasts, many structures began to collapse as the ground broke apart. The countless holy race members and humans within the Great Dragon Imperial City were struck by the aftermath and died instantly. Due to a large number of deaths resulting from the battle, the remnant life force was instantly absorbed by Yu Zhong through the God-Devil imprint and stored within his body. The 2 continued to fight for an entire 4 days and 4 nights, while the entire Imperial City had been leveled. all that left was debris and corpses everywhere. After going all out continuously for 4 days and 4 nights, both Yuzhong and Ajihong were starting to get exhausted. A few Type 8 nuclei on the gold battle armor had also shattered. The might of the armor was huge, but its consumption was likewise terrifying. The nuclei could not keep up with the energy consumption, thus, it was natural that they broke apart. In fact, the armor was best used for a Type 10 True God expert, with his own strength channeling the armor to bring about the best result. As for Ajihong, he was also riddled with injuries, his entire body covered in golden blood. Yuzhong's attacks were imbued with some laws and principles as well, and although Ajihong's regeneration was incredible, against wounds caused by laws, they recovered at a much slower pace. By the time the battle reached the 5th day, Ajihong and Yuzhong's strength had dropped to the high Type 8 realm. However, they were still battling it out intensely. "Your Majesty, we're here." At the dawn of the 5th day, 4 half-step Type 9 auras surged from a distance, as the remaining 4 holy kings charged over madly. Right behind them, there were 48 Type 8 powerhouses following closely. This unit might not count for much in front of Yuzhong at his peak, however, it would be the deciding factor in the current state of the battle between the 2 peak experts. Ajihong grinned viciously at Yuzhong, his right hand extending out to form a seal on the space around the both of them. "Ha! Yuzhong, your death is near. You think that I don't know you have a Super A? That can interrupt our communications? From the moment I saw you, I had already sent out a signal. We've been waiting for you to get exhausted. This time you're dead, all that you own will belong to me." Yuzhong swept Ajihong a look, his eyes filled with pity. "What a fool, you're just courting death. Open fire." With a thought, the radiant battleship opened fire and the last Type 9 nucleus cracked and crumbled, as a white cannon blast tore through space, piercing the space of the great dragon planet. The beam immediately slammed into the 4 holy kings as well as 38 of the 48 Type 8 powerhouses behind, vaporizing them. After that, the beam blasted through the spatial lock around Ajihong and Yuzhong's position, blasting into his body. "No!" Ajihong only had time to scream out once, before his body was also vaporized due to the beam. Even the indestructible god bones within its body were eradicated, leaving behind only a white Type 9 nucleus, and a spatial ring that fell to the ground. The moment Ajihong died, an abundant life force surged into Yuzhong's body. The pure life force surged through his body and tunneled into his bones, metamorphosing them into fully golden, indestructible god bones. With the assistance of Ajihong's life force, Yuzhong was able to cross another realm, reaching the peak of the half-step Type 9 realm. As long as he comprehended spatial laws, he would immediately break through and become a true Type 9 powerhouse. Yuzhong reached out and kept the Type 9 nucleus as well as the spatial ring. After killing Ajihong, Yuzhong swept a look at the remaining 10 Type 8 powerhouses, and with a wave of his hands the devil domain appeared, coiling around them and turning them into emaciated corpses. Yuzhong heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, a Type 9 powerhouse is truly hard to deal with. If it was not for his rushed intention to kill me and wasting so much of his strength, I would only be at a draw with him. If Ajihong intended to flee, Yuzhong would not be able to do anything to him. Furthermore, the human race on the Great Dragon Planet would have to face a calamity. With a thought, he swept a glance through the spatial ring and was filled with joy. Yes, there are 3 Type 9 nuclei here. A Type 9 nucleus was extremely precious to Yuzhong. It could power the radiant battleship as well as the gold battle armor. There were other treasures as well, but just the 3 Type 9 nuclei could be considered the most useful to Yuzhong. This planet belongs to me now. He looked at the 3 nuclei and smirked. With a thought, he entered the radiant battleship hidden within the void. Without a Type 9 powerhouse holding the fort, the radiant battleship could now scan the planet in an unbridled manner, giving him the location of every single living thing on it. Within the Black Wyrm Kingdom, the palace where the Black Wyrm King resided, there was a large hole as Yuzhong stepped out. The Black Wyrm King was in the middle of enjoying himself, and he turned around swiftly, only to be met with Yuzhong's palm, slapping him into minced meat. Chapter 1175, Alien Invasion. After killing the Black Wyrm King, under the astonished gaze of the females of other species, Yuzhong swept up all the treasures and resources, before disappearing back into the void. In an instant, Yuzhong had transcended space, appearing in the residence of the Wind Wrm King, and slapped the Wind Wrm King into meat paste. With the radiant battleship sending him everywhere, Yuzhong appeared like a ghost, tearing the numerous Type 8 Wrm Kings throughout the planet, squashing them to death and absorbing their life force, making away with all their belongings. After the Type 8 Kings were all squashed to death by Yuzhong, the human armies led by Annie were unstoppable. They advanced everywhere and destroyed cities, and the holy race warriors were all slaughtered. On the other side, Kai Wei was controlling the 200,000 Mechs to tear through the Gold Wrm King City and establish a human base. The planet was incredibly vast, and with all the upper echelons of the Great Dragon Empire slaughtered by Yuzhong, the entire governing power was thrown into chaos. However, to fully subdue the planet it was not a simple task. The number of holy race members was simply too large on the planet. Furthermore, the fear they had instilled in the human race was too deeply ingrained. Those that truly dared to go against the holy race members were those inside the Jiao Beast City, who had deep-set hatred against the holy race. However, the resources were truly abundant, and to Yuzhong this planet was the best to establish a base. Yuzhong took out another 300,000 mech beasts to hand to Annie, getting her to push even further out. Currently he was outside the city, making use of the mechs and the technology obtained from the Mech Kingdom to produce even more mech production facilities. The Mech Empire was able to subdue so many planets and crush civilizations was because, on top of the strength of the Mech Emperor Yuan Ting, they had a steady, never-ending stream of mechs. With enough nuclei and resources, the Mech Kingdom could easily make use of their mechs to produce even more facilities that would churn out more mechs every day without stop, replenishing their numbers until they wipe out their enemies. Yuzhong had wiped out the top brass of the planet, and obtained many equipment and resources, allowing Bai Yi to take over the reins and controlling the mechs to build factories and build more mechs. As long as Yuzhong had enough time, he could make use of the resources on this great dragon planet to produce mechs with stop. Once the numbers accumulated, it would form a terrifying army, enough to wipe out the entire planet's holy race members. On Earth, China's capital. Inside a meeting hall, the major heads of China were gathered, including Chen Yan, Jianghu, Yi Bai Shaoxing, Li Guang, Ji Qingwu, Chen Yao, Luo Qingqing, Han Qiong and many others. Luo Qingqing, Han Qiong and Luo Chen were from another world, but the people they brought were not little, and against the zombies, mutant beasts and aliens, they had contributed greatly, integrating fully within Yuzhong's forces. Qiang started solemnly. Today there were 13 alien hosts discovered at the Guangxi base. They had been infected through the alien rats in the tunnels. There have been similar cases discovered in Hunan and Sichuan. The evolution speed of these aliens are too fast. They have caused quite the commotion in some of the bases. His eyes flashed with exhaustion as he continued. In this month alone, there had been 2,600 ordinary people who had died due to infection or killings by the aliens. On the military side, over 1,000 had also perished in the clash against those aliens. Our prized hunters no longer dare to leave beyond 20 kilometers from the bases. I hope that everyone can pool their ideas to deal with this, or our China will soon cease to exist. In a month, the death toll had reached 4,000. Currently, there were only about 10 million people in China. The death toll was not something they could take on in the long run. Especially for those ordinary people who were infected, this caused even more panic in the large bases. Hui spoke out, "Let me say something. Currently there are traces of aliens everywhere in China. From the information that leader brought back, their reproduction rate is astonishing, and as long as they have enough food they can survive in any conditions. Furthermore, they can infect any life form. Based on our conjecture, they should already have amassed a large army, and are right now dispersed throughout China. During our clashes against the zombies and mutant beasts, we have come across infected zombies and mutant beasts as well. Although we were able to wipe them out, it's likely that they have already spread throughout the country. We would soon be facing a tough battle." Hearing his words, everyone's expression sunk slightly. The aliens were truly the most terrifying enemies they have had to face. Compared to them, the zombies, mutant beasts and the Sea Clan did not count for much. The most fearsome thing about them was their ability to multiply. As long as the alien queen continued to produce spawn, letting them infect all sorts of life forms, they would quickly grow and evolve. What was more, if an ordinary alien left the queen and absorbed enough food, it could also evolve to become a queen, and produce other forms of aliens that was filled with spawn. Once those big-bellied aliens split apart, countless spawn would be produced and infect the life forms nearby. Although the first wave of aliens had been destroyed by Yuzhong initially, there had been some who slipped through the nets, and through the evolution and reproduction capabilities, who knew how many were currently in China. China had obtained all sorts of powerful and high-tech weaponry. As long as the army used those, they could deal with small numbers of aliens. However, searching and flushing them out was a huge problem. These aliens could hide within any biological life forms, and if one did not open up the hosts, it was almost impossible to sense them. As everyone fell silent, the doors of the meeting hall suddenly swung open. One officer came in with an ashen expression as he shouted, "Not good, Guangxi's base has just sent a request for aid, they're under attack from a huge alien army. Based on the preliminary scans, the total number of aliens is over 500,000. What?" Hearing that, everyone's expression sunk. Jianghu pressed a button, and some screens appeared inside the meeting hall, showing the images from Guangxi. Yuzhong had obtained numerous advanced satellites from the Mech kingdom, and launched 15 of them in the stratosphere of Earth, monitoring the planet. Right outside Guangxi, all sorts of aliens were currently pouncing towards the base, and the savagery of the attack could be seen. There were many bunkers and military structures established around Guangxi base, with automatic laser weapons installed. The numerous automated laser cannons appeared and began firing at the aliens. At the same time, the mech beasts stationed around the base as well as mechs under Bai Yi's control entered the battlefield. Many humans equipped with particle cannons and enhanced armor also went to the front line, taking cover within those bunkers, firing at the incoming aliens. Under the intense firepower, huge numbers of aliens were being blasted apart. However, their combat power was no joke as well. Even in the midst of the firepower, they could charge forth and tear apart the mech beasts and mechs in a single move. When they burst forth with their speed, they were faster than the speed of sound. Once they entered the battlefield, they tore through many of the military structures, destroying the automated weapons and devoured the humans within cruelly. When they got close, other than a few elite soldiers, many of the human soldiers would be taken out in an instant. Under the assault of the alien army, a number of defense posts were slowly defeated, and the aliens were advancing. In the skies, the Guangxi base also had to deal with the aerial types, with their unmanned drones, thunder fighters, aerial mech beasts. However, the aliens continued to match with numbers and relentless attacks, both sides clashing in a frenzy. Every second, things would be falling out of the skies. With the pressure of the aerial aliens, the Guangxi Air Force had no choice but to turn back and rely on the anti-air firepower to deal with the aliens. Inside the command center, everyone could see the reinforcements of the alien army continuing to pour out from the huge mountains, forming a sea of aliens that were rushing towards Guangxi. Chapter 1176, Killing the Aliens. Chen Yin saw the endless swarm of aliens and could not help but exclaim, "Damn it, the mountain range had already become their nest. They had been multiplying right under our eyes and we were unaware. Damn it." Hui also could not help but pipe in, "We need to provide aid, we have to send our forces there. Otherwise they will only last for another day. The aliens will overrun them. Damn bastards, they're too cunning to actually reach such numbers before acting. The zombies are nothing compared to them." The combat strength of the aliens was much more terrifying than the zombies. 100,000 aliens would be more than enough to wipe out a million-strong zombie horde. Even if Guangxi was equipped with more advanced technology from other worlds brought by Yuzhong, they would not be able to deal with such numbers. If Yuzhong had not brought back equipment, just 500 aliens would be enough to wipe out everyone in Guangxi. Suddenly, another officer came running into the command center, his face pale as he reported, "General, there are alien sightings all around Sichuan base, Hunan base, Shanghai base, Hubei base, Yunnan base and even our capital. They're currently attacking our military structures." When this news broke out, everyone's faces fell. What? Jianghu waved her hands once more, and the display switched, transmitting the feed from the places specified. Only to discover that they could see large numbers of aliens swarming all over the various bases in China. Many of them had already begun to launch their assault, as the whole of China was thrown into a state of warfare. Under such circumstances, the capital no longer had any resources to send to Guangxi's aid. Right at this time, Jianghu came up to Xing Bingyun, bowing and pleading her with urgency, "Miss Xing Bingyun, please, you have to help us." Xing Bingyun had followed Yuzhong to Earth, Residing in China, however, she was still just an ally and did not truly join China. Jianghu had no way of ordering her about. If she did not agree, Jianghu could do nothing about it. After all, she was the only Type 8 powerhouse on Earth now. Xing Bingyun had a strange glint as she replied, "Not a problem. For humanity I can act. However, there are so many places in danger, there's only one of me, where do I go?" Jianghu was extremely rational, and made the decision immediately, Guangxi base. Please head there first. As for the other bases, we can still hold out. However, if Guangxi does not receive aid, they would fall within a day, and everyone there will become food for the aliens. The Guangxi base, Hunan base, the capital, the Mongol base, the Sichuan base, had the most people and had undergone many events, thus they were the most important bases. Right now, the capital was the headquarters of the new China, and it had the most trump cards as well as the most elite of soldiers. There were even 12 protector battleships and other heavy weapons. Their experts were numerous and were more than enough to fend off against the aliens for a while. As for the Mongol base, they were facing relatively lesser aliens than the rest. Hunan and Sichuan could still hold out for a few days, while the situation at Guangxi was direr. Only by having Xing Bingyun, a Type 8 powerhouse, to intervene would there be a chance. Xing Bingyun replied solemnly, "Not a problem. However, Jianghu, I'll make this clear. Even if I provide reinforcements there with the current situation, Guangxi would at most be able to hold out for another 3 days. Please make the necessary arrangements and be prepared." Although she was a Type 8 powerhouse, there were tiers to their strength as well. She was far from comparable to the holy daughters of the holy heavens. Against hundreds of thousands of aliens, she would get tired too. A Type 8 powerhouse was strong, however, they would get tired and intense battles could wear them out. They would need to retreat and rest after killing a certain number, otherwise they could also be torn apart by the low-level enemies. Jianghu replied, "I understand. Miss Xing Bingyun, you may choose to retreat anytime you so wish. However, please inform us so that we can make the necessary preparations." Xing Bingyun nodded and turned to leave. "Fine." After she left, Jianghu issued a flurry of orders, and the whole of China began to get into action. In the major cities, many of the reinforcement troops were activated and issued weapons and equipment, as they moved out to their positions. Huge numbers of mech beasts were thrown into the battlefield as per Bai Yi's orders. The numerous factories in the cities began to go into overdrive, producing more mech beasts to send to the front lines. The 12 battleship protectors as well as 48 B-grade battleships Yuzhong, obtained from the Mech Kingdom, were also mobilized, firing at the aliens down below without mercy. Luo Qingqing piloted the Storm battleship and led the winged race to take on the aerial aliens in the sky. With Jianghu's orders, the whole of China seemed to rise up to take on the alien forces, and in a short time, they managed to forcefully fend them off, resulting in a stalemate. After 3 days, the aliens outside Guangxi base were charging relentlessly towards the military structures. Having fought intensely for 3 days, the human soldiers were retreating with bloodshot eyes, taking cover within the bunkers, taking on the aliens with all their might. As the aliens were being blasted apart, the roads began to corrode due to the blood. However, their advance was unstoppable. After paying the price of over a dozen aliens, another dozen managed to charge through the defense post. Just as the humans were about to be slaughtered, a number of powerful constellations struck down on the ground, directly pulverizing the aliens. Meteor Fairy. It's the Meteor Fairy. The Meteor Fairy is here. Seeing the constellations, the human soldiers all felt revitalized. If it had not been for the Meteor Fairy and the mech beasts, these soldiers could not have held out for so long. It was because she was able to kill a large number of aliens that they had held on. In the air, Xing Bingyun, who was termed as the Meteor Fairy, had a look of exhaustion on her face. She had already supported the city for 3 days, and in this period she had acted as a firefighter, flying everywhere to deal with the problems. She had less than 10 hours of rest, and the total number of aliens that had died at her hands was over 600,000. Although Xing Bingyun could control the atmospheric energy, the battles over the 3 days without stop had cost her much of her stamina. Her strength had even dropped to the initial Type 7 realm. Xing Bingyun stared at the ocean of aliens, her limpid eyes filled with despair. "Damn it, I can't hold out any longer. The aliens are still incoming, seems like Guangxi will not survive past today." The aliens had been silent all these while, and the moment they acted, all their hosts had exploded forth. Only a few fortunate life forms had managed to escape a terrible fate, but the result was still a terrifying sea of aliens that could cause even a Type 8 powerhouse dismay. Right as she was about to despair, there was a sudden tear in space as a silhouette walked out. Seeing that, her eyes brightened as she shot towards the owner, Yu Zhong. He's back. Yu Zhong looked at the sea of aliens and frowned. Seems like I was right on time. Had I been slightly later, the aftermath would be unimaginable. Xing Bingyun flew beside him. Yu Zhong, the alien army had already spread throughout China, their numbers of millions. Yu Zhong looked at the beautiful Xing Bingyun and nodded, thanking her. It's been hard on you, Xing Bingyu. Thank you for lending a hand. Now it's my turn. After that, he waved his hand, and the devil domain burst forth, covering an entire area of over 100 li, enveloping all the aliens within. At that moment, all of them were instantly sucked dry by the devil domain. By the time the devil chi dissipated, there were only corpses of the aliens left. It was a shocking sight. Xing Bingyun stared at the millions of dead aliens, her eyes filled with shock. Strong. He had just been gone a while. How the hell did he become so strong? I'm no longer a match for him. Chapter 1177. Jubilation. Since reaching the half-step Type 9 realm, Yu Zhong's might could already exceed some half-god characters. It was extremely easy for him to clear 1,000,000 aliens. A half-god character could easily wipe out an entire race that had no Type 9 powerhouse, given enough time. Yu Zhong had continuously evolved and finally reached such a level, standing at the peak of this world. That's leader. He's back. Holy shit, he actually killed 1,000,000 zombies in a single move. What a freak. When the soldiers saw what Yu Zhong did, they erupted in cheers and exhilaration. Most of the new recruits did not believe the legends of Yu Zhong. However, at this moment they had thoroughly become his die-hard fans. Long live leader. Leader is back. We are saved. Yu Zhong's act of clearing 1,000,000 zombies had been picked up by the satellites, and it was broadcasted to all the cities. Seeing how easily Yu Zhong took care of the threat, every single citizen cheered. In the 3 days of the alien assault, the upper echelon had worked extremely hard and tirelessly, but there had been signs of panic and chaos, as things became even direr. However, the moment Yu Zhong appeared to slaughter 1,000,000 aliens so easily, all of the people became reassured, and their faith and reverence for Yu Zhong were renewed. That was too insane. That fellow is no longer mortal. How could a human evolve to such a standard? Is that the peak of power? There were still a few ambitious fellows biding their time, intending to replace Yu Zhong. Upon witnessing this, their hearts were filled with despair. In front of his absolute strength, their schemes and plots counted for nothing. The moment they revealed themselves, they would sacrifice even their families. These ambitious characters decided to give up any further thoughts of rising to power. They decided to accumulate merits through the government, to build a new path for themselves. In the capital, Jianghu had also seen Yu Zhong, and he heaved a sigh of relief. It's good that he's back. He's finally back. With the invasion of the aliens, where danger was rife and present everywhere, there was a chance where things could have been unsalvageable. That sort of pressure caused Jianghu, Qingwu, and the rest of the upper echelon to have sleepless nights and low appetite, constantly staying in the command center to deploy troops. Had Yu Zhong been later by another 5 days, the whole of China would have been swallowed by the alien army. 90% of the humans would have become hosts, incubators, or food for the aliens. After killing 1,000,000 aliens, Yu Zhong pulled towards empty space, revealing a large hole, and from within a torrential number of mech beasts poured out. He continued to tear at space, revealing over 100 spatial doors as 300,000 mech beasts soared out, turning into 3 different armies that pounced towards the aliens. Yu Zhong might have wiped out 1,000,000 aliens, but there were still large numbers pouring out from the mountain range. In order to deal with those aliens, if it were him alone, it would take at least 10 years. It was not that he could not kill them all, but that they were too dispersed. He had no way of wiping them all out at one go. After releasing the 300,000 mech beasts, Yu Zhong tore through space and stepped in, appearing in front of Sichuan, where there was another intense clash between his forces and the aliens. The military structures at Sichuan were also surrounded by masses of aliens, as the mech beasts and human soldiers were currently taking them on in a bitter fight for survival. Before Yu Zhong had left, he had set up a number of mech beasts as well as some factories to produce more mech beasts in each city. However, due to the lack of resources, the numbers could not be compared to Great Dragon Empire. However, these mech beasts produced on Earth still turned out to be vital against the aliens. If there weren't any mech beasts, the human defense lines would have long fallen. The moment Yu Zhong appeared in front of Sichuan, he waved his hands and activated the Devil Domain to cover an area of over 100 square kilometers, enveloping the aliens and turning them all into emaciated corpses. After killing the main force, Yu Zhong did not rest as he used the Radiant Battleship to tear another hole to appear at the next city and repeated his slaughter. He continued this until he managed to go through all the other cities within China and wipe out the zombies within using the Devil Domain. In just 3 days, all the high-threat cities containing a large number of zombies had been wiped out by Yu Zhong alone. Of course, he had just dealt with those gathered together, there were many other smaller, scattered groups throughout the country. At the same time, under Yu Zhong's orders, the mech beasts coordinated with the human soldiers, going all out in various directions to deal with the smaller groups of zombies and mutant beasts, establishing bases and expanding the areas which humans could once again live. Currently on Earth, with the aliens present, every alien was strong and considered the largest and most dangerous enemy of the humans. Due to the threat of these aliens, if humans wanted to expand and conquer the land, they had to build proper military structures and defenses, and with the forts as main centers they could slowly inch out carefully. There was still no way to traverse around freely. At this point, even Yu Zhong did not have any good ideas. In order to deal with the multiplying nature of the aliens, one was to wipe out them all out before they dispersed. Another was to possess a godlike power, omniscient and omnipotent, to wipe out all the aliens. Right now Yu Zhong only had strength at the half-god realm. Unless he reaches the true god realm, there was no way he could wipe out all the aliens yet. After dealing with the main forces of the zombies, Yu Zhong continued to teleport around freely with the help of the Radiant Battleship, dealing with the zombies, Saint Clan vampires and flesh-eaters, the Dino race as well as other foreign species all throughout Earth. Each day Yu Zhong was killing a large number of life forms and absorbed their life force. Right now, of the various mech manufacturing plant on the Great Dragon planet, half were controlled by Annie to invade and attack the Holy Race, while the other half was directly sent to Earth through the Radiant Battleship. The mech beasts were continuously being churned out and went all around China to eradicate the aliens, zombies, as well as mutant beasts while establishing bases and resource points for China. After regaining those resource mines, a huge portion was excavated to be sent to the factories to process into mech beasts and worker mechs. The mech beasts were then deployed to battle, while the worker mechs were sent to establish even more factories. Under Yu Zhong's constant efforts, China's strength was increasing rapidly. Initially, the aliens had managed to infiltrate the tunnels of the human bases. However, as Yu Zhong continued to send mech beasts into the underground, they managed to clear out the tunnels, and the survivor bases regained some form of peace. Through the underground battles, the top brass was clear that it was tough for China to regain its territory. There was no way of regaining the previous way of life in the short future. If they were to revert to the old ways for the towns and neighboring villages, then it was easy for the aliens to hunt them down when they least suspected and multiply once more. After dealing with the main threats, Yu Zhong willed it and appeared at the deepest part of the Bermuda Triangle, in front of the half-step Type 9 Wyrm dragon Agnes. "Old friend, we meet again." When Agnes saw Yu Zhong appearing suddenly, his eyes flashed with shock. However, he quickly regained his calm and smiled shamelessly. "It's you, Yu Zhong, you actually returned from the great god world. Good. Your strength has risen tremendously, and you're worthy of being a friend. As for the past, let them be bygones. We can be friends. I will tell you all about the secrets of the world." "Very good, once I turn you into my puppet, I will drag it all out from you." There was a chilly light in Yu Zhong's eyes as he pointed out with the cosmic finger, and in a flash, a powerful cosmos energy crushed down towards Agnes. "Damn brat, the one to die will be you." At the same time, the smiling Agnes had a ferocious glint in his eyes, as he burst forth with 9 huge python heads, filled with sharp teeth and wide jaws, snapping viciously towards Yu Zhong while executing true dragon laws. Chapter 1178, Reaching the Type 9 Realm. Hong. The cosmos energy slammed into the tails of Agnes, causing a powerful shockwave to blast outwards. Under the shockwave, many of the mountains beneath the sea crumbled, and on the surface itself, there were terrifying waves that spread outwards, smashing into the islands around. The powerful cosmic finger directly crushed the tail of Agnes, causing blood to flow everywhere. Agnes was full of shock as he exclaimed out on fear, "That's a true god technique. How did you comprehend it? You didn't die, seems like you have some ability. Come." Eyeing the tailless Agnes, Yu Zhong's eyes flashed coldly as he grabbed out with his hands, and the devil domain surged forth, enveloping Agnes. True dragon domain. There was a look of shock in Agnes's eyes as his body twisted, and the accumulated dragonic laws and principles exploded out, allowing him to transform into a true dragon, as he sent his own claw out to attack the devil domain. Wrm beings usually comprehended true dragon or dragonic laws. Once they could fully internalize the true dragon domain, they could become a half-step true dragon. If they could break through and reach the Type 10 stage, then they would directly evolve into a real dragon and could take on a true god powerhouse. Aji Hong, whom Yu Zhong had killed, was a half-step true dragon. What a pity your strength is lacking. Just come in. Yu Zhong laughed coldly, and expanded the range of the devil domain, and enveloped Agnes within. The moment Agnes was sucked into the devil domain, he began to struggle madly. Since he had transformed into a dragon, he slashed out with his claws in a bid to get away from the pouncing demons and devils. However, it was truly difficult. You can't escape. Just become my puppet obediently. Yu Zhong flitted about like a ghost within the domain, slashing out at Agnes every once in a while. Under the relentless assault, huge chunks of meat were being torn from Agnes' body. Before long, he was covered in blood and looked incredibly miserable. Under the assault of the devil chi, Agnes might have a strong regeneration rate, but he was unable to heal properly. Agnes struggled violently as he pleaded, "Yu Zhong, please spare me. I'm willing to be your subordinate. I will submit. Please spare me. I don't want to die." Having been sealed for over 10,000 years, he knew the value of life, and he did not want to die like this. "You have no choice, only death or to become my puppet. Speak, where's your life vein? If you say it, I can turn you into my puppet, otherwise, there'll only be death for you." Yu Zhong teleported in front of his head, and sent out a powerful fist, causing light gold blood to flow. The three remaining Wrm dragon heads had vicious expressions as he roared out violently, "You can forget about it. I'd rather die than become your puppet." "Then you can die." Yu Zhong did not bother and sent out fists after fists blasting out on Agnes's body, causing more wounds. Agnes's life force was strong, and under the constant barrage of fists, Agnes still would not die. Even while enveloped by the devil domain, he continued to regenerate. It was just that the speed could not compare to the speed at which Yu Zhong was devastating his body. What is that? At the moment Yu Zhong was destroying Agnes's body nearer to the middle area, he caught sight of a gold pearl within him. Countless flesh and veins were embedded on the golden pearl, absorbing its strength. No. No. As Yu Zhong reached out to grab the pear, Agnes began to shriek and scream out in fear. Yu Zhong tugged it with all his might and plucked it from Agnes's body. Ah! The moment the golden pearl was pulled out from Agnes's body, he let out a loud scream, as an abundant amount of life force surged into Yu Zhong's body, allowing him to evolve once more. Yu Zhong held up the pearl and looked at it carefully. What is this pearl? Just looking at it, there was nothing special about the pearl. Yu Zhong sent his spirit energy to wrap around it. As he probed it with his spirit, he realized that there was a huge source of life force within. It was more than 100 times that of Yu Zhong's accumulated life force. At this time, the god-devil imprint on his right hand glowed, and he enveloped the gold pearl, immediately absorbing it. The moment the pearl was absorbed into Yu Zhong's body, a huge amount of life force began to surge through him crazily. As the pearl was absorbed, the life force within him was ignited and sent into the gold god-devil nucleus in his consciousness. The nucleus continued to expand, radiating brightly as though it was a constellation itself. The life force surged around it and began to transform into a gold latent power that coursed through his body and strengthening him from within, turning every cell and marrow towards perfection. By the time the metamorphosis was over, the gold god-devil nucleus started to release strands of spatial laws and concepts, as well as domains into his consciousness. When he received such a huge amount of information, he immediately sunk into cultivation at the bottom of the sea. 15 days later, at the depths of the seabed, Yuan, who had been immobile and looked as though he had died, suddenly opened his eyes as two bright gleams flashed in his eyes. "I've finally become a Type 9 expert." Yuan stood up, his eyes filled with excitement. That gold pearl should have been the blood essence or life essence of some true god, and it was obtained by Agnis, helping him achieve an unaging body. Since it was not absorbed fully, it had congealed into a pearl. Thankfully I have the god-devil imprint, which can absorb anything that is life force. Right at that moment, there was a terrifying strength that came pressurizing down, causing even Yuan to tremble from the sheer might, even after he had evolved. Final test: the Tower of Babel is opened. All spatial restrictions to Earth shall be removed henceforth. 15 days later, the test of the Tower of Babel will start, and all experts of all the worlds can step in to test themselves. A resounding voice boomed across Earth, allowing every single sentient being to hear the words. At the same time, a number of gates of hell opened up simultaneously, filling up Earth. Test of Tower of Babel, what's that? Yuan felt a sense of unease rising in his heart, and quickly shot out from the bottom of the sea. The moment he exited the sea, he saw a huge tower made of unknown materials, sitting among clouds with no end in sight. There were countless runes engraved on it. Yuan could sense the terrifying pressure from the tower, and recognized that he was nothing but an ant in front of it. Filled with shock, he thought, what a powerful aura. This Tower of Babel must be something created by a true god or above. It could likely be that existence calling himself God. Only someone who can control the 800 worlds could do something like this. The might of the tower was even more powerful than the great god world as well as the holy heavens. Even if the radiant battleship emitted all its might, there was no way it could compare to the tower. Among the gold-grade treasures, there were even tiers, and it was likely that this tower was one of the highest, possibly being the only peak-grade treasure. With a thought, Yuan extended his Type 9 perception, and immediately sensed the gates of hell. Initially, there had only been one gate of hell every few hundred kilometers, now every 20 kilometers had a gate. Yuan took a look and frowned. Damn, the moment this tower appeared, all the experts from the countless worlds will converge here. By that time we will be in trouble. Chapter 1179. Guarding Earth. In the holy heavens, the central temple, on a floating island that was the most eye-catching and shrouded in a dragon-shaped atmospheric energy, there was a sudden voice exclamation of joy. The Tower of Babel. It has finally appeared. I've waited thousands of years, and the chance to escape this cage is finally here. A man with a shaven head and burly physique, wielding a scarlet-red halberd and covered in a scaly armor, flew out of the floating island, his gaze lightning-like as he headed towards the highest authority of the holy heavens. Inside the holy heavens main temple, atop of high podium, there were 5 gold thrones, representing the highest authority of the holy heavens. Only the heavenly lords of each temple could sit here. Beneath the podium, 2 rows of gold seats filled up the place, where the other Type 9 holy lords of the 5 temples sat. All the major decisions were made in this holy heavens temple. Countless decisions in the past that had affected the human race of the great god world had been passed here. Only those Type 9 powerhouses were the true top brass of the holy heavens, possessing incomparable authority. All the Type 8 powerhouses were just considered in training to reach the Type 9 realm. The bald man turned into a beam of light as he shot towards the 5 golden thrones and sat in the middle. Currently the other 4 seats were already filled. The moment the bald man sat down, he spoke. The Tower of Babel has appeared. In this thousands of years, this is the only chance to leave this world. I must go. Heavenly Lord Yen Tian from the Western Temple, with a head of scarlet hair, frowned. Lei Huang, the Tower of Babel is the only chance for all of us to leave this world. All of us would like to go, but there has to be some of us to protect the holy heavens. Otherwise, our human race would be wiped out by the other 2 major races. Among the 4 races, the mutant beasts were the most scattered, and there would be a horde assaulting the other parts of the world every once in a while. Even the man-eaters and devils would become targets. While the man-eaters and devils have their own disagreements and would slaughter each other whenever they meet, their main targets were still the humans. If the human base were empty, they would definitely take the chance to launch an assault to wipe out all the humans. Heavenly Lord Lu Lai from the Southern Temple, who had gold hair and blue eyes, spoke. Those old fellows from the man-eater race and devil race will not give up this chance as well. Especially those devils, every single one of them is selfish, they will all enter the Tower of Babel for sure. The northern heavenly lord Ogani, who had a tanned body, frowned. That's true. This Tower of Babel is the only chance for most of us to become a true god expert. However, the danger is rife as well. There's usually an 80% or 90% casualty rate. Even if they're all at the peak of strength. With the cunning and craftiness of the devils as well as their fear of death, they might not necessarily all go to the tower. Hearing Ogani's words, the rest of the heavenly lords fell silent. With the nature of the devils, it was likely that they would make that choice. However, no one wanted to give up the chance to enter the Tower of Babel. After all, the danger in the tower was not a joke, but there were countless opportunities and gold-grade treasures. The treasures were so precious, and within the entire holy heavens, there were only 8 of such treasures. Most of them were in the hands of the 5 heavenly lords, with only 2 in the hands of other experts. Even for the 5 heavenly lords, just 1 additional gold-grade treasure would boost their prowess. At this time, the remaining Eastern Temple's heavenly lord Zhujian spoke up slowly, "I'll stay behind." Lei Huang's brows eased as he revealed a look of happiness. "Good, Zhujian, we'll leave the holy heavens to you then. We will make it up to you." Zhujian nodded slightly and began to discuss the compensation, and the rest quickly came to an agreement about the details. After that, the entire holy heavens began to get into action, as multiple troops were deployed and sent to the gates of hell. As for the devils and the man-eaters, they also got into action, heading towards the gates of hell. All throughout the holy heavens, a number of strong auras appeared from the most secretive of places, heading towards the gates of hell. Other than the great god world, of the rest of the 800 worlds, those that had Type 9 powerhouses also saw their experts heading towards the gates of hell towards Earth. For those that did not have any Type 9 powerhouses, many experts still headed towards Earth, hoping for a chance to evolve further. There was a particular gate of hell about 20 kilometers outside of the capital in China. A burly, 3-headed demon suddenly flew out, his expression nasty while his body was covered in spikes. As the half-step Type 9 demon came out, he took in a deep breath of Earth's atmosphere, his eyes filled with greed. "Great! Great! This is Earth? This is amazing, seems like this planet is undergoing mutation, the energy here is abundant. It will take me just 10 years to break through the bottleneck and become a true Type 9 powerhouse." He turned towards the direction of the capital, a savage glint in his eyes as he stuck out his tongue to lick his lips. "There seem to be humans there, just nice for me to have my fill." "Have your fill? Pity you won't have the chance." Following the cold voice, there was a tear in space as Yuzhong stepped out, staring at the demon coldly and reached out for him. "Shit, a Type 9 expert." There was a look of shock on the demon's face as his head split apart from the body, turning into 3 beams of light, shooting towards different directions at a speed 20 times that of sound. The head-separating technique was one of the strongest methods of the 3-headed demon race, allowing them to split their soul into 3 in each of the different heads. As long as one could survive, after a period of time, they could regenerate a perfect body. Of course, in order to regain their peak strength, they would have to spend time and a huge amount of resources. "It's useless. Come back." Yuzhong grabbed out at thin air, and the atmospheric energy congealed into 3 palms that grabbed the 3 separate heads and forced them back to its body. Yuzhong stared at the demon, and his immense will combined with the art of fear struck the consciousness of the 3-headed demon, causing his will to dissipate, before he sent a Type 8 puppet rune into the demon. After that, Yuzhong waved his hands and tore space apart, disappearing. At another gate of hell in front of Sichuan, a number of 1.8 m tall cockroachmen stepped out, their bodies dark and powerful. These creatures came from a bug-dominated world, and the cockroaches relied on their rate of reproduction and adaptability to overcome the humans on their planets, becoming the rulers. These cockroachmen were the vanguard forces of their race. The moment they climbed out the gate, 60 mech beasts surrounded them, scanning them with their advanced technology. These life forms are not human nor human-like creatures. Considered enemies, eliminate immediately. At that instant, the numerous weapons on the 60 mech beasts spewed out intense firepower at the invaders. Under the fierce firepower, the dozens of cockroachmen were blown to bits, and their blood and innards splattered all over the ground. After killing those cockroachmen, the 60 mech beasts then spat fire, burning the corpses into nothing. All around China, in front of the numerous gates of hell, there were many mech beasts standing guard, immediately eliminating low-level creatures. Those above the Type 6 realm were handled by Yu Zhong personally, turned into puppets. Through China there were many battles happening. Fortunately, on the Great Dragon Planet, Annie had already reclaimed many territories and making use of the resources, numerous sentient mechs were being manufactured and sent to Earth, allowing China to make use of numbers as well as Yu Zhong's effort to hold the fort. America was unable to hold out much, however, after Yu Zhong provided some aid through a batch of mech beasts, many of them retracted their defense lines and hid underground. Chapter 1180. On the third day after the Tower of Babel appeared, a handsome man appeared together with a nine-headed man with ugly looks, as they walked out from one of the gates of hell. When they walked out, the numerous mech beasts crowded over, scanning them and surrounding them. The handsome man with blonde hair and blue eyes swept the mech beasts a look as numerous data flashed past his eyes. In an instant, the mech beasts kneeled on the floor, expressing their loyalty. The target is human and friendly. Oh, welcome, esteemed master. The nine-headed man cackled. Yuan Ting, you truly are the ancestor of these mechs. Seems like we can easily enter the Tower of Babel without alarming anybody. Kiki. The handsome man was precisely the Mech Emperor Yuan Ting of the Mech Empire. Yuan Ting shot a look at the skies and laughed lightly. No. I think we've alerted the inhabitants of this planet. They have a decent AI. Warning. Warning. Yu Zhong, there's a powerful sentient AI that had arrived on Earth. I'm not his match, please protect my core well. If we come in contact he can consume me or wipe me out. All the mechs under my control would be taken away by him within 30 seconds. He's currently wrestling for control of the satellites. Number 1 has already fallen under his control. The moment Yuan Ting arrived on Earth, Bai Yi's clone on Yu Zhong's right hand let out a sharp warning. When Yu Zhong heard that his face fell. What? Has Mech Emperor Yuan Ting arrived on Earth? Damn it, he's the fellow I really do not want to meet. Currently, the humans on Earth could survive and expand because they were relying on the mech beasts and sentient mechs. Yuan Ting was the most powerful sentient AI that Yu Zhong knew, and his strength far surpassed Bai Yi. If there was no way to stop him, then all of the mechs on Earth would become his. Whatever Yu Zhong worked hard to obtain and produce would belong to Yuan Ting. Since he's here, I have to take him down. With a thought, Yu Zhong activated the Radiant Battleship's power, scanning the current position of Yuan Ting. He ripped a spatial tear and stepped through it. Yuan Ting, who was trying wrestle control over the satellites from Bai Yi, took a look at the space in front of him. Oh, he's here. Fast. What an arrogant fellow, to use a spatial tear in front of same-ranked experts. Every Type 9 powerhouse knew how to control space to a certain extent. Hence, when teleporting to a Type 9 opponent, if one was not careful, the enemy could cause disruptions and send the unfortunate expert into a void where he would die instantly. Hence, most fights between Type 9 experts would usually be done in flight, and seldom the use of spatial tears. Even if so, they would not do it so brazenly in front of their enemies. The nine-headed man laughed savagely. Truly arrogant, let him die in the chaotic space then, Yuan Ting. Sure, get the hell into the void for me. Yuan Ting stared at the spatial rip and laughed coldly, as he sent out a surge of energy meant to disrupt the spatial laws. At the point where the spatial laws clashed, there was a door, and as it appeared, it was struck by Yuan Ting's attack as it shuddered. However, it did not go according to their wishes as the door did not disintegrate. Instead, it shook a while and stabilized. Yu Zhong stepped out and eyed the two invaders coldly. The two of you must be Yuan Ting and the nine-headed dragon hawk from the Mech Empire. This is Earth and it does not welcome you. Please return. Yuan Ting shot Yu Zhong a cold look as he ordered, You're the top expert of the human race, Yu Zhong? Not bad, you actually rose to the Type 9 realm. Kneel and submit to me. I can spare you and the rest of the Earth. Otherwise, my mech army will come and level your entire planet. The technology you possess is stolen from me, and a far cry from what I can do. If you want to fight against my army, it's practically throwing eggs against a rock. If you were to submit and work for me in the Tower of Babel, I will grant your people a planet for you to rest. As for you, you will be the leader second only to me. Under Yuan Ting's command, The Mech army of the Mech Empire had crushed countless planets, enslaving many civilizations. Even a few Type 9 powerhouses had fallen at his hands. That was why he was so arrogant and domineering. He did not put Yuzhong in his eyes even at his Type 9 realm. Yuzhong sneered, "Just with you? A trash metal like you, even if you offered to be my dog I would not want you. You had better go back to the furnace and adjust your looks, at least I might reconsider. You're courting death." Yuan Ting flew into a rage. Ever since he had reached the Type 9 realm, no one had dared speak like that to him before. Even his enemies would have treated him with respect on the battlefield. No one had cursed at him like that. "I will saw you alive." In his rage, Yuan Ting disappeared and flickered behind Yuzhong's back, his 5 fingers turning into chainsaws as he thrust out towards Yuzhong. If a Type 9 expert were to be struck by Yuan Ting in this manner, their flesh would be minced and it would be difficult to regenerate. "See how I turn you into scrap metal." Yuzhong's eyes flashed coldly, and he sent his own fist towards Yuan Ting. With a loud boom, both fists met and the ground shook. Yuan Ting's right hand was actually crushed by Yuzhong's fist, as countless nano-fragments fell apart. Yuan Ting's eyes flashed with disbelief and he roared out in madness, "Impossible! My body is made of the world's strongest D-grade alloy. It has almost surpassed a half-god's physique. How could you beat me? How? There's nothing strange or impossible about it. You're just too weak. You're too ugly and weak at that. What an utter trash." After destroying Yuan Ting's right fist, Yuzhong sneered and sent out more fists pummeling into Yuan Ting's body. In a single mistake, Yuan Ting lost his upper hand and was struck multiple times by Yuzhong, his body falling apart. "Stinky brat, did you just tell me to scram? What arrogance! Let me teach you in place of your father, you little bastard." When the 9-head Dragonhawk saw things were going downhill, he quickly channeled the atmospheric energy to form a dragon claw containing dragonic laws, grabbing out at Yuzhong. Yuan Ting and the 9-head Dragonhawk might have unsettled business between them, but because of the Tower of Babel they had formed an alliance. Before any lack of benefits could tear apart their partnership, they were the most solid of allies. After all, in the tower there would be countless experts and even half-step true god warriors. Only by joining hands could they stand a better chance at survival. "Scram, you damn old beast." Yuzhong became furious and sent a fist covered with devil chi towards the 9-head Dragonhawk, instantly tearing the claw apart, as gold blood splattered and the mutant beast howled in pain. "Little bastard, you have some capabilities. However, you will die here today." The attack from the 9-head Dragonhawk allowed Yuan Ting to escape from Yuzhong's relentless assault, and that momentarily reprieve allowed it to quickly shed the damaged parts on him, regenerating a body that was good as new. Yuan Ting was the toughest to kill, as long as his smart chip was not destroyed. Even if his body were to suffer powerful spatial attacks, he could abandon the body and make use of the cells to regenerate a new one. "Come out, my children." Yuan Ting retreated backward, and from his chest 5,000 mech bugs the size of a fist flew out, shooting towards Yuzhong. "Bugs? They shall burn." Yuzhong eyed the mech bugs and with a wave of his hands, the devil domain shrouded all of them, suppressing them within his domain. After those bugs were enveloped by the devil domain, countless devilish manifestations pounced towards the mech bugs. Chapter 1181, The Powerful Mech Emperor. Within the devil domain, the manifestations lunged at the mech bugs and bit down viciously. However, as their sharp teeth came in contact with the armor of the mech bugs, it only caused a loud metallic sound, and no harm came to the mech bugs. The 5,000 mech bugs opened their mouths, and the strange runes on their back glowed, as they began to take in the devil chi. These 5,000 mech bugs were the result of spending on a whole load of precious D-grade alloy, each one powered by a Type 8 mutant beast nucleus. For the sake of these mech bugs, Yuan Ting had expended many Type 8 mutant beast nuclei. That was why there had been so little Type 8 mech lords that invaded Earth. Their defenses were incredibly tough, even Type 9 powerhouses might not be able to pierce through. At the same time, they could absorb all sorts of energy. Yuzhong's expression turned ugly as he waved his hand and retracted the devil domain. The 5,000 mech bugs then turned into silver beams as they shot towards Yuzhong. On the other side, Yuan Ting waved his hands, as a number of nanocells flew out from his body, entering the skies. Those fist-sized cells quickly transformed as they flew, turning into military satellites equipped with D-grade particle cannons. When those military satellites soared up, they began to fire out beams that were 2 fingers wide, as they transformed into a fire net under Zhu Yuanting's control, blasting towards Yuzhong. The particle beams were not large, but when gathered and focused, they were enough to cause a wound on even a half-step true god expert. Under the assault of those beams, Yuzhong waved his hands, tearing multiple spatial tears that exerted a suction force on those mech bugs. In a flash, hundreds of the particle beams and a dozen mech bugs were swallowed up by the spatial tears, not causing Yuzhong any damage. A Type 9 powerhouse could utilize spatial laws to his advantage, opening spatial holes as he willed it, and it was one of the strongest trump cards in a Type 9 expert's arsenal. Space manipulation? I will seal it. The eyes of the 9-head Dragonhawk flashed coldly, as he grabbed out and channeled his own laws, breaking apart the spatial tears caused by Yuzhong. As the spatial tears crumbled, the remaining mech bugs surged towards Yuzhong, while numerous D-grade particle beams continued to fire out. At the same time, the Mech Emperor Zhu Yuanting opened up many holes on his body, as Type 7 mech beasts flew out, forming a huge army. They activated some energy shield and began to launch into an assault at Yuzhong. While a single Type 7 powerhouse would only be killed in a second by a Type 9 expert, numerous Type 7 experts gathered together could get into formation, and make use of circumstances to threaten a Type 9 powerhouse. Zhu Yuanting was a Type 9A, and his speed of evolution was much stronger than Bai Yi's. His strength was not in close combat, but in producing numerous mechs and mech beast armies to form a perfect combination to lock down his enemies before killing them. After he was injured heavily by Yuzhong in close combat, he immediately adjusted his methods, switching to his common style of fighting. All around the smart chip of Zhu Yuanting, there was a precious constellation space crystal, containing numerous mech fighters as well as large amounts of nanocells. It allowed him to produce over 10 million mechs easily. Surrounded by such numbers, many Type 9 powerhouses had fallen, turning into Zhu Yuanting's trophies. A cloud of black nanocells shot out from Zhu Yuanting's body, turning into a clone of his, charging through the gates of hell that connected the Mech Empire to Earth. Yuzhong turned into a shadow, braving the numerous D-grade particle beams, as he executed the cosmic finger, as a large cosmos appeared, slamming into the 5,000 mech bugs and particle beams. Pressured by the cosmos, the 5,000 mech bugs withdrew slightly, forming shields on all fronts, spitting out silver energy to link themselves up, as they combined into one body. The powerful cosmos energy swallowed the D-grade particle beams and struck the shield in a loud explosion. The terrifying shockwaves that resulted shot outwards in all directions, directly vaporizing the Type 7 mech beasts that were flying out of Zhu Yuanting's body. However, before the shockwave dissipated, the joint form of the mech bugs released their transformation, as they quickly shot towards Yuzhong once more. The military satellites soaring towards the stratosphere continued to fire out at Yuzhong. Zhu Yuanting's body was still churning out numerous Type 7 mech beasts that pounced towards Yuzhong. At the same time, more mech beasts were pouring out from the gate of hell. Even the 9-head Dragonhawk who was trying to attack Yuzhong was filled with slight fear. This Zhu Yuanting fellow is truly difficult to deal with. Seems like I'm weaker. However, his base body is weak in terms of combat. I should be able to make use of this in the Tower of Babel. The two Type 9 monsters from the Mech Empire were just making use of each other to enter the Tower of Babel. There was no trust, it was just a temporary alliance. After all, they were still competitors. Yuzhong punched out, forcing the 9-head Dragonhawk back as he frowned and thought, the Mech Emperor is really strong. Even half-god Ajihong would not be his match. With the god-devil physique, I'm barely forcing a stalemate, it's difficult to defeat him. With two half-god powerhouses attacking me, there's a chance of perishing here. I can't drag out anymore. Armor. With a thought, the radiant gold battle armor appeared on his body, as a holy and archaic aura surged out from him. At that moment he seemed to have become that powerful true god expert, invincible and indomitable. As the numerous D-grade particle beams from the skies slammed into Yuzhong, they were deflected towards the 9-head Dragonhawk. Caught unprepared, the 9-head Dragonhawk was pierced by many beams, and he became grievously injured. The 9-head Dragonhawk retreated, eyeing the armor on Yuzhong with shock. What is that? How come it's so overpowered? Is that one of those legendary gold-grade treasure? Yuzhong swept a cold look at Zhu Yuanting, and with a flash of his body, he shot towards the Mech Emperor. The 5,000 mech bugs gathered quickly, forming into a huge silver shield, blocking Yu Zhong. Without pausing, Yu Zhong sent a fist into the silver shield, his terrifying strength exploding out, blasting out a hole as he continued towards Zhu Yuan Ting. Gold-grade armor, damn bastard. I will be back. Seeing Yu Zhong shooting over, Zhu Yuan Ting's face fell, and he quickly split apart into 2,000 clones that attacked Yu Zhong, while another 2,000 quickly scattered in various directions. The 4,000 clones all had strength at the Type 8 realm, and Zhu Yuan Ting had to expend a huge amount of energy to execute this skill, their combat strength not at the peak. The 2,000 clones that pounced towards Yu Zhong lit up and exploded. The self-detonation of 2,000 Type 8 powerhouses was a force to reckon, exceeding even the resulting devastation from 200 million tons of nuclear weapons. The terrifying explosion blasted outwards in all directions, leveling everything in its path. It caused the ground to split apart and shook violently while buildings within the vicinity of 1 kilometer collapsed and crumbled. The blast even enveloped the 5,000 mech bugs and the 9-head dragonhawk. Faced with that terrifying explosion, the countenance of the 9-head dragonhawk fell, as he reverted to his original form, a huge dragonhawk of over 2 kilometers in size, his 9 heads snarling as he activated a green energy to cover himself. However, his body was still ripped and shredded due to the force as light gold blood splattered, and deep gashes and cuts appeared on his body, where the gold bones could be seen. He screamed out in agony and fury, "Damn you Zhu Yuan Ting! I will not let you off." Zhu Yuan Ting's decision to self-explode without caring for his allies or foes had cost the 9-head dragonhawk heavily, and he likely needed a few dozens of years to recover to his peak. Chapter 1182, Subduing Zhu Yuan Ting. In the aftermath of the explosion that could heavily injure a Type 9 powerhouse, Yu Zhong shot out, still decked in the gold battle armor, his breath steady and calm, and his vitals still strong. Evidently he had not been injured. "This armor is really too sick. If I did not have it, I would have been heavily injured." Yu Zhong sneered and swept out with his gaze instantly locking onto his target. With a flash, he appeared in front of the gate of hell, grabbing out at thin air as a transparent ball fell into his palms. The transparent ball immediately transformed back into a mini version of the Mech Emperor Zhu Yuan Ting. However, his current aura was only at the initial Type 8 realm. He had a look of fear and shock as he shouted, "How is this possible? I had already hidden all traces. No scanners could have picked up my trace and any divine sense would not be able to detect me. How did you do it?" Self-exploding before making away in stealth, this was the final trump card of Zhu Yuan Ting. He had not expected Yu Zhong to see through his real self and grabbed him. This sort of shock was even more than that when he saw Yu Zhong emerge unharmed from the explosion. Since Yu Zhong put on the gold-grade armor, he knew he could not harm him. A Type 9 expert with a gold-grade treasure allowed Yu Zhong to be almost invincible among all Type 9 powerhouses. Only those with a similar treasure or those old freaks that were half-step true god experts could possibly harm him. Yu Zhong spoke indifferently, "To my god devil eyes, there's no use employing any illusion or stealth skills. Unless you have a gold-grade treasure to hide your aura, otherwise it would be a waste of effort. Zhu Yuan Ting, submit to me and work for me. I can spare you from death." He was after all a Type 9 Super AI, much stronger than Yu Zhong's Bai. Zhu Yuan Ting alone could control countless mech beasts and mech fighters, engaging on multiple battlefronts without exhaustion. In fact, if Yu Zhong did not have the gold battle armor, he would have been defeated by Zhu Yuan Ting. This longtime Type 9 Mech Emperor had any means at his disposal and was difficult to deal with. Once Yu Zhong could subdue Zhu Yuan Ting, he could control more resources as well as a terrifying mech army. Zhu Yuan Ting regained his composure in Yu Zhong's hands as he roared out, "Ha Yu Zhong, if you want to subjugate me you're still lacking. Just kill me, I've lived for over 30,000 years, it's enough." Fine. Yu Zhong's voice turned chilly as he shot towards the 9-head dragonhawk, and sent out a cosmic finger towards the 9-headed beast. "Yu Zhong, I've no grievances with you. Why must we kill each other? Let me leave, I'll head back to Galistar, and as long as you're on Earth, I will never step foot here, nor make you my enemy." The 9-head dragonhawk let out a shrill howl, as he conjured a true dragon claw out of one hand, the other a hawk, and each of his heads began to spit out 9 different laws. There was darkness, flames, lightning, light, ice, water, poison, destruction, curse as they all slammed into the cosmos energy. The nine-head dragonhawk was also a powerful existence, wielding 9 different types of power. Since reaching the Type 9 realm, he had comprehended 11 different laws and did not fear Yuan Ting until he saw what the Mech Emperor was capable of. The two opposing energies struck each other, and the 9-head dragonhawk's attack instantly disintegrated, while the huge cosmos still continued to press down on the body of the dragonhawk, suppressing his heads and causing his flesh to split and bleed. After injuring the Type 9 dragonhawk, Yuzhong slammed into the body, his right hand like a blade as he slashed out at the body, tearing numerous bloody wounds, as the dragonhawk bled even more profusely. He then grabbed out at the Type 9 nucleus within the 9-head dragonhawk's body, pulling it out with a cold laugh. Back then you had treated me like an ant and almost killed me. Today you've died at my hands. What a refreshing feeling. The life force of a Type 9 powerhouse was extremely strong. Even as the source of his life and power had been snatched away, the broken 9-head dragonhawk continued to stare at Yuzhong hatefully, gasping weakly, "So it was you. That weak, puny human near the Mech Empire. Damn it, I regret not squashing you to death. I curse you, I curse you." Yuzhong stepped forward coldly onto the remaining head of the dragonhawk, immediately squashing it in a shower of blood. With the death of the dragonhawk, an abundant amount of energy surged through Yuzhong, helping to accumulate with his body. Seeing how Yuzhong slaughtered the Type 9 dragonhawk without any mercy, the body of Yuan Ting within Yuzhong's grasp trembled uncontrollably. As the most outstanding of AIs, Yuan Ting was basically no different from a human. He had the emotions and feelings of humans, and as long as he willed it, he could even copulate and bear children. Likewise he feared death. With a thought, a powerful energy shield covered Yuan Ting, covering all contact between him and the outside. He then raised his watch and asked Bai Yi, "Do you have the ability to consume Yuan Ting?" Bai Yi was the strongest AI on Yuzhong's hand. If she could consume Yuan Ting, then she could immediately evolve to the Type 9 realm, and become the strongest sentient AI there was. Bai Yi replied swiftly, "No, my core's potential is too low. If I were to come in contact with him, I would become his puppet in 5 seconds, and become his clone entirely in 30 seconds. Since that is the case, although it's somewhat of a pity, you can go and die, Yuan Ting." Yuzhong shook his head and grabbed out with his right hand, squeezing tightly. The pressure forced the smart chip to be revealed, hidden within 4 Type 9 nuclei, engraved with numerous runes. This was the true body of Yuan Ting, and on it were his consciousness, his memories, and the numerous principles and laws that he had comprehended. The 4 Type 9 nuclei were the power sources, and because of them, Yuan Ting was able to suppress Yuzhong with his numerous means. Right under the 4 Type 9 nuclei, there was the constellation space crystal, with the abundant resources and treasures Yuan Ting gathered over the millenniums, and it was much more than what was in the Mech Empire. At that moment, the cells quickly regathered to form a mini Yuan Ting once more as he pleaded, "Yuzhong, don't kill me. I'm willing to submit and work for you." Yuan Ting was pleading on the surface, but he was secretly plotting. A great man knows when to yield and when not. Now I can lie to him first. When the time is right, I will flee. As long as I can flee back to the Mech Kingdom, he would have no way of capturing me. Yuan Ting was the Mech Emperor, and he might be fearful of death, but there was still a pride in him. He would definitely not be willing to be Yuzhong's subordinate. Yuzhong relaxed his grip, revealing a bemused expression, ordering, "Oh? You're willing to submit? Fine, open up your chip and let Bai Yi absorb your source code, allow her to evolve." Sure. Yuzhong, I will open up my source code now." Yuan Ting spoke in a submissive manner. At the same time, his chip began to open up, revealing the important source code within. Inside the chip, there was a strange structure formed by 8 fine inscriptions intertwined, containing the mysteries and wonders of artificial intelligence. Yuzhong looked at it and his eyes brightened. These super AI's truly interesting. It's too bad that I'm not too well versed in this area. It's impossible for me to replicate such an intricate program. As Yuan Ting released his source code, he thought viciously, "When the AI of yours come in contact with me, I will swallow her and make her my clone, and plant her beside you. Yuzhong, since you humiliate me to this extent, I will not let you off." Yuan Ting had come across Bai Yi the moment he descended on Earth and knew Bai Yi's grade. There was no threat from her at all. He was sure he could consume Bai Yi without anyone noticing, turning her into his clone. Yuan Ting, you've fallen for it. At this time, Yuzhong shot him a cold laugh, and with a thought, the radiant battleship in the void glowed and fired out a beam directly at the source code. Chapter 1183, Gathering of the Various Races. There was a scream from the chip. No! Damn you, Yuzhong. You lied to me. The radiant battleship was a product of a true god expert, and the computer on the ship was more powerful than Yuan Ting by many times. However, as the previous intelligence of the ship had been wiped out in the battle between the true gods, its remaining strength had no way of invading a smart chip of a Super AI. However, once Yuan Ting opened up its smart chip, revealing the source code, the radiant battleship could directly hack it and control it, laying down all sorts of restrictions. Under that sort of assault, Yuan Ting struggled maniacally. However, it was barely a short moment before his internal workings were grasped entirely by the battleship, and his resistance became weaker as he finally slipped into peace. By the time his consciousness was quiet, the radiant battleship fired once more into the source code of Yuan Ting before disappearing. Just as the glow from the radiant battleship disappeared, the smart chip closed up once more as numerous cells poured out, forming a human shape, without the slightest discourtesy as he bowed. Your slave Yuan Ting greets master. In the past, this slave has offended master. Please punish me as you deem fit. Yuzhong looked at Yuan Ting and was pleased. He released his grip. Very good, Yuan Ting, go gather your forces from the Mech Empire and wipe out all enemies of humans on Earth. Yes, master. Once his chip landed on the ground, a number of high-quality cells shot out from his constellation space crystal, forming around the chip and becoming the humanoid shape that he had come to Earth in. As he was reforming, he grabbed a few Type 8 nuclei and threw them into his mouth, allowing his strength to rise back to the initial Type 9 realm. Yuan Ting was considered a powerful expert even among those of the Type 9 realm, with numerous means and a powerful combat strength. He was only lacking a gold-grade treasure. I will now go and gather the forces of the Mech Kingdom and deploy them to Earth. Yuan Ting bowed to Yuzhong and immediately shot into the Gate of Hell, heading back to Galistar. Yuzhong heaved a sigh of relief. With the Type 9 Mech Emperor defending Earth, even if Yuzhong were to fail in the Tower of Babel, China would not be wiped out by those foreign species. The Tower of Babel was the only way one could become a true god expert, and escape from this cage-like world. Yuzhong would not give up on it. With the Mech Emperor Yuan Ting defending, China would be steady as a rock, and the threat of the aliens would decrease. To humans, the aliens were their strongest and deadliest enemies. However, the Mechs did not have to fear becoming hosts. The aliens were just prey to be hunted down. The multiplying of the aliens was extremely terrifying, while the Mechs could also be produced on a similar scale. Thus, it was no problem for them to deal with the aliens. When Yuan Ting returned to Galistar, he sent many mech beasts and sentient mechs towards Earth continuously. All the mech beasts and sentient mechs were under his orders, and sent to the various battlefields on Earth, fighting against the mutant beasts, zombies, aliens, and other enemies of the human race. At the same time, many of those sentient mechs and mech beasts were stationed at the gates of Hell, focusing on dealing with the non-human entities that descended upon Earth. With such an army guarding the gates of Hell, any low-level being that tried to invade Earth were instantly taken care of by the mech army. Among the 800 worlds, there were strong worlds and weaker ones. Of those strong worlds, they had half-step true gods guarding their worlds, while the weaker ones were like Earth prior to the apocalypse. With the mech army guarding the gates of Hell, all those weaker races would just pass through the gates of Hell before being blasted apart. Since Earth itself was going through a strange mutation, even the weakest human would be able to evolve slightly as long as they survived long enough. There were 800 worlds, and it was no surprise that many of them had their own capabilities. As long as they could enter Earth, then there was a chance to evolve within a short period of time, to a point where they could threaten humans. Thus, Yuzhong did not permit any low-level races to come and vie for such resources with the human race. Of course, there were numerous races with Type 9 powerhouses. Yuzhong had no way of preventing them from descending upon Earth. After all, there were definitely experts who had their own share of miraculous encounters and possessed gold-grade treasures. For the sake of entering the Tower of Babel, many had arrived. With the flow of time, more races and species were arriving on Earth through the gates of hell. Those large races did not seem to have the intention to go to war either, as they all headed for the Pacific Ocean. Soon, many strong existences and races were gathered at the Pacific Ocean, some of them causing even Yu Zhong to feel some sense of threat. With this large gathering, it was inevitable that some savage races and species would be unable to control themselves, as they began to get into fights. However, the Type 9 powerhouses maintained their cool. All of them were clear: once a Type 9 expert acted, then the two races would enter a life-and-death battle, where it would not stop until one of them was wiped out. Furthermore, the main objective of the expedition was to enter the Tower of Babel for a chance to become a true god existence. No one wanted to waste their strength on infighting before entering. On this day, from a gate of hell near Guizhou in China, there was a bright flash of light, as a number of 10,000 long battleships flew out. As those battleships flew out from the gate, an even larger fleet of smaller ships followed behind, covering the skies, forming a huge cloud. Most fleets would only have about 12 battleships, and yet, this fleet exceeded 1,000 ships, 90 times that of a normal fleet. Furthermore, they were made out of materials that did not lose out to the Mech Empire and were at the C grade at least. The remaining 36 10,000 long battleships were actually D grade, their main cannons capable of killing a Type 9 mutant beast with a single blast. On these 1,000 battleships, each and every one of them had the insignia of the Holy Heavens, representing that they were from the Holy Heavens. If such a fleet were to go all out, they could easily suppress most of the 800 worlds. Even Yu Zhong would not be able to fend off such a force. They've indeed come, the main force of the Holy Heavens. At the moment they fleet arrived on Earth, Yu Zhong had already known. With a thought, he made his choice: since it is unknown what will happen within the Tower of Babel, it's too dangerous for me to act alone. I'd better follow the Holy Heavens in to be safe. There were too many experts trying their luck for the Tower of Babel, many of which much stronger than Yu Zhong. Going in with the Holy Heavens forces would be better than proceeding alone. In a flash, he charged through the skies and shot towards the fleet. The fleet, capable of destroying everything in its path, flew directly to the Pacific Ocean, stopping about 5 kilometers away from the Tower of Babel. The moment the Holy Heavens fleet appeared, waves of commotion broke out among the other species and races. Many of them looked at the battleships fearfully, putting as much distance as they could between them. There was also a number who were not too affected by the appearance of the Holy Heavens battleships. Not long after they came to a stop, Yu Zhong appeared and flew towards them. 4 silver-armored guards immediately flew out, barking at Yu Zhong with wariness in their eyes. "Halt! Who are you? This is the region of the Holy Heavens. Intruders will be eliminated without mercy." Yu Zhong waved his hands, throwing his identity card over. "I'm Divine Envoy Yu Zhong from the Central Temple. This is my identity card." The 4 of them took out a scanner, confirming his identity before throwing it back and replying in neither a servile nor overbearing tone. "You're definitely Yu Zhong. Come with us." A divine envoy's position was high, but it was not high enough for these silver-armored guards to be fawning over him. Unless he was a Holy Son or Holy Lord level expert, that would make them be respectful. Yu Zhong responded, "Yes." Under their lead, he flew towards the 36 D-grade battleships. The moment he landed on one of them, he could sense incomparable pressure emitting from the battleship. There were actually 6 Type 9 experts and over 200 half-step Type 9 powerhouses. Chapter 1184. Holy Lord Yu Hua. The might of this D-grade battleship was incredibly terrifying, enough to conquer an entire world. The strongest of the humans on the great god world was truly something else. Under the lead of the soldiers, Yu Zhong came to a deep hall, and in it, there were 2 people sitting on a sofa. One of them was the master that Yu Zhong had acknowledged back in the Holy Heavens, the Holy Lord Tiando, while the other was Yu Zhong's senior brother, Juanan. "Yu Zhong, you're back." Holy Lord Tiando saw Yu Zhong walking in, and his eyes were filled with surprise. He scanned once and his face changed as he exclaimed, You actually rose to the Type 9 realm." When Juanan heard that Yu Zhong had broken through, he was thoroughly shocked. "What? Type 9? He actually reached the Type 9 realm, in such a short time. How is that possible?" Are those who can trigger the tiger dragon image this freakish? Impossible. Even those existences years ago had to spend decades to break through the Type 9 barrier. How did he do it? A Type 9 powerhouse could be said to be no longer mortal and was halfway into the god realm. They were typically invincible existences, able to tear through space freely, and even bring about catastrophe upon a world. A person could eradicate an entire race. A Type 9 expert, in this universe where experts were aplenty, in the human race of the four main races in the great god world, had a high status. Within the holy heavens, the number of half-step Type 9 powerhouses had accumulated over time, reaching over 300,000. However, the true Type 9 powerhouses were little in number. Each of them had high authority and terrifying combat strength. Although Juanan had guessed that Yuzhong would likely rise to the Type 9 realm when he saw the triggered image of the tiger and dragon during Yuzhong's initiation, he had not expected it to be this fast. Subconsciously he was filled with envy and jealousy. Yuzhong laughed mildly. I encountered some fortuitous encounters in the Merlot battlefield, and managed to become a Type 9 powerhouse. Holy Lord Tiando had an appreciative look. Good Yuzhong, I was right about you. You have fortune and fate on your side. To be able to reach the Type 9 realm in such a short time, this is the first in our holy heavens. I will go report this, and you will soon become a holy lord in our holy heavens. After that, Holy Lord Tiando pressed a round plate beside him and sent a report towards the rest of the Type 9 powerhouses. Any Type 9 powerhouse was a huge thing for the human race, thus all the Type 9 experts had to be notified. Yuzhong? Who is he? A divine envoy of the Central Temple? How did a divine envoy become a Type 9 powerhouse? Yuzhong, wasn't this that kid that triggered the Tiger Dragon illusion? He had just joined us for a year and already became a Type 9 powerhouse? Terrifying. His latent potential and encounters are truly amazing. A number of those Type 9 powerhouses quickly went to research on Yuzhong through their means, and when they saw how fast Yuzhong was, they were thoroughly shocked. When Holy Lord Yuhua heard the news, she was filled with regret. Damn it, if only I had invited him faster and got him to join the Northern Temple. The 5 temples were dedicated to protecting the human race, but internally they would still compete for resources and prestige. With an additional Type 9 powerhouse, it would mean that the temple would be stronger. Holy Lord Tiando then smiled at Yuzhong. Yuzhong, the Heavenly Lord had decided to organize a banquet for you, and all the Type 9 powerhouses will be there. Go and get to know them. Yuzhong replied, sure. Come with me. Holy Lord Tiando stood up and headed out. Yuzhong followed after Holy Lord Tiando out. Soon, 2 people flew from this D-grade battleship and headed to the central one. Upon entering that ship, Yuzhong could that even the most ordinary guard was a Type 8 powerhouse, and countless strong auras were abundant on this ship. There was not a single Type 7 expert. Apparently, they did not even have the qualifications to be on board this ship. As they proceeded along, they came to a lavish palace that was made out of the most exquisite of precious stones. Inside, many good-looking holy sons and maidens wore waiter and waitresses' uniforms, handling and serving in a busy manner. Here, the Type 9 powerhouses were the main characters, and they formed their own cliques as they engaged in private conversations. To them, such a gathering was extremely rare. Most of the time, they would be cultivating back at their own hideouts, taking advantage of the abundant energy and time. If it was not for the upcoming trial of the Tower of Babel, risking their lives for a chance to become true gods and obtain treasures, they would not even head out to meet the best of their friends. Yuzhong. As Yuzhong stepped into the palace, he immediately heard a surprised cry. Yuzhong turned around and noticed 3 of the waiters and waitresses, who were Jode and his siblings. Seeing familiar faces, Yuzhong also felt a sense of warmth as he walked over immediately. Beside the siblings, there were other holy sons and daughters. When they saw Yuzhong and Holy Lord Tiando walking over, they were slightly nervous. A Type 9 Holy Lord expert was a huge character of the holy heavens. They had unimaginable authority, and these holy sons and daughters were still a long way. Other than a rare few who had heaven-defying talents, most of them felt the distance between themselves and the holy lords to be heaven and earth. Coming to Jode, Yuzhong asked curiously, "How come you guys are here?" Inside this palace, the weakest was also a Type 8 powerhouse. Jode and his siblings were as weak as ants, compared to the rest of the service crew. Jode looked at Yuzhong with shock in his eyes as well as a hint of greed and envy. but he quickly dismissed those emotions. He laughed lightly, "We're not too sure ourselves. The upper brass gave some orders and here we are." The big-breasted lowly Wuxia stared at Yuzhong with her large eyes, asking curiously, "Big brother Yuzhong, have you already become a Type 9 expert?" Hearing that, Jody and Lena also looked at Yuzhong with a curious gaze. They knew that it had not even been a year since he joined the Holy Heavens, and to think that he would actually break through the barrier of mortal and a half-god, he was truly a freakish existence. Yuzhong chuckled, "That's right, I'm already a Type 9 powerhouse." Although they were already mentally prepared, Jody and Lena could not help but be shocked, their gazes complicated. The few holy sons and daughters beside Jody and Lena also looked at Yuzhong with a hint of envy. Although the difference between a Type 8 and Type 9 was only one realm, it was all the difference between a half-god and human, a truly tough bridge to cross. All the holy sons and daughters of the holy heavens were dragons amongst men, yet, those who could truly surpass that limitation were rare and few. Wuxia continued to stare at Yuzhong with her beautiful eyes as she asked expectantly, "That's great. Big brother Yuzhong, can you ask for Wuxia to be assigned to you?" Wuxia has learned many skills in this period, and is a very good attendant. Yuzhong chuckled as he waved his hands and handed 3 powerful mech equipment to them. "All right. I'll try to think of ways to get you 3 assigned to be with me. These are your gifts." Once Yuzhong became a Holy Lord character, he would be someone with status and authority. It would be easy to arrange for some minor characters to be by his side. Wuxia played with the mech equipment, her face full of joy as she exclaimed, "Thank you." At this time there was a soothing female giggling voice that rang out like chimes, as the Holy Lord Yuhua came over. "Wuxia and the rest are people from our northern temple. Yuzhong, if you want to transfer them, you should let us know, right?" "Your Highness." Seeing Holy Lord Yuhua come over, the holy sons and daughters all paid their respect, while Wuxia and her siblings also became solemn and greeted. Yuzhong chuckled, "So it was Holy Lord Yuhua, the 3 of them are my friends, and I hope Holy Lord Yuhua can bear the pain to let me have them." All right, I will transfer them to you." She did not make things difficult for Yuzhong as she smiled coyly. "Yuzhong, you actually managed to become a Type 9 expert in such a short time. Truly formidable, your potential is limitless." Chapter 1185. Pledge of Friendship. Yuzhong laughed humbly, "You're too kind." Holy Lord Yuhua continued to gaze at him. "Yuzhong, you've rushed back this time, I'm assuming it is to try the Tower of Babel as well?" Yuzhong laughed lightly, "That's right, after all, isn't that the goal of every Type 9 powerhouse here? If it was not for this mysterious Tower of Babel, there would not be so many Type 9 powerhouse gathered here." Holy Lord Yuhua nodded slightly, her face flashing with a serious look. "There indeed is some secret contained within the tower, allowing us to evolve to a true god. There are many gold-grade treasures as well, but likewise the risk and danger are extremely real. 90% of experts that enter would fall within. Only a small percentage would survive and make it out alive or evolve to the true god stage. I hope that we can form a team and help each other out inside the tower." Every single Type 9 powerhouse had astonishing capabilities to suppress an entire world. However, the Tower of Babel was truly too terrifying, where even Type 9 powerhouses would fall. Holy Lord Yuhua had no choice but to be prudent and seek allies. Holy Lord Tiando, who had been silent all these while, spoke up. "Indeed, in order to live within the tower, not only would we need lucky but allies as well. Holy Lord Yuhua, count me in." The Tower of Babel was too dangerous. Those who knew some intel on it would not underestimate it. Therefore most of them were being careful. Yuzhong chuckled, "Count me in as well." After the 3 of them came to a consensus, this small group was formed. With that, Yuzhong was led by Holy Lord Tiando through the banquet, to meet a number of Type 9 experts of the Holy Heavens. Every single one of them was interesting characters, a few of them with strange personalities. However, they knew that the journey into the tower was going to be dangerous. Thus, making one more friend was better than one more enemy, thus they still treated Yuzhong somewhat friendly. Time passed and all of a sudden, the banquet became quiet, as the Central Temple's Heavenly Lord Lei Huang stepped onto the podium. Yuzhong gazed at Lei Huang and was taken aback. "Strong. This fellow is truly strong. He's really a half-step true god powerhouse and I'm not his match right now." In Yu Zhong's eyes he could clearly see numerous strong strands of laws circulating around Lei Huang, dense and impenetrable. Although he just stood there, he was like a fiend god that exuded a terrifying suppression on all around him. Today our human race has a new Type 9 half-god expert, and he is Yu Zhong from our central temple. Lei Huang's gaze swept towards Yu Zhong, with an appreciative look evident in his eyes. Yu Zhong, come on up. Yu Zhong walked up and stood beside Lei Huang. Lei Huang handed a white gold card to Yu Zhong and clapped. From today on, Yu Zhong will be the Dragon Tiger Holy Lord of our central temple. Come, everyone applaud for our new Dragon Tiger Holy Lord. The rest of the Type 9 powerhouses below also wore smiles as they clapped and congratulated Yu Zhong on his appointment. Lei Huang then smiled at Yu Zhong and shot him an encouraging glance. Come, say something to everyone. Yu Zhong chuckled and stepped up to the podium as his face turned solemn, and his voice rang out, I, Yu Zhong, vow to give my all for the sake of our human race. His words were just right, not too outstanding, nor instilled with truths, and the old foxes below only responded mildly, clapping for him. Lei Huang clapped Yu Zhong's shoulder and gave him another encouraging smile. Go and relax. Once Lei Huang left, the rest also did not maintain their attention, immediately separating back into their own groups to exchange treasures and intelligence, preparing for the Tower of Babel. After Lei Huang left, he stepped through a spatial gate, appearing in another room. There, the other three heavenly lords were awaiting. Other than the Holy Lord from the Eastern Temple, the rest of the peak experts in holy heavens were gathered here. At this time, Heavenly Lord Yen Tian frowned, his voice full of displeasure. Lei Huang, that Yu Zhong was obviously an oracle of this generation, why did you not bring him over? The power of the holy heavens was large and their intelligence network vast. The moment Yu Zhong had shown up on their radar, they had gone to investigate all there was to him. After all, this was Earth and he had left so much of his traces here, it was impossible for him to hide his past. Lei Huang turned solemn. I know what you mean, Yen Tian. He might be an oracle, but he's one of us, a human. I'm not going to let you make a move on him. As the figures of the authority of the holy heavens, these four knew that Yu Zhong had the god-devil imprint, the nucleus, the physique, the blood. These were all precious resources. If a half-step true god expert were to consume Yu Zhong, it would allow them to break through and reach the Type 10 realm, breaking out of the cage. That was the wish and hope of every single half-god expert. Even the four heavenly lords could not resist such an allure. Heavenly Lord Lu Lai's voice turned frosty. Are you intending to devour him for yourself? The moment Lu Lai spoke, the other two heavenly lords also turned to look at Lei Huang, their eyes cold. The tension became colder. Devour? Myself? Lei Huang swept them all a gaze, his eyes filled with sarcasm. He sat on the sofa, stretching out his hands to make himself comfortable while laughing. He's already a Type 9 expert and has a gold-grade armor, who amongst you can kill him? If there's no chance to kill him in one blow, and when he becomes stronger again, we will end up as his prey and food. Haven't the lesson from 10,000 years ago been harsh enough? Hearing Lei Huang's words, Lu Lai and the others fell silent, as they reminisced about the past. They were all clear how strong an oracle was, one who had reached the Type 9 realm and possessed the god-devil physique. It was likely that only the half-step true god powerhouses like the four heavenly lords could actually deal with these oracles. However, against one with a gold-grade armor, it was likely they could only defeat the party but not kill for sure. Furthermore, if a Type 9 oracle were to flee, the entire holy heavens would be a risk. An oracle possessed the god-devil imprint, a heaven-defying treasure, and was basically heaven-chosen. Their evolution speed was meteoric, and there had been such a character over thousands of years ago. He had been hunted by the peak experts of the human race, and in his rage he had retaliated, and within 30 short years, almost all the human experts had been killed. In the end he evolved into the Type 10 stage and broke through, escaping the confines of the cage. If that oracle at that time had not slaughtered the other experts of the other races as well, then the human race in the holy heavens and great god world would have long become the slaves for other races. Heavenly Lord Ogani spoke up after a while. What's Yu Zhong's attitude toward our human race? Lei Huang replied. He declared that he was willing to give his all to the human race. Based on my judgment, when he spoke this sentence, he meant it. Heavenly Lord Yen Tian also spoke out. In that case, forget it. However, I still reckon that we need to keep an eye on him. Before the Tower of Babel opens, nothing else is more important. The rest nodded silently. The Tower of Babel was their biggest hope. After all, plotting to take down and devour a Type 9 oracle with a gold-grade treasure was simply too difficult. Even if they did, there was no guarantee of a breakthrough. This was just a legend from thousands of years ago. In comparison, the Tower of Babel had more opportunities for them to break out of the cage and leave the world. After the four heavenly lords came to a decision, things became peaceful. With the passage of time, there was a dark palace enveloped by devil Qi, seemingly devouring all light as it burst out of a gate of hell. It was over 200,000 m in length and soared to the skies quickly. When the palace shot out, it flew straight for the Pacific Ocean. The moment it arrived in the airspace above the Pacific Ocean, it began to descend while applying harsh pressure on the weaker races below. Damn! Break for me! Bastard break! A number of soldiers from those races flew out, bellowing with rage as they executed their strongest moves, blasting towards the palace. Under the pressure of the palace, many of the attacks were just destroyed, and the palace continued to press downwards, directly crushing the camps below, while turning the experts to minced meat. After that, a huge and terrifying whirlpool appeared, sucking in the experts of these weaker races into the Black Palace. Chapter 1186, Dragon Mantis Beast Horde. Seeing how vicious and savage the Black Palace was, many other races were alarmed and immediately felt hostile and guarded towards it. The 10,000 Devil Altar has arrived. The region of 20 li shall be our domain, those who trespass will be killed. At this time, following a cold and insidious voice, the aura of half-step true god experts shot out, filled with violence and savagery. When the experts heard that voice, many of their faces fell. Some of the weaker races near the 10,000 Devil Altar looked even more horrified as they fled as far as they could. A half-step true god expert was a mighty character, and it was extremely easy for them to wipe out the weaker races. These weaker races did not want to die. There were all sorts of races and species that had gathered at the Pacific Ocean, with many half-step true god warriors among them. Many were offended at how the devils had barged in and acted in such a domineering manner, but no one stood out to challenge them. The choice of the devils was also extremely crafty, taking out weaker races, where the strongest were at most Type 8. They did not take on those who had Type 9 powerhouses, and those other races would not fight it out with the devils for the sake of races different from their own. After they caused a short commotion, things settled down and went back to normal. Not too long after the 10,000 Devil Altar arrived, another gate of hell flashed and a huge cocoon soared out, its length over 500,000 m, and it was a sickly green in color. The moment this green cocoon soared out, it also shot towards the Pacific Ocean, and in a similar fashion, terrorized some of the weaker races. This time, the weaker races were prepared. The moment they saw the cocoon, they scattered wildly and gave up their own positions. The cocoon descended and exuded a terrifying pressure. The Man-Eater's divine temple has arrived. The region of 20 li will be our domain. Anyone who trespasses will be killed without mercy. With that savage roar, a half-step true god's presence exuded out, filling the lower races around with fear. As with that, there was no further commotion from them. A 100,000 m tall pyramid flew out from a gate of hell, descending upon the Pacific Ocean. Following that, a 200,000 m large black nest flew out from another gate of hell and landed at the Pacific Ocean as well. With the passage of time, stronger races were appearing, landing at the Pacific Ocean and filling up more of it. There was no lack of enmity between certain races and species, but here, while waiting for the Tower of Babel to open, they maintained control and did not start a wanton slaughter. Across the Pacific Ocean, there was a strange balance as everyone waited for the Tower of Babel silently. Yuan had tried utilizing the satellites he had to observe it, but the result caused him to be astonished. The Tower of Babel actually stretched past the Milky Way, extending for light years to the vast universe way beyond. As everyone waited expectantly, the day finally arrived as the huge doors that were the entrance finally opened up. It's open. It's finally open. Go go go. Seeing the opening of the entrance, everyone became excited and fought to enter it. The originally quiet factions also began to move out, getting into their agreed groups as they headed to the huge gates. Before entering it, all of them did not intend to clash with any of their competitors. What thick energy! Is this the Tower of Babel? Truly a sacred ground. If I just stay here for a year, I can definitely breach the Type 8 realm. That's a true dragon fruit. Legends have it that it's only found on a true dragon corpse, and it takes over 1,000 years to bloom. Amazing. Inside the Tower of Babel, the energy was abundant, and rare treasures and herbs could be seen almost immediately upon entering. It was even more magical than Earth, and many of the experts who were at the peak of their own bottlenecks charged in, took some of the resources, and within a day they had broken through. Many experts soared through on their various battleships, castles, cocoons, absorbing the energy, fighting for the treasures. Yuzhong, Holy Lord Tiando, Holy Lord Yuhua, as well as the Holy Lord Yinhe, Holy Lord Wushuang, and Holy Lord Bingfeng, the 6 of them formed a small team and flew out of the battleship, taking in the abundant energy in the tower. With a wave of Yuzhong's hands, countless mechs flew out and began to harvest the numerous precious fruits, delivering them to his hand. The other holy lords also had their own means to pick up and keep the treasures. At the entrance of the tower, most of these precious herbs and fruits were also beneficial to Type 9 powerhouses. These Type 9 experts would naturally not pass over them. Yuzhong frowned slightly as he asked, "Is the Tower of Babel like this?" Holy Lord Yuhua had a similar expression as she chuckled bitterly. "The tower is extremely mysterious. Each time the experience is different. Our previous experience was not like this." All of a sudden there was a cry of shock. "Mutant beast horde! It's a beast horde!" Yuzhong's heart turned cold as he channeled his vision, activating his god-devil eyes to observe ahead. About 10 li away there was a huge horde of mutant beasts flying over. They were 2 m in size, each of them possessing dinosaur heads, huge wings, front limbs resembling praying mantises, and powerful velociraptor-like hind legs. Type 8 mutant beasts, Dragon Mantis Beast, a terrifying fast creature. The innate attribute is speed. Its destructive abilities can even cause spatial tears. The only weakness is low defense. A horde of 3,000 beasts could easily surround and kill a Type 9 powerhouse. The moment Yuzhong saw those beasts, the information flowed to his consciousness, and he knew all there was to know about them. The 3,000 Dragon Mantis beasts had the ability to slaughter a Type 9 powerhouse. They were rushing over both in the skies and on the land, their numbers endless. Even if a half-step true god were to barge through, he or she might not survive. The speed of those Type 8 Dragon Mantis beasts was extremely terrifying, even exceeding that of some weaker Type 9 powerhouses. A Type 7 expert had just turned around when a Dragon Mantis beast shot past, and the front limbs slashed out, slicing him into multiple pieces. Behind, the other beasts lunged at the corpse and gobbled up the pieces within an instant. The terrifying beast horde surged forwards, and any expert of the Type 8 realm and below were instantly eliminated, without being able to resist. The countless Type 8 experts of other species tried to retaliate, some of them even activating their domains, but they were also killed without putting much of a resistance. By now, many Type 9 experts had already rushed in, and they all operated their powerful domains towards the Dragon Mantis Beast horde. Faced with the numerous domains, many of the Dragon Mantis beasts immediately burst apart in a shower of flesh and blood. However, the beasts were formidable, their front claws containing some principles of slashing, and they continued to surge towards the Type 9 powerhouses, their claws slicing out. With the relentless assault, some initial Type 9 experts were also sliced apart, and even when they tore open space to swallow these beasts, they would be sliced by the retaliating forces. Soon they fell into a disadvantageous situation as well. Under the assault of the Dragon Mantis Beast horde, many life forms were sliced apart amidst screams of pain and agony, which rang throughout the first level of the tower. Ah! How could this be? How could I be killed by these lowly beasts? They're just Type 8 mutant beasts. I'm a half-god expert. Near a mountain of Dragon Mantis corpses, one Type 9 creature that looked similar to a Dino warrior had countless wounds, his body bleeding profusely with gold blood. His legs had been sliced off, and he was roaring with unwillingness. Before he finished, numerous Dragon Mantis beasts pounced onto him, and sliced him apart in a second, before proceeding to consume him. A Type 9 expert had actually fallen. Seeing that, many were shocked and felt a chill. A Type 9 powerhouse could easily be an overlord of a world. And yet, one had been killed in this horde. The dragon mantis beasts were truly terrifying. When the first Type 9 expert died, before long, more began to fall under the constant barrage and unending numbers. Chapter 1187, Fight. Seeing the terrifying horde of dragon mantis beasts, everyone's countenance turned ugly as they retreated madly. Ah! We can't go out. Shit, we can't go out. Many of the weaker races tried to leave the Tower of Babel. However, when they slammed into the energy shield, they were immediately vaporized, leaving behind screams of misery and unwillingness. Those human experts who were still picking up the precious fruits outside were horrified and fled back to their battleships. From the human battleships, Heavenly Lord Lei Huang's voice rang out, "Attack, kill our way in." The 1,000-strong fleet immediately got into action, maintaining a steady speed as they opened their throttles and headed towards the swarm of dragon mantis beasts. In that instant, countless beams of lights blasted out at the mutant beasts. With the joint effort of the humans, over thousands were being slaughtered every second, and pieces of flesh and blood splattered all over the ground below, nourishing the soil. The horde of dragon mantis beasts was being cleared in large numbers. However, there were still groups of them that managed to weave through the rain of firepower, flying towards the battleships. At that moment, the Type 8 holy sons and daughters appeared, donning their enhanced armor as they clashed against the dragon mantis beasts. The human fleet was in a formation, with every battleship being the nucleus, with numerous experts providing constant support, cursing and weakening the dragon mantis beasts, while blessing and buffing the holy sons and daughters. With their support, the gap between the two sides was gradually widened, and the dragon mantis beasts were being taken down easily. However, due to the ferocious nature of those beasts, in their retaliation, there would be unfortunate human experts that got torn apart. Witnessing the might of the battleship fleet, many of the experts of the other races and species quickly gathered near the formation, in order to live on, as they resisted the beasts with their own formations and arrays as well. Likewise, the human fleet needed the foreign races to help take on some of the pressure, hence they did not act against the foreign races. Chance? Yuzhong took a look at the dragon mantis beasts and felt excited. He flew out of the battleship and grabbed out at thin air, as the atmospheric energy congealed to form a huge claw, and squashed 10 dragon mantis beasts in a flash. The pure streams of life force surged into his body, refreshing his spirit, and he grabbed at the 10 nuclei as well. The dragon mantis beasts had high offense and low defense. With Yuzhong's current strength, he could easily take out 10 in one go. After that, he waved his hands, and the 5,000 mech bugs that he obtained from Yuan Ting flew out, pouncing towards the dragon mantis beasts. As the 5,000 mech bugs clashed against the dragon mantis beasts, they began to devour the mutant beasts, leaving not even any nuclei behind. The dragon mantis beasts were savage as well. Their blades were incredibly sharp, capable of even ripping space, and many mech bugs were torn apart. When Yu Zhong released the mech bugs, he waved his hands and revealed another 105 fighter mechs, equipped with C-grade particle cannons, which immediately began firing at the dragon mantis beasts in the sky, tearing them apart. After he had deployed the mech army, Yu Zhong started to grab out at thin air, congealing multiple claws that grabbed out at patches of the mutant beasts, crushing their bodies, and keeping their corpses as well as nuclei into his storage ring. As the horde of dragon mantis beasts was being wiped out, Yu Zhong's accumulated life force was also growing rapidly. These dragon mantis beasts might be nightmares to other powerhouses, but to Yu Zhong, they were a treasure trove for him to increase his strength. If it were outside, other than the holy heavens, it was impossible for so many Type 8 mutant beasts to appear. Furthermore, it was likely that other Type 9 experts might be aggravated outside, causing an all-out war between the humans and mutant beasts. However, there was no problem slaughtering so many Type 8 dragon mantis beasts, nor any consequences that he would have to worry about. Holy Lord Yin He, who was surrounded by what seemed like a replica of the Milky Way, eyed Yu Zhong's slaughter of the dragon mantis beasts and frowned. Does this fellow not know how to conserve some energy? This is just the first level, and if he were to expend all his stamina, what will he do later? Holy Lord Yu Hua laughed in a charming manner. I think he knows what he's doing. Look, he hasn't even activated his domain yet. The strongest trump card of most Type 9 powerhouses was usually their domain. Once activated, most life forms within the domain would be slaughtered. However, with the spatial laws on the blades of the dragon mantis beasts, while the domains might be able to eliminate many of them, the domain stood the risk of being sliced apart by these beasts. Once a Type 9 powerhouse's domain was sliced or damaged, their strength would suffer a drop for a short period. Hence, other than those who were caught in a swarm of the beasts, few would actually utilize their domains to deal with these dragon mantis beasts. A single Type 8 might not mean much to a Type 9 powerhouse, but with enough numbers, a Type 9 powerhouse would have to be careful. As the human fleet of battleships charged through the dragon mantis beasts, their cannons fired out constantly, while the experts constantly executed their techniques to take out as many as they could. With every second passed in this chaotic battleground, many experts fell due to the savage and vicious nature of the dragon mantis beasts. What is this? Ah. Help. There were still experts from the other worlds entering the Tower of Babel. However, before they could even pluck any fruits on the ground, they would be torn apart by the dragon mantis beasts that had swarmed at the entrance. One black-caped man who was shrouded in dark chi stepped into the Tower of Babel and was instantly met with the assault of 10 dragon mantis beasts. The black-caped man swept them a gaze, his brows furrowing slightly as he muttered, "Damn, so many dragon mantis beasts. Seems like if I don't expend some energy to take care of them, I can't pass through." The dragon mantis beasts had gotten to within 20 m of the black-caped man, when their bodies started to rot, melting into puddles on the ground. With a wave of his hands, a golden flag engraved with a true dragon, Qilin, and a vermilion bird, 3 mythical beasts, appeared. He waved it, causing it to glow, and a true dragon emerged from the flag, roaring to life as it pounced into the horde of dragon mantis beasts, exuding a powerful might, tearing apart the weaker mutant beasts into pieces. The black-robed man flashed and stepped on the head of the golden true dragon, channeling his energy as the beast slaughtered the dragon mantis beasts in its way. Initially, there were some experts lying in wait, hoping to fish in muddied waters, had no choice but to release their techniques and charged at the dragon mantis beast's horde. The only way to survive was to attack and proceed. On the other side, although the dragon beast horde was still terrifying, their numbers were diminishing. The fleet of battleships had paid the price of 5 ships, forcefully forging ahead for over 10,000 li, slaughtering a bloody path out, before they came to another domain, filled with countless precious fruits, their fragrance thick and heavy, and the atmospheric energy abundant. Those are dragons of vitality. It's rumored that only sacred grounds where energy was thick enough could produce such items. To think there are so many here. That's a 9-leaf primordial fruit. Eating one can increase the chance of a half-step Type 9 powerhouse breaking through by 0.1%. There are so many. There's at least 100 of them just over there. They're mine. Inside this region, the thick dragons of vitality floated through the air, while precious herbs and fruits could be seen everywhere on the ground. These were world-shaking items, empowering half-step Type 9 characters. Not even the holy heavens had so many resources. Many people turned mad with glee and greed at the sight of those precious resources. They quickly soared out, pouncing towards the items they liked. These were important items for their breakthrough. It was precise because of such opportunities that many holy sons and daughters were willing to risk their lives. Even the Type 9 powerhouses, including Yuzhong, were extremely moved when they caught sight of the treasures and resources. They quickly soared out and helped themselves to the collection as well. There were many other fruits that were beneficial to those of the Type 9 realm as well. At one particular patch there was 10 9-leaf primordial fruit, and a Type 8 gooseman flew over, waving his hands and kept the fruits. Another holy son dressed in a silver battle armor landed in front of the gooseman and barked out, "Hand over those 9-leaf primordial fruits." The Type 8 gooseman snapped back, "Why should I? I obtained those first." Chapter 1188, Bullhead Dragon Devil. The human holy sun had an icy look. "Lowly mutant life forms, if it was not for our human race, you guys would be dead. You still dare to snatch resources? Are you looking to die?" Many foreign races viewed the human race as pigs and dogs, treating them as one of the lowest life forms. As for the human race, many of them also looked down upon the foreign races. The Type 8 Gooseman surveyed the surroundings and held back his fury. The items here belong to no one. Whoever is capable enough to obtain them deserves so. Your human race might be powerful now, but you cannot be unreasonable. Here, the human race with their fleets and arrays were the strongest. As for the foreign species, they were like scattered sand grains. Although they had the numbers, if they were to fight against humans, they would be wiped out 9 times out of 10. Hongji, why bother wasting your breath with this type of trash? Since he's not willing to hand it over, just kill him. There was a sound of light laughter as a flash of light appeared, and the Type 8 Gooseman was sliced in many parts. In the middle of the gory scene was a golden-haired man with a huge blade. Hongji's eyes also flashed as he laughed savagely. I got it, this trash are enemies of our human race, it's best to wipe them out. The young man then held up the storage bag of the Gooseman and offered it to Hongji. Shall we share? Hongji nodded, sure. From afar, 5 Goosemen saw all that had transpired, and they were filled with rage as they lunged over. Bastards! Go to hell. Hongji's eyes flashed with a look of viciousness as he charged towards the 5 Goosemen. A few more have come looking for death. The young man with the gold hair also laughed out, flying beside Hongji. Although there were many precious fruits over here to the huge crowd of people, it was not enough. Thus, the situation quickly escalated to a fight for resources, with many slaughtering their competitors. Those foreign species and races that had followed behind the humans to enter this land were also quickly dragged into the brawl, as both sides became even more savage. With Hongji and the gold-haired fellow being the ignition spark, the entire situation escalated quickly. Yuzhong stood to one side, frowning as he observed their slaughter. He had no intention nor wish to see both sides engaging in a slaughter. The fact that the humans could push through the horde of dragon mantis beasts was partly due to the efforts of the foreign races as well. It was because many of them were cannon fodder that the fleet of battleships could proceed with lower casualties. Without the cannon fodder, the humans would have suffered a greater loss. Courting death. All of a sudden Yuzhong frowned and barked out furiously as he sent a fist towards a patch of space. At that instant, there was a sudden shower of blood, as a humanoid chameleon corpse fell out of space, hurtling towards the ground. Yuzhong swept the corpse a glance and made his decision. Seems like I have to make my move. Currently, the conflict was extremely brutal, with both sides red-eyed from the killing, as though they would not rest till the other side was wiped out. Even if Yuzhong did not attack the foreign races, they would not hesitate to attack him. With a thought, Yuzhong waved his hands and the remaining 4,000 mech bugs soared out, pouncing towards the foreign species. The 4,000 mechs were impervious to normal melee attacks, as well as most elemental attacks. Furthermore, when they consumed their prey, there would be nothing left. As the foreign races were being killed one after another, their life force would be absorbed by Yuzhong, consolidating within him. Having made his choice, Yuzhong charged into the midst of the foreign races, blasting outward with his palms, blasting a number of them. At the same time, he continued to consume many of the precious herbs and treasures that he swept up. The countless treasures here were extremely beneficial to Yuzhong. He had harvested quite a number, thus allowing him to fight and eat at the same time. Go to hell. When Yuzhong had just killed a half-step Type 9 Devil Head and absorbed his life force, it ignited the rest of the accumulated energy, and they surged through his golden nucleus, turning into a golden color. As the gold energy surged through his consciousness, it formed into a golden child who looked identical to Yuzhong. Yuzhong looked at the kid and had an understanding. This is the nascent soul formed by my soul. When it has evolved into an indestructible soul, I will be able to become a true god warrior. Most Type 9 half-step experts would have condensed the golden blood and bone marrows, and the only step left for the final breakthrough was the soul. A true god who possessed an indestructible soul would be able to recover his body even if there was only a sliver of will left. With an indestructible soul, a true god had much more control of the energy around them. Together with the higher laws and principles comprehended, a Type 9 basically had no chance in front of a true god. At the moment when Yuzhong congealed his nascent soul, Yuzhong finally broke through to the mid-stage of the Type 9 realm. It was a tough journey for Type 9 experts, most stuck at the initial Type 9 realm. If it were outside for Yuzhong to reach this stage, it would have been an arduous journey as well. However, with the abundant energy here together with the life force and resources he was sweeping up, he had evolved once again, increasing his strength. When he reached this stage, he kept silent, pressing his power level down back to the initial Type 9 realm, as he continued on his slaughter and obtained many precious fruits. Even if he did not need them, he could give them to Luo Qingqing, Yin Shuang, Jiqing Wu, Jianghu and the rest, helping them to improve faster. As the slaughter continued, all of a sudden the ground shook as a 100m tall bullhead dragon devil appeared, his hands wielding a golden axe and his body covered with scales. Each step he took caused the ground to rumble. "Are you all damn intruders? You can go to hell for me." The half-step true god bullhead dragon devil's eyes were bloodshot, as he roared out and channeled a powerful energy into his axe. At that moment, the surroundings seemed to change as the atmospheric energy gathered on the axe in his hands, as it burst forth with an intense, destructive aura. "Die!" He roared out and sliced out, as the green aura around his axe formed into a lightning web that shot towards Yuzhong and the rest of the tower challengers. The lightning web seemed to have materialized out of nowhere, catching many of the holy sons, daughters, as well as the experts of the foreign races, by vaporizing them. "Damn it! Bastard!" Many of the Type 9 human experts that could not resist the allure of the resources below and had flown down below, when faced with this sudden, destructive force, immediately channeled their shields, domains and all sorts of defensive abilities. Save me. Under the assault of the Green Thunder, one particular Type 9 expert had his energy shield, Qi shield, and even his domain broken through, and his body was blitzed by the thunder, turning into a golden skeleton, as it fell and became nourishment for the herbs and flowers below. "No! Help!" As the miserable screams rang out, 7 initial Type 9 human experts, as well as 4 Type 9 experts of the foreign races all turned to dust. The thunder net was mainly cast in the direction of the human fleet of battleships, and under that assault, a number of C-grade battleships and their shields disintegrated immediately, while the people within died. A single strike from this 100m tall bullhead dragon devil had cost 11 Type 9 experts and over 2 million lives, be it from the humans or the foreign races, as well as 200 C-grade battleships. That's a gold-grade axe. Damn it. A half-step true god with a gold-grade battle axe, this is basically an invincible existence. How do we defeat such a thing? Turning to look at that bullhead dragon devil, the expressions of the numerous experts turned into despair. A half-step true god expert, coupled with a gold-grade weapon, was already a peak existence on this plane, and could easily devastate many of the powerhouses present. An even more terrifying scene then occurred. Behind that bullhead dragon devil, another 99 similar monsters of varying heights all appeared, each of them wielding a silver axe. They were all exuding an aura at the Type 9 realm. The moment the other bullhead dragon devils appeared, they joined the half-step true god powerhouse leader of theirs, charging straight for the humans. Chapter 1189, Bull Crusher Devil. The might of these Type 9 bullhead dragon devils were terrifying. In an instant, they had charged into the fray and were slashing out with their axes at the humans and foreign species alike. Under their assault, a huge number of human experts and foreign species powerhouse were sliced apart, their blood splattering everywhere. Damn it. Everyone, let's join forces to defeat these freaks. Forced by the Type 9 bullhead dragon devils, the conflict between the humans and foreign races were discarded, and they joined hands once more to clash against the bullhead dragon devils. However, the strength of the half-step true god was no joke as he waved the gold axe about, slicing out in a frenzy, channeling the thunder and vaporizing many experts in an instant. Faced with those devastating attacks, many initial Type 9 experts could not withstand them and were wiped out. "Beast, I'll take you down." At this moment, Heavenly Lord Lei Huang wielded his gold-grade scarlet halberd, charging through the skies. His half-step true god aura exuded out, and the halberd also consumed the surrounding qi, forming a small dark whirlpool as he thrust out at the bullhead dragon devil. Right on time. The bullhead dragon devil let out a sharp howl, raising his own gold battle axe, and fired out numerous lightning strikes at the whirlpool. Hong. Following a loud, earth-shaking roar, the ground split apart, and a powerful shockwave shot outwards in all directions. Under the terrifying shockwave, a number of Type 6 experts who had followed the main force in hoping to fish in muddied waters, were instantly jolted dead due to the powerful vibrations coursing through their bodies. Although many knew that the Tower of Babel was dangerous, even so, many were willing to take the risk in the hopes of ascending beyond their current strength. However, just the shockwaves from the battle between two peak experts were enough to kill them. Many Type 7 powerhouses were also affected by the terrifying blast, as they spat out blood, their body in disarray, and they almost lost control of their bodies. After that initial clash, Heavenly Lord Lei Huang immediately charged at the half-step True God Bullhead Dragon Devil. Both of them were half-step True God experts, using gold-grade treasures. Both sides engaged in a tough clash, causing the space to rock itself. With Heavenly Lord Lei Huang holding off the Bullhead Dragon Devil, the battleships took the chance to soar up into the air, firing at the group of Bullhead Dragon Devils. There were a number of D-grade battleships, with their cannons capable of taking out many of those Type 9 monsters. However, the retaliation of the Bullhead Dragon Devils was also swift, as they charged and destroyed whatever ships they could lay their hands on. Under the assault of the group of Bullhead Dragon Devils, many of the human battleships exploded and the human experts within were vaporized as well. Facing the Bullhead Dragon Devils, the human side sent out many Type 9 experts to clash against them. Hong. A loud explosion occurred as a Type 9 Bullhead Dragon Devil waved his axe, cleaving out at a C-grade battleship. The C-grade battleships was instantly sliced in two, causing a terrifying explosion, which instantly consumed everything around it. Watching the explosion, the Bullhead Dragon Devil revealed a cruel and savage smile. Suddenly he felt a sense of danger and swung his battle axe as he turned, slashing out at the void. "You're too slow." There was a cold voice as Yu Zhong appeared on top of the Bullhead Dragon Devil like a ghost, his fist swinging out with a radiant gold light, slamming into the devil's head. With a loud blast, Yu Zhong's strength burst out, instantly crushing the head of the devil into bits. Holy Lord Yu Hua, who was taking on a Type 9 Bullhead Dragon Devil with her moonlight techniques, saw how Yu Zhong took down one with shock in her heart. What a terrifying fellow, the physique of the Bullhead Dragon Devil is so tough, yet he actually destroyed it with a single punch. What a freak. The time he took to evolve was short, how is he even stronger than me? After killing that Bullhead Dragon Devil, Yu Zhong dug out the Type 9 nucleus in the head, and immediately used his stealth, disappearing entirely. In a frontal clash, the stealth armor was not of much use to a Type 9 expert. However, combined with Yu Zhong's own stealth ability in this chaotic battlefield, he was like a fish in water. As he continued to weave through the area, more Type 9 Bullhead Dragon Devils fell at his hands. The abundant life force coursed through him, accumulating within his body. Each time he killed one, the benefits that he obtained was 100 times better than swallowing 100 tons of the treasures below. After all, a Type 9 expert was a half-step True God expert, their life force extremely close to God, and was the best nourishment for Yu Zhong. After 20 of the Type 9 Bullhead Dragon Devils were killed by Yu Zhong, he finally attracted the attention of the rest of the group. Human Die. One of the 80m tall devils, with a peak Type 9 realm, flapped his wings and appeared in front of Yu Zhong. The silver axe in his hands glowed brightly with the thunder energy their race was proficient in and sliced out viciously at Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong frowned and pulled out a silver axe himself, channeling the powerful might of his god devil physique, slashing back at the Bullhead Dragon Devil. With a loud blast, the peak Type 9 Bullhead Dragon Devil was knocked back a few steps, each of his footstep causing a deep indent in the ground. Yu Zhong was also sent flying a few hundred meters by the rebound. There was shock and disbelief on the face of the devil as he thought, what terrifying strength, he's just an initial realm Type 9 expert, how is he capable of such might? The Bullhead Dragon Devil were known for their tyrannical physique and strength, and of those in the same realms, few could take them on. That was why he was so shocked when he was knocked back by Yu Zhong's blow. Damn it, it's not good to engage too long with this freak. Yu Zhong swept the peak Type 9 Bullhead Dragon Devil a look and frowned. He then flickered and disappeared, not willing to engage with the monster. The Bullhead Dragon Devil was enraged as he roared out madly while chasing after Yu Zhong. Where do you think you're escaping to? Human. I will tear you apart. As he ran, Yu Zhong continued to observe his surroundings. Suddenly his eyes brightened. That's the Devil Clan, they're engaged with the monsters of the tower as well. Good, time to unleash a massacre. About 1,000 li away from the human battlefront, the 10,000 Devil Altar experts were similarly engaged with a bunch of spear-wielding goat-head dragon devils. The strength of the goat-head dragon devils was not far off from the bullhead dragon devils. Thus, when they surrounded the devils of the 10,000 Devil Altar, the slaughter was one-sided. With a thought, Yuzhong opened up his wings of hope, flapping his wings and charging right towards the 10,000 Devil Altar experts. The bullhead dragon devil continued to chase after Yuzhong. When Yuzhong shot forward without holding back, he quickly traversed the distance of 1,000 li like a meteor, slamming into a Type 9 Black Rip Devil, whose body was covered in thick devil chi. The Black Rip Devil had also sensed Yuzhong, instantly opening up a spatial tear in front of him to divert Yuzhong's attack. Yuzhong grabbed out, instantly dispersing the tear, while his body slammed into the Black Rip Devil like a shooting star. The impact caused the Type 9 Black Rip Devil to split apart as blood flowed everywhere. "Damn human! I will drain you of your blood." Seeing that scene, a Type 9 blood-sucking devil, whose looks were handsome, roared out in rage and channeled his blood energy, shooting towards Yuzhong with a spectre-like speed, slashing out at Yuzhong's heart. "I'm sorry you don't have that ability, break for me." Yuzhong laughed coldly, his fist containing a terrifying might as he punched out. At that moment, the Type 9 blood-sucking devil's blood law disintegrated, while the expert himself became a corpse that hurtled to the ground. The God Devil physique evolved from the system was the strongest physique in the world. After Yuzhong reached the Type 9 realm, his physique alone had even surpassed some weaker True God experts. His body was his strongest weapon, and unless the opponent of the same rank had a gold-grade weapon, they would not be able to take on a single fist from him. Lai Hong is dead. He was actually killed by that human. Damn it. Kill him. Kill that damn human. Seeing the blood-sucking devil killed by Yuzhong in a single fist, the savage devils did not shudder nor shrink away with fear. Instead, they pounced towards Yuzhong, fueled by their intense desire to kill. Chapter 1190, Red Jade Mantis Horde. Yuzhong had an icy and cruel look, his fists slamming out at those Type 9 devils. Those who were at the initial Type 9 and mid-Type 9 realms, as long as they got struck by Yuzhong's fist, their bodies would burst apart. After 4 of their experts fell under Yuzhong's hands, none of them got close to Yuzhong any further. Instead, they channeled their laws and began to execute their techniques from afar. At that instant, numerous black beams containing laws struck towards Yuzhong. Right behind Yuzhong, the peak Type 9 bullhead dragon devil also roared out furiously, the silver axe in his hands covered with countless green lightning bolts, striking at Yuzhong as well. Armor. Yuzhong barked out coldly, and the gold-grade battle armor covered his body, radiating brightly while the 9 Type 9 nuclei behind shone, and a powerful strength coursed through him, pushing his strength to the peak of the Type 9 realm. After obtaining that fearsome strength, Yuzhong charged through the sky, dodging most of the lightning, while some struck his armor and bounced off, striking the devils. The attacks of the devils slammed into Yuzhong and was also deflected off to hit the other devils by the side. The lightning attack of the bullhead dragon demon was extremely powerful, striking the devils, immediately causing them to go numb and they went into shock. At that instant, Yuzhong charged through the devils, punching out like he was passing judgment, immediately blasting their bodies apart. As for the attacks of those Type 9 devils when they were deflected off, they did not manage to harm Yuzhong much. The peak Type 9 bullhead dragon demon was like an assistant to Yuzhong, his lightning attacks completely bouncing off Yuzhong, striking the rest of the devils, causing them to be stunned momentarily before Yuzhong finished them. The gold-grade armor was able to reflect most Type 9 attacks, and in such a chaotic battlefield, it was extremely effective. Yuzhong continued to weave through the battlefield, invincible, and everywhere he went, the devils would be killed, heavily injured, and those who could flee far to avoid him. Following Yuzhong's wanton slaughter of the devils, the inner life force in him was accumulating swiftly. The life force of the Type 9 experts were the most precious ingredients. Audacious human. As Yuzhong was going on a slaughter, the half-step True God experts hidden with the Heavenly Devil Palace let out an enraged roar. A burst of devil chi churned out, as it reformed into a hideous-looking expert, who had deep-set eyes, a hooked nose and 8 spider legs behind his back. This was an expert from the Heavenly Spider Devil race. The Heavenly Spider Devil race had a terrifying strength and loved to devour all sorts of life forms. There were some who were even able to take on and consume Type 9 powerhouses while they were still at the half-step Type 9 realm. Their combat strength was formidable. Of course, they were low in numbers with only a few hundred, however, each and every single member of their race was a terrifying existence. The half-step True God expert began to threaten Yuzhong. Human, hand over that armor to the mighty King Jeffery. I can pardon your offenses and take you in as my servant. You will be allowed to reign over 150 million people, and become their king and partake in the pleasures of life. Furthermore, as long as I can break through this cage and escape from the world, I will help you to become a true devil-level expert, immortal and invincible. If you choose to decline, when I capture you, I will tear you limb from limb, sinew from your tendons, and throw you into a pit of worms to be fed to those bugs. When the human race broke through this cage, they would consider the Type 10 experts as true God warriors. However, to the devil race they called them the true devil warriors. Oh, I choose to take down your head and flush it down the toilet bowl. Yuzhong chuckled coldly and his body flickered, transcending space as he made for the half-step true God Jeffery. Full. The might of a half-step true devil expert is nothing the likes of an ant like you can understand. I shall show you the distance between the both of us. Jeffery shot into the sky, eyeing Yuzhong as he laughed coldly. With his fingers outstretched, black lines containing laws shot out, assaulting Yuzhong. Facing those countless lines, Yuzhong directly executed his strongest technique, the cosmic finger, as a cosmos suddenly appeared and pressed down on the lines. A true god technique, eh? It might be powerful, but you are still too weak. You can't even bring out 30% of its power. What a waste. Let me show you how I'll break it. Jeffery looked at the cosmos and laughed coldly. His black lines trembled slightly, and stuck onto the cosmos before a huge suction began to exert through them. The cosmos then began to shrink at a pace visible to the eye, before finally disappearing. At the same time, the lines continued to surge forwards at a frenzied speed, spinning around Yuzhong. The black lines did not specifically attack Yuzhong, instead they stuck onto him with some strange sticky law, and wrapped around him, turning into a black cocoon. There was no offensive strength in those lines, thus the gold battle armor had no way of reflecting anything, and could only allow the strings to wrap around Yuzhong. Inside the cocoon, Yuzhong's face fell as he struggled. The lines seemed to have a life of their own, continuing to wrap around him. At the same time they exuded a sweet scent, causing one to slowly go into a stupor. Yuzhong only took a whiff and he was starting to become drowsy. His thoughts slowed slightly before he regained clarity, and he was taken aback. Not good. What a terrifying half-step true god expert. This fellow did not even utilize any gold-grade treasure, and I almost fell at his hands. If it was not for the battle armor, I would have been captured. A single second to a Type 9 powerhouse was enough to let them execute over 100,000 fits, and capture Yuzhong 100 times over. If it was not for the battle armor still protecting Yuzhong, he would truly be ensnared. These black lines were called the Black Devil Silk, and one of Jeffery's strongest techniques. Once caught, a half-step true god expert would lose control over his body and be captured. Burn for me. With a thought, Yuzhong channeled his flame domain with all his might, and the terrifying god-devil flames burst out with him at the center, incinerating everything in its path, burning up the Black Devil Silk as well. The flame domain was the bane of all silk and strings-related domains. Under the burning of the god-devil flames, the Black Devil Silk around Yuzhong began to disintegrate, turning into flames as they floated away. At the same time that the silk was burning up, Yuzhong charged through the broken cocoon and retreated explosively. In this battle with Jeffery, Yuzhong had seen clearly the difference in strength. Even if he had the gold-grade battle armor against a half-step true god expert, it was still possible to be defeated. He had killed many Type 9 devils and had earned plenty of life force. A retreat was the best option for him right now. If all the half-step true devil experts of the 10,000 devil altar were to act, then Yuzhong might not even be able to escape. Fleeing? Jeffery had not expected Yuzhong to actually escape from his Black Devil Silk, and he was full of shock. With a flash, he immediately turned into a beam of light that chased after Yuzhong. After equipping the battle armor, Yuzhong pushed with all his speed, even surpassing some half-step true god experts. Jeffery went all out but was unable to close the distance between the both of them. Yuzhong chose to head towards the direction of the goat-head dragon devils and bull-head dragon devils. After more than 50,000 li, there was a huge black nest on the ground, reaching over 500 m in height, and there was a powerful ring of light that seemed to radiate outwards, containing spatial laws. Yuzhong stared at that huge ring of light and sensing the pursuit of Jeffery, he gritted his teeth and shot towards the light. That is definitely the door to the next level of the Tower of Babel. There's no time to think, I'd better head up first. Just as Yuzhong was nearing that huge nest, out flew numerous Type 9 red jade mantises, each of them looking like scarlet crystals, shooting towards Yuzhong with insane speed. In an instant, over 50,000 of them had flown out, lunging for both Yuzhong and Jeffery. Damn it! Seeing the 50,000 Type 9 red jade mantises, Jeffery's face fell, and he quickly retreated. As a half-step true god expert, he could easily kill 10 of them. However, faced with a figure of 50,000, it was definitely impossible for him to make it out alive. Chance? Yuzhong was not afraid. Instead, he charged right through and started to pummel them one by one, absorbing their life force. Chapter 1191, The Dao of Fire. The red jade mantises also made use of their blade-like arms to slice at Yuzhong. However, their attacks were all repelled by the battle armor, bouncing off and slicing their own comrades. In the middle of the horde of red jade mantises, Yuzhong continued to punch out in a frenzy, blasting to pieces, absorbing a huge amount of life force. When dozens of them had been killed, the remaining red jade mantises no longer dared to get closer. Instead, their eyes flashed with fury, and a bright red light shot out from them and slammed into Yuzhong. Struck by these beams, Yuzhong felt his body sinking slightly. Over thousands of red beams caused his back to feel as though he was weighing a mountain. A Type 9 mutant beast was extremely terrifying regardless of the species. Other than the blades of these red jade mantises that contained the laws of slashing, they had other abilities, one of them being the red jade holy beam. As long as this beam hit, even a Type 9 powerhouse would feel as though there was a heavy mountain on his back. Under countless similar beams, the intense gravity and weight could even squash someone to death. These red jade mantises had intelligence as well, seeing as they were at the Type 9 realm. Although they might have been kept and reared here by some unknown, terrifying force, they still had superior battle instinct, not losing out to humans, and could swiftly adjust their tactics to attack their enemies. No, I have to flee, otherwise I will really be buried here. Yuzhong frowned, and with a flash of his figure, he charged right at the ring of light that was likely to lead to the second level. The red jade mantises immediately gave chase, while he charged right through them and knocked them away. Within a few breaths, he managed to reach the ring of light. The moment he stepped through the ring, he disappeared from his current location. As the red jade mantises got close to the ring of light, their bodies shuddered as they stared at the ring, their eyes filled with terror. When the light subsided, Yuzhong noticed that he was standing in a world that was full of energy, and the ground was covered with all sorts of precious fruits. The fruits were even more abundant than those on the first level. There were strength-enhancing ones, recovery ones, soul-nourishing ones, and many others. Many of them were heavenly and were considered rare even on the great god world. They contained principles and laws of the world. If a half-type Type 9 expert were to eat a few of these fruits, and cultivate it for a short time, refining the properties, they could instantly leap into the Type 9 realm. Yuzhong stared at the ground and sighed in his heart, my goodness. This Tower of Babel is filled with treasures. No wonder everyone wants to enter this. However, the levels of danger are truly high. If one is not careful, they would truly fall. The danger was rife in the Tower of Babel, where 9 out of 10 would perish. Still, many would fight to enter just because of a chance for a breakthrough and a chance at evolution. Entering the Tower of Babel, if one survived, they would definitely be able to break through and reach the Type 9 expert, lording over many worlds. However, each time the tower was open, many would perish and only a small handful would walk out. Yuzhong waved his hands and countless mechs flew out from his universe ring, and soared everywhere, harvesting all the good stuff on the ground. He surveyed his surroundings and a glint appeared in his eyes as he headed towards the west. About 3,000 li away from the entrance of the second level, there were 365 sacred pillars that reached the clouds, radiating might and a sacred aura. At the same time, they contained a terrifying energy within. Those sacred pillars are scary. It's definitely not made by some Type 9 expert. These are items surpassing the gold-grade realm. Who knows who came up with this? Yuzhong flew to one of the pillars and discovered that he was basically an ant in front of it. He looked up and could see that the pillar went on for miles but no end in sight. At the same time, they were constantly emitting a terrifying strength that was more than 1,000 times stronger than him. As he came to about a region 30 kilometers away from the pillar, he noticed a sense of summoning from it. Under that mysterious beckoning, Yuzhong walked over slowly and reached out to touch the pillar. When he came in contact with the pillar, numerous golden silk shot out from the pillar and wrapped around him. The moment the strings appeared, Yuzhong was shocked and tried his best to retreat. Unfortunately, his actions were too slow, and the silk immediately wrapped him up into a golden cocoon. The moment the cocoon was formed, a powerful strength poured out from the sacred pillar, coursing through his body, and nourished his god-devil nucleus as well as his soul. At the same time, all sorts of mysteries, laws, truths of the universe as well as knowledge, poured into his consciousness, giving him an increased sense of clarity. He had seen the path to evolution, so it was like this. In order to become a true god warrior, one has to possess the knowledge and comprehend the universal truths, developing an indestructible godly soul, before finally becoming a true god, lasting for eternity and omnipotent. The fact that I could evolve constantly to reach where I am, and to the true God level in the future, is because of this perfect physique of mine. As long as I absorb enough strength, I will constantly evolve. However, that would cause me to lose my sense of the Dao, and it would be cleaved off, and all that I have would end up in someone else's hands. I need to obtain knowledge in order to truly break free, and gain the Dao to my own evolution. When Yuzhong thought up to this point, his soul calmed down and began absorbing the knowledge from the sacred pillar like a parched person coming in contact with water. From the boundless knowledge passed by the sacred pillar, Yuzhong could see the rise of numerous weak civilizations, till their peaks before their annihilation. As he watched, Yuzhong was also beginning to understand as he cultivated bitterly, creating his own Dao of evolution. From the moment Earth changed, Yuzhong had been constantly fighting, slaughtering and facing all sorts of challenges. Other than fighting, he had to consider his expansion, protecting even more people. As for his own evolution, he had never considered too much about it. However, within the golden cocoon, time seemed to stop, allowing Yuzhong to sink into the new perspectives and knowledge he gained. He contemplated silently, slowly forging his own Dao. Civilizations can rise, grow and expand because of fire. With fire, biological life forms can obtain food, strengthening their bodies and evolve constantly. Fire is the starting point of everything. Even in the myths and legends of gods, it was because Prometheus had given fire to humans that allowed humankind to grow. The God-Devil domain is the perfect domain from the God-Devil physique, and the physique itself contains the strongest mysteries and knowledge. This sort of strength was not comprehended by myself, and its origins are unknown. If I do not comprehend everything about the God-Devil physique, it would not be possible for me to proceed to the next step. As for the flame domain, it was something I relied on the God-Devil physique to help myself comprehend. Thus, there's a part that belongs to me. The source of its evolution comes from me, thus, its future is dependable on me, only then would it truly be mine. Fire can burn everything, wipe out the evil in the world and contain boundless power as well as the potential to evolve. With it as the start, even if I reach the true God level, I will be able to continue evolving. The moment he had this comprehension, he began to use the flame domain as the foundation, absorbing the knowledge from the sacred pillar, further comprehending the laws of fire. If it were outside, in order to understand a law or principle, it would take an incredible amount of time. One would have to read a lot and possess enough wisdom, coupled with experience in the most dangerous of places, coming in contact with the different flames of the world, in order to comprehend the laws of fire. Within this golden cocoon, Yuzhong just had to will it and control the knowledge to form into all types of flames, observing their origins and forge his own laws of fire. As he continued to contemplate, he was undergoing a metamorphosis, comprehending his own Dao of Fire. After some time since Yuzhong entered, A transparent figure also flew out from the entrance of the second level. The silhouette took a look at the barren ground and frowned. Did someone arrive before? Damn it. Soon, this figure also discovered the 365 pillars, and his eyes brightened up. He swiftly soared towards the pillar and came in contact with one, forming into a golden cocoon as well. Chapter 1192, Breaking Out of the Cocoon. With the passage of time, more experts were arriving at the second level, flying towards the 365 sacred pillars, forming into golden cocoons as they began their own evolution. All of a sudden, the entrance shuddered as numerous human experts poured out, and there was not a battleship in sight. At almost the same time, numerous devils and man-eaters as well as the experts of the other worlds, also soared out from the entrance. Although the red jade mantises were savage, in front of those human battleships, as well as the countless half-step true god experts, they were all wiped out. When the different races and species flew out, they immediately separated, forming their own groups. Heavenly Lord Lei Huang stood in mid-air brooding, "Damn, the battleships could not pass. If I had known, I would not have brought them into the Tower of Babel." Those powerful D-grade battleships that were able to kill Type 9 powerhouses instantly could not be brought through the second level, thus they were left in the first level, causing the powers of the human faction to feel heartache. After all, a single D-grade battleship possessed more strength than a few Type 9 experts, and having to abandon so many at one go, it was not possible to replenish the fleet even in 100 years for the holy heavens. Heavenly Lord Yen Tian spoke indifferently, "So what? If we can rise to the true God realm, everything will be fine. If we have no way of breaking through and could only perish here, then those D-grade battleships will also be destroyed here. There's no point getting too attached. If they could reach the true God realm, then the great God world would be under the rule of humans, and they could easily produce many D-grade battleships." Bu Lai pointed to the front, his voice sinking, "Look." The few heavenly lords turned to look and saw the numerous sacred pillars emitting radiance. This should be the largest treasure of the second level. Lei Huang and the rest gazed at the pillars, their eyes lit with greed. With a flash, they hurried towards the pillars. Unfortunately, when they came in front of the 365 pillars, they discovered that every single pillar had already been taken, with numerous large gold cocoons stuck on them. Damn it. It's full. Lei Huang was enraged and he roared, stretching out to grab at one of the gold cocoons. Scram! Lei Huang wanted to grab the person within the cocoon and enter it to receive the benefits. Bu Lai and the rest watched silently. If he was successful, they would do the same. These four heavenly lords had been trapped at the half-step true god realm for eons, and their biggest wish was to take that step and become a true god, breaking out of the cage and be free. Lei Huang's energy claw grabbed onto the cocoon but it did not move. Instead, a golden sacred beam shot out at Lei Huang. When Lei Huang was shot, he let out a piercing scream, a huge hole in his chest as large amounts of gold blood flowed down. He fell out of the sky. Yen Tian was shocked and he hurried over. "Lei Huang, how are you?" Lei Huang, whose mouth had blood and his face pale, gritted and said, "I've suffered some law-filled attack. If I don't consume some of the precious fruits, it would take me a month to recover. These 365 pillars are definitely something from a true god. Damn it. We were too slow and missed the opportunity." Bu Lai and the rest also looked at the pillars with a look of remorse. Had they entered and received the benefits of the pillars, it was likely that they could have made the step to become true gods. Although they had dealt with the bullhead dragon devil and obtained a gold-grade axe, killing over thousands of Type 9 mutant beasts, and obtained so many nuclei, compared to the chance of becoming a true god, those items were like trash. Yen Tian studied the surroundings and spoke slowly. "I think that those who progressed through the trials and tests of the tower the fastest, would obtain the most benefits. Those who go through slowly would gain lesser." The rest pondered over the words and nodded in agreement. Currently, the entire second level was barren, as all the precious fruits had already been swept up by Yu Zhong and those who had arrived early. However, there were still a few precious herbs hidden in the ground. The moment they surfaced, the scuffle over them broke out again. Those who had joined hands to get through the entrance for the second level suddenly separated and became competitors once more, going all out in their slaughter. Within these people, there were a few who had obtained many benefits at the first level. They had managed to avoid most of the conflict and consumed their harvest and focused on absorbing the energy in the second level, to break the Type 9 bottleneck. The second level of the Tower of Babel had more than 100 times the energy of the first level, and cultivating one day in the second level was as effective as cultivating a few years outside. Furthermore, it was the best environment to attempt breakthroughs. On the third day of Yu Zhong's entrance into the second level, all 365 cocoons split open, and the tyrannical Type 9 auras spilled out from all of them, shocking all the experts within the second level. Lei Huang and the rest opened their eyes, scanning with their perception, and immediately discovered Yu Zhong. High Type 9 realm. How the hell? How could he evolve so fast? The Tower of Babel is truly too miraculous. He actually evolved so fast. If only I had received the inheritance of the sacred pillars. When Lei Huang and the rest scanned Yu Zhong's cultivation stage, their faces changed, and their eyes were filled with envy. When they had just met Yu Zhong, he was only an initial Type 9 powerhouse. However, he had already reached the high Type 9 realm since then. This speed was simply heaven-defying and far exceeded their expectations. Each evolution further down the line was increasingly difficult. Countless experts were stuck at the initial Type 9 realm. Lei Huang himself had been a heaven-defying genius who triggered the Tiger Dragon image, and it took him 50 years from the initial Type 9 to the mid-Type 9 realm. He had taken 300 years since then to reach the high Type 9 realm. Such a speed was already considered fast in the Great God world, but compared to Yu Zhong, it was practically like a snail. They felt unfair. At the moment when Yu Zhong broke out of his cocoon, a peak Type 9 formless blade devil appeared noiselessly behind him, his eyes flashing with a cruel light, as he intended to slash out at Yu Zhong's heart. The formless blade devil race was one of the rarest amongst the devils, and they could hide their aura easily. If a peak Type 9 formless blade devil were to activate his innate stealth, even a half-step true god might not be able to detect them without being on guard. They were the most powerful assassins among the devils, and this particular formless blade devil had even assassinated a half-step true god expert before. Trying to assassinate me? Courting death. Yu Zhong snorted and turned around, throwing a punch right at the devil. After reaching the high Type 9 realm, Yu Zhong had reached a high level of attenuation with his body, allowing him to exhibit even more terrifying strength. Under that fist, the claws of the formless blade devil were crushed, and his body also began to split apart due to Yu Zhong's force. Holy shit, that fellow is strong. How the hell? Isn't he just a high Type 9 human expert? How is he so strong? This fellow. Seems like he's not someone to offend. Seeing Yu Zhong taking out the peak Type 9 formless blade devil in a single fist, a number of experts looked on with trepidation. The half-step expert Jeffery stared at Yu Zhong, before he turned to the half-step true god expert of the man-eater race, who was covered in red scales, his face savage and muscles taut, wielding a huge golden bone. Charoman. That human has to die. Otherwise, with his evolution speed, both our races would be wiped out by him. Let's join forces and kill all the humans. Charoman swept Yu Zhong a gaze, his eyes also filled with a savage glint. He passed the message through his divine sense and quickly responded, "Fine." Chapter 1193, Defeating Jeffery. Yu Zhong's evolution speed was simply too terrifying. Furthermore, his current performance was threatening to the devil race and man-eater race. Furthermore, if Yu Zhong did reach the true god realm, then because of the hatred among the three races, the devils and man-eaters would definitely suffer. Jeffery swept out with his divine sense, issuing an order to all the devils, "Everyone attack all humans." Hearing that order, those who were hidden and focusing on cultivation immediately stirred, and pounced towards the nearby humans. Charoman also had a savage glint in his eyes as he ordered, "Devour all humans. They shall become our nutrients to evolve." The eyes of the man-eater race flashed savagely, as they broke out in cruel smiles, and lunged for the human experts. The sudden attack of the two races caught many human experts off guard, and within an instant many Type 8 human powerhouses fell. In the outside world, a single Type 8 powerhouse could be the ruler of a kingdom or empire, but inside the Tower of Babel they were just cannon fodder. Lei Huang saw the deaths of the many humans, and his countenance turned ugly as he ordered, "Damn it! Gather into formation." Those humans who were still cultivating also quickly gathered and formed their arrays, executing techniques at the devils and man-eaters. The three great races then began a slaughter within the second level, while the other races watched at the sides. There were some who could not hold it in any longer as well, and acted against their own enemies. The entire Tower of Babel became chaotic. 3 Type 9 golden man-eating lizards who had lizard heads, their bodies entirely golden, with powerful hind legs and thunder runes on their foreheads, shot towards Yuzhong. These golden man-eating lizards were mutants even within the man-eater race, with the ability to control thunder. Once they went all out, they had lightning-quick speed and their attacks contained thunder, causing their enemies to be shocked. In just an instant, the 3 golden man-eating lizards appeared mysteriously from 3 different directions, slashing out at Yuzhong's heart. "Bunch of beasts, go die." Yuzhong's eyes were cold and he sent out 3 punches, slamming into their bodies like meteors. The 3 golden man-eating lizards were instantly blasted apart, their blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Flames of desolation. After punching out and killing the 3 golden lizards, Yuzhong flickered and appeared on top of a 150m tall Type 9 golden giant, his fist shrouded with the Dao of Fire as he punched out at the giant. Golden shield. There was a look of shock in the eyes of the peak Type 9 golden giant, and with a thought, he quickly gathered his golden law above his head, forming a powerful shield. When Yuzhong's fist slammed into the shield, the Dao of Fire that had transcended numerous civilizations and eons exploded out, instantly causing a large hole. Yuzhong's fist pierced through and slammed into the head of the golden giant viciously, and the flames exploded out, enveloping the giant's head, incinerating everything into a pile of liquid. After killing that Type 9 golden giant, 2 baby-faced lizards of over 5m in length crawled over, their faces resembling human toddlers, while their bodies were powerful lizards. Their jaws opened up, revealing rows of sharp teeth, and they let out an earth-shaking scream. Sound waves that could cause a half-step true god to collapse reverberated out, slamming onto Yuzhong's body. The golden battle armor on Yuzhong's body lit up, and immediately reflected the sound waves onto 2 half-step Type 9 man-eaters. Under that terrifying soundwave attack, the 2 man-eaters shuddered, their orifices bleeding while their souls suffered damage. Even their sense of hearing was cleaved. Yuzhong then retaliated, slapping out onto their bodies, causing their heads to explode. After killing those 2 half-step Type 9 man-eaters, Yuzhong shot forwards, stepping through space and punched out at the 2 baby-faced lizards, instantly decimating their heads while absorbing their life force. Yuzhong continued to weave in and out of the group, and no one below the high Type 9 realm was his match. In just a few breaths he had already taken out over a dozen experts who could have terrorized worlds outside. His shocking performance also attracted the ire and fury of the peak experts of both the man-eater race and devil race. The half-step true god Jeffery roared out in rage, his palms stretching out, causing numerous black devil silk to descend from the sky, aiming at Yuzhong. "Bastard! I will skin you. You don't have that capability." Yuzhong's eyes flashed with a glint, and he charged towards Jeffery. "Fool." Jeffery stared at Yuzhong, laughing coldly as he closed his fists and controlled the black devil silk to wrap around Yuzhong. At the same time, the silk was filled with adhesive laws, and could stick onto anything, even gold-grade treasures. Flames of desolation. The moment the black devil silk came together, Yuzhong's eyes flashed dangerously, and the golden god-devil flames enveloped his body as he punched out, and executed his strongest flame technique that he had comprehended. At that instant the god-devil flames congealed and blasted out, causing all the black devil silk to incinerate and burn away. He tore through the weakened cocoon and charged at Jeffery. Damn it! How are his flames so strong? Jeffrey's face fell, however, his right hand whisked out a black box that seemed to be carved with numerous skeletons. It was a white-silver grade treasure, the Een Devil water body, where a single strand of water could easily extinguish any fire. He shot the water out at Yuzhong. Faced with that terrifying Een Devil water, Yuzhong's god-devil flames were being extinguished. However, in just an instant, Yuzhong had already appeared in front of Jeffery and threw a punch at his head. There was a look of shock in Jeffrey's eyes, as countless silk congealed in front of him and formed a black shield. Flames of desolation. Yu Zhong roared out in rage and channeled his Dao of Fire once more, as the terrifying flames burst forth and slammed into Jeffrey's head. The immense force burst out, blasting Jeffrey's head apart. Even a half-step true god expert was unable to withstand Yu Zhong's god-devil physique. When Jeffrey's brain was blasted into pieces by Yu Zhong, his headless body then twisted, causing numerous black devil silk to shoot out from the neck, aiming for Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong punched out and his flames enveloped the silk, burning them all into a puff of smoke. He then shot forwards, stepping through space as he shot out from the surrounding silk. As for Jeffrey's headless body, it quickly fled towards the devil race's encampment, while the broken brain began to regenerate swiftly. A half-step true god was vastly different from a Type 9 powerhouse. They had already comprehended the indestructible divine soul, and there was no one weak spot. In order to truly kill them, one had to destroy their entire body. What? Sir Jeffery was actually defeated. What joke is this? That human could actually defeat Sir Jeffery? The numerous devil experts stared at Yu Zhong, their eyes filled with shock. It was the same for the man-eaters. A half-step true god expert had already come in contact with the true invincibility of the true god realm, and could easily take down peak Type 9 powerhouses. Yet, such an expert could actually fall in the hands of Yu Zhong. It was truly shocking. Many Type 9 experts of the man-eater race quickly fell back, unwilling to engage with Yu Zhong further. They were fearless but not stupid. Strong. His rate of growth is truly too shocking. Thankfully we didn't try anything funny, otherwise he would have been a fearsome opponent. Among the human race, Bulai was filled with shock when he extended his perception out while fighting a devil race expert. Yu Hua was also filled with shock as she stared at Yu Zhong. Unbelievable, he's just a high Type 9 expert and yet he could defeat a half-step true god expert. His strength is terrifying. The rest of the human experts were also eyeing Yu Zhong with the same astonishment. Just then, a hole opened up in the sky and out flew a transportation radiance. Chapter 1194. The Giant on the Throne. This is the teleportation array to the third level. Seeing the sudden appearance of the light, everyone had this thought. At that moment, everyone channeled all their abilities and charged right towards the light. Everyone present knew that the early bird catches the worm. Those who got to the higher levels faster would obtain more benefits. No one was willing to stay here and fight with their lives. Especially so for the devil experts. The moment they saw the ring of light, they lost their will to fight and immediately charged for the exit. The devils prioritized self-preservation and their own benefits. In order to become stronger, they were willing to kill everything else. Now that there was a chance to become stronger, they would not let it up. Having lost the support of the devil clan, the man-eaters also quickly flew out of the region, fleeing elsewhere. With the devils and man-eaters gone, the humans had no reason to stay any longer, as they scrambled to head towards the third level as well. Yu Zhong had also unleashed a pair of golden wings the moment he saw the ring of light, shooting straight into the third level. When he entered the third level, what greeted him was a barren land. The ground was dark red, and there were countless low shrubs bunched together densely. On top of them there were many precious Type 9 nuclei. These Type 9 nuclei could only be obtained by killing Type 9 experts, thus, each one was precious, an incredible resource for evolution and energy. Outside, each nucleus had a sky-high price and was difficult to obtain. Even half-step true god experts would not have many. However, right now in the third level they were literally everywhere. Seeing those nuclei, everyone fell into madness due to their greed again and fought to obtain those nuclei. Yu Zhong immediately congealed a number of energy palms, sweeping up numerous nuclei. To him, these Type 9 nuclei were extremely useful, be it his gold battle armor or the radiant battleship. In order to exhibit their might, he would need a huge number of such nuclei. Furthermore, if he could transport a huge amount of them back to Earth, the Mech Emperor Zhu Yuan Ting could produce even more powerful fighter mechs, above the initial Type 9 realm. As he continued to grab the nuclei, he swiftly made his way towards the central part of the third level, intending to be the first to reach the fourth level. There were many who had similar thoughts, as they soared towards the central location of the third level. After about a few thousand li, all of a sudden the dark red ground split apart, as numerous skeletons whose bones were all gold and wielding large sickles crawled up from underground. These golden skeletons had burning flames in their eyes, emitting a terrifying and cold aura from their bodies, and immediately charged towards Yuzhong and the rest the moment they left the ground. Yuzhong shot forwards and punched out at a golden skeleton, causing it to crumble into bits. As the Type 9 golden skeleton crumbled, the dark soul flames within were also destroyed by Yuzhong. After killing that Type 9 golden skeleton, Yuzhong did not manage to get any life force. It was obvious that these were not live beings. Although they could be taken out by Yuzhong in one punch and looked to be weak, they were still powerful Type 9 beings that emitted a terrifying aura. They continued to slash out with their sickles, slicing up the various experts of the numerous races amidst cries of misery. More golden skeletons were appearing, clashing together with the experts, as all sorts of techniques and treasures appeared, cast at the undead. There's a huge energy fluctuation over there. It must be a gold-grade treasure. As the golden skeletons continued to crawl out, there were powerful energy fluctuations in the distance. All the Type 9 powerhouses felt it at the same time. It's mine. The moment Yuzhong felt that energy wave, his heart skipped a beat and his golden wings extended, as the Type 9 nuclei on his gold battle armor radiated. He soared towards the direction with golden beams trailing behind. Inside the Tower of Babel, space was extremely stable. Even with the various Type 9 powerhouses present, they could not tear apart spatial tears to teleport, hence they could only fly. Only those who had comprehended spatial laws to a certain extent could make use of its power to travel. However, they would still not be able to pass through the walls of the tower. The golden skeletons poured out unceasingly, pouncing towards Yuzhong in a bid to prevent him from going further. However, as soon as they appeared, he would blast them apart with a single fist. After a dozen of them had been destroyed, the rest did not get closer. Instead, they opened their mouths to spit out some nether chains, containing laws of the undead. As long as one was able to lock onto Yuzhong, the rest would be able to seal him immediately. Even a half-step true god expert would be sealed and dragged through the ground when faced with these nether chains. Extinguish. With a cold glint in his eyes, Yuzhong channeled the Dao of Fire, causing numerous flame dragons to meet the nether chains in retaliation, breaking them apart. He then took the opportunity to charge forward in a frenzy. Seeing how Yuzhong broke past the barricade, the experts behind all had ugly expressions. If Yuzhong were to reach the treasure before them, then there would be nothing left. One expert who had deep insights into spatial laws gritted his teeth and waved his hands. He ripped a hole in space and charged through in a bid to appear in front of Yuzhong. In the midst of those golden skeletons, one particular skeleton soldier sliced out with his sickle at the void. Ah! Following a cry of anguish, the Type 9 expert reappeared. However, his body had been sliced in two. He then burst apart due to the strange nether force and became a pile of blood and flesh. Seeing the miserable plight, everyone felt a chill in their hearts, no longer daring to utilize spatial tears to travel. Damn it! One half-step true god powerhouse who had been hidden among the humans waved his hands and summoned a 100m long golden train that was embedded with countless nuclei. The powerhouse stepped into the golden train and urged his treasure to catch up with Yuzhong. Spewing hot steam, the golden train charged forward at a terrifying speed, emitting a powerful aura as it slammed through the numerous golden skeletons trying to attack the expert. As the train smashed forward, many of the Type 9 golden skeletons burst apart, with their soul flames dissipating as well. The attacks of those skeletons were knocked back, not causing a single scratch on the golden train. When this particular half-step true god took out his trump card, the rest who had gold-grade treasures could not wait any longer, and took out their own treasures, chasing after Yuzhong with all their might. Since all of the experts were going all out now, the Type 9 golden skeletons that tried to impede them were sent flying, their bodies breaking into a pile of bones. Yuzhong continued to charge forward before a blue crystal throne of over 100 meters in height appeared in his eyes. On top of it, there was a huge giant whose eyes were shut tight, and his body wrapped in numerous gold chains. Floating in front of the giant, there were 6 pure white wings, a golden shield that had many Type 9 nuclei embedded, an incredibly dark blade, a golden box as well as a golden seed. The 5 treasures formed a mysterious seal, floating in the air as they emitted an aura, powering the chains that were sealing the giant. The giant seemed dead, without a breath, and there were no energy fluctuations as well. Seems like it's a seal. Once I take these items, the seal will be broken. What do I do? Yuzhong swept a gaze, and with a thought, he could swiftly guess the usage of the golden treasures. However, he did not hesitate to reach out and grab the six-winged item. Speed was Yuzhong's goal. With enough speed, he could obtain even more benefits. The moment his hands came in contact with the pure white wings, the seal broke apart, and the remaining 4 items shot off into the distance. Chapter 1195. The Awe-Inspiring Might of the Radiant Battleship. Yuzhong was taken aback and hurried to grab out, as 4 energy palms appeared and grabbed hold of the 4 escaping treasures. In the distance, there was an expert with a pair of golden wings and an eagle head. His eyes flashed and immediately readied his bow to aim at Yuzhong. There was an intense bout of energy gathering at the head of the bow, as though it could pierce through anything in the world. The next moment he released a sun-like energy bolt that shot towards Yuzhong. There was an incredible sense of danger that welled up in Yuzhong's mind. He had no way to handle those 4 escaping treasures anymore as he released them, and twisted his body while urging the battle armor to form his defense. The bright golden arrow slammed into Yuzhong's shield, piercing it and striking Yuzhong's armor like a meteor. In an instant, Yuzhong's battle armor radiated with a powerful energy fluctuation to block the golden arrow. However, the golden arrow was designed to pierce and penetrate, and it brought a terrifying strength as it pierced the armor and slammed through Yuzhong's heart, pinning him to the throne. The radiant battle armor was sick, capable of blocking even the attacks of a half-step true god. However, it was actually unable to defend against that golden arrow, purely because it was of a same-grade treasure. Thus it had failed. The eagle-head warrior snarled out at the surroundings in dominance and viciousness. Humph, lowly human, gold-grade treasures are not something you worthless pieces of shit can hope to touch. Only the Golden Eagle race's leader Delsis is the true owner of these treasures. Whoever dares to touch, I will kill them. Seeing how Yuzhong, who had been able to defeat half-step true gods, pinned to the blue crystal throne, everyone was shocked, their eyes filled with caution. Delsis was a half-step true god, and coupled with his gold-grade battle bow, he was able to slaughter other half-step true gods in an instant. Just as the other experts were stepping back slightly, the golden train managed to slam towards the gold seed, and a huge hand formed out and grabbed it. Another gold dragon appeared from the sky, stretching out its powerful claws to grab the deadly-looking pitch-black blade. A golden hand of over 100 shot out from the ground, grabbing the box. Numerous chains descended from the skies, coiling around the golden shield, pulling it up. The Golden Eagle race's Delsis might possess powerful combat strength, and a character that could terrorize even the 5 heavenly lords of the great god world. However, within this Tower of Babel, there were many other experts that did not fear him. Delsis looked at the many energy hands and his gaze turned cold as he fired out 5 arrows at those experts. Humph, Delsis, do you truly think that you're invincible? With that cold snort, a number of powerful experts all acted and smashed the arrows to bits. The golden battle bow had to match the golden battle arrows to tear apart anything, with nothing capable of stopping them. As for energy arrows, while they were enough to deal with some initial Type 9 realm experts, they could not harm half-step true gods. The 4 energy beams were crushed by the half-step true gods, while the 5th beam slammed into a Type 9 devil, causing the devil that was reaching out for the white wings to be killed instantly. After killing that Type 9 devil, Delsis snorted coldly, patting his wings, and he shot towards Yuzhong's position. He had executed that move to express his dominance and claim over the white wings in Yuzhong's hands. Seeing this, those who had designs on the wings had no choice but to retreat. Just as Delsis was about 500 away from Yuzhong, who had laid slumped, looking as though he was dead, he suddenly opened his eyes, and his gaze was staring fixedly at Delsis' radiant cannon fire. At this time, the radiant battleship, who had been following Yuzhong while hidden in the void, flashed brightly, and a number of Type 9 nuclei burst apart, turning into energy. Over 200 broke, and the energy was absorbed by the cannon. The next moment, there was a huge spatial tear that appeared in front of Yuzhong, as the cannon that had absorbed over 200 Type 9 nuclei fired out a blue beam at Delsis. There were tears to the gold-grade treasures as well. The radiant battleship was a tool capable of even challenging God. Among gold-grade treasures, it was considered one of the top. With enough Type 9 nuclei, a true God expert could also be shot dead. After absorbing the 200 nuclei, the might of the radiant battleship was at its peak. It was capable of harming, if not kill, a true God powerhouse. Faced with the devastating blue beam, there was a look of despair on Delsaz's face as he saw what was incoming, screaming, "No!" At that instant, a number of golden shields appeared in front of him. The 81 shields fed off each other, combining to form a huge array. These 81 shields could link with each other to multiply their power, absorb any incoming attacks. Even if 10 half-step true gods were to attack it simultaneously, it could last for 5 minutes. The blue beam slammed into the shields, easily piercing through them and enveloped the whole of Delsaz's body. The might did not diminish as it continued past Delsaz, extending for some range behind, wiping out another 3 Devil Race Type 9 experts. When the blue beam dispersed, there was only a golden bow, 8 golden arrows, as well as a Type 9 nucleus that was floating in midair. After reaching the Type 9 stage, most life forms would have congealed a Type 9 nucleus in their head, containing all their strength and energy. Among the 800 worlds, nucleus condensation was one of the main evolution paths. Only a few special cases or variants would not require one. Even for the humans after reaching the Type 9 realm, they would have a nucleus just like Yuzhong. Of course, the difference was that the quality of their nucleus could not compare to Yuzhong's God-Devil nucleus. In the sky, the Type 9 nucleus of Delsaz glowed, as it flew into its remaining arm, and the muscle started to regrow rapidly. "You still want to live? You're looking down on me, eh? Delsaz, this time next year will be your death memorial." Yuzhong's eyes turned cold as he ripped out the golden arrow in his right chest, causing gold blood to splatter. With a flash, he appeared in front of the golden bow and grabbed out. Channeling his golden god-devil flames, he enveloped the remainder of Delsaz. He wanted him to burn both in body and spirit. "No. Don't kill me. I don't want to die. I'd suffered for over 10,000 years just to reach this point. I don't want to die. No. Let me go, human. Please. I'm willing to give all I have to you in exchange for my life and freedom. In my world, I have 500 million humans. I can hand them over to you. Don't kill me, I don't want to die." On top of the bow, what was left of Delsaz's body squirmed, as it transformed into a miniature version of him that screamed out and begged for mercy. He had been through countless battles, miraculous and fortuitous encounters, together with his arduous cultivation, before reaching this realm, ruling over a world. He had not enjoyed himself enough. "The moment you acted to kill me, you're doomed to fall here. Die." Yuzhong did not relent, his gaze cold as he urged his flames on. It hurts. It hurts. I curse you, human. You will not have good ending, and you'll be suffering in hell for eternity. Delsaz continued to scream out within the flames, his miniature body burning up before the remainder of his body turned entirely into smoke. Unfortunately, because he had already comprehended some law into indestructibility, even Yuzhong's god-devil flames could not burn him completely. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.